fun place where I can hang out with my friends and feel very included.
I'm Brick Tater, and I skate for arch rival Roller Derby. Even in my game today, I fell backwards on my head after a pretty big hit, but I was able to just keep going. I didn't really notice any impact to my head, which was nice. S1 helmet helped out. I'm Brick Tater from arch rival Roller Derby, and S1 is part of my uniform.
Roller derby is like a really fun place where I can hang out with my friends and feel very included.
All right, welcome back everyone to the second day of Fresh and the Furious, hosted by Hogtown Roller Derby. We're going to start today with a land acknowledgement. Hogtown Roller Derby operates on the treaty lands and territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, as well as the traditional territory of the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, Huron-Wendat, and Haudenosaunee peoples. We're mindful of broken treaties that persist across Turtle Island today and recognize our responsibilities as treaty people to engage in a meaningful, continuous process of truth and reconciliation with all our relations. Today, this meeting place is still home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to compete on this land. I am Coconut.
And I'm Jam Jams. Happy to be here announcing this morning with Coco for our juniors game. This is going to be a 40-minute scrimmage. And we've got Team Black versus Team White. Team Black, we have 013 Ruthless Red, 1313 Bee Sting, 14 Riot, number 190 Foghorn, number 20 Chisel, number 21 The Barricade, number 29 Ghost in the Hell, number 31 Rock and Roller Coaster, number 44 Silly Goose, number 49 Monster, number 7 Mollywop, number 8000 Ghost, number 89 Sinister, and number 9 Mayhem.
And for the white team, we have number 12 Siggy Stardust, 14 Dart Frog, 23 No Pain No Gain, 25 Rena Rad, 252 Tabby Terror, 360 Cheeto, 47 Killer Goose, 53 Demonator, 57 Kill Pickle, 67 Crash Test Dummy, 77 Rebel, 79 Tornado Twister, and 911 Beef in all caps.
The all caps is important for that one.
And we're just about to get ready to get started here. Now this game, I believe, will be all 3 levels. I'm not 100% sure on that, but we'll see in a moment. So junior roller derby is divided into levels based on how much contact is allowed, and it looks like we're going to be starting with a level 1 jam. So level 1 is kind of the minimum amount of contact. It's a little bit hard to describe it without having the exact rules in front of me, but essentially you are allowed to get in another player's way, but you cannot push or hit another player. As well, jammers have to slow down when they approach the pack. And so because of these rules, kind of the best strategy is a 4-wall, which we did see a little bit of 4 walls during our juniors game yesterday.
That's great. And that is going to be Team Black, who's taken the lead, Ghost. But Team White is right behind.
Yeah.
And just as Coco was saying, you can see as the jammers approach the pack, really slowing down, and that's White through again.
Yeah, because it's very important to stay controlled and to learn to enter the pack in a controlled manner. All right, and Team White's jammer getting through on another scoring pass. Meanwhile, Team Black's jammer is still stuck. However, Team Black's jammer does have lead. Both jammers doing some great laterals, side-to-side movement to try to get through those walls. And it looked like Team Black's jammer was knocked out and had to draw back a little bit.
You can see some great work there from number 7, that's Mollywop, and number 21, it looks like. The Barricade really doing well to come together, putting their shoulders together, their hips together to really close that seam.
Yeah, really great communication between the players, which way they have to go. And now a little bit of offense from the black team's blockers, and that gets their jammer through. Rena Rad finding a way through on the outside line as Ghost comes back into the pack. And that is the end of the jam.
Yeah.
A big 16-point jam for Team White.
And you know, it's not often in roller derby you see the full 2-minute jam while someone still has lead, I would say, and both jammers are on track.
All right, and now we're going to do a level 2 jam, so we're going to see a little bit more contact. Level 2, you are allowed to positionally block other players, and you are allowed to push, however, you can't do it at speed. So you have to make contact first and then push. You can't hit someone.
And that's Black lead again, but once again, Team White is right behind.
And that is Ruthless Red jamming for Black and Kill Pickle for White.
See some great tripod work there from both teams. Really looking to get together and hold their tripod strong. That was awesome.
Yeah, both jammers getting through very, very close together. Still Ruthless Red in the lead. And now Ruthless Red struggling against the tripod while Kill Pickle gets through and scores 4 points. And Ruthless Red is going to call it off after scoring 4 points.
And that's a penalty for White, number 360, and that's a multiplayer penalty. We've also got a... it looks like 360 has left the bench and 7-9 is sitting instead, but that's still just one White player in the box.
Yeah, because there are different levels of contact, if a player who is not cleared for a higher level of contact is in the box at the end of a jam, the team has to do a substitution in the penalty box to a player who is cleared to do that higher level of contact.
We've got Black as lead this round. And once again, for the 3rd jam in a row, we've got our White jammer right behind. That's Foghorn jamming for Black and Demonator for White.
Demonator knocked down and drawn back by number... Hard to see from here. Number 31, that's who it was.
We've
Both
got-
jammers out again.
We've also got our white blocker out of the box just as the jam is called off.
Now this game is just a friendly scrimmage, so these are teams made up of players from across all different leagues, which is just a great opportunity to get to play with new people, meet new people, and get to play at a big tournament like this.
Absolutely. We've got 1313B Sting jamming for black, and that's number 23 No Pain No Gain for white. And we're back to a level 1 jam this round.
Yeah, so you can see that 4-wall strategy. One of the white team blockers opting to actually face backwards, which I personally think is a smart decision.
Yeah,
Because that way you can call out to your teammates which way the jammer is going, and it seems to be working very well for them as the black jammer is still stuck.
and we see the black blockers are doing some offense there to get their jammer through as white comes around the track again.
And a great job reforming into that 4-wall.
Absolutely.
Now both jammers are trying to find a way through those walls. And a penalty is being assessed. Looks like the white jammer will be going to the box. And that's a hand signal I'm not familiar with. Illegal contact. So that's probably for doing a level of contact that is not allowed in a level 1 game.
Yeah.
So now all of black team is able to go and do offense and help their jammer through.
And that is black jammer through on their initial pass. This will again be a full 2-minute jam, although we've only got 10 seconds left.
Yeah, let's see if the black team can pick up some more points here,
And
and
they
they
can.
do.
We've got our white jammer standing and re-entering the track.
But not
Just-
enough time for any points.
But thankfully for Team White, they'll be starting with a jammer
Yes.
on track instead of in the box this jam.
Now we're getting ready for another level 2 jam. Monster is jamming for black, and Rebel jamming for Team White. And Jammer's making a little bit of contact off the line. Monster finding that gap and taking lead.
And we see Rebel is really pushing on that pack to get through. And they're through on that initial pass, and that is a penalty, a multiplayer penalty for Team Black.
Sometimes those penalty calls give just enough confusion that you can sneak your way through.
Absolutely. And that was an awesome get through by Rebel for Team White. Some quick footwork on the inside line.
Monster doing a turnaround toe stop to slow down coming into the pack.
It's always nice to add some flair to your
Yeah.
derby.
So because this is level 2, you do have to slow down if you're going to be making contact with anyone. So very smart choice. And Monster will call it off there. Looks like both teams picking up a total of 8 points.
Black will start with 1 in the box, although that player is standing.
And I'm sure you've all noticed the pattern by now. We're getting ready for a level 3 jam. We only have
Doesn't
3 players on the
seem to
track.
be enough white on track.
Either team. We have
That's completely true.
2 black blockers, one of which who has just gotten a penalty, and 2 white blockers. I'm not sure what happened. I guess not enough people made it onto the track in time. So this will be a good opportunity for the jammers to practice doing laps, I suppose.
Yeah.
And a penalty assessed to the lone team black blocker. So if you are the last blocker on your team and you get a penalty, you will be instructed to stay on the track because a team has to have at least 1 blocker on the track at all times. And then once a teammate returns to the track, then you will go serve your penalty. So we see that happen there as number 190 comes out of the box, number 29 goes into the box. And I think we saw it yesterday where that same situation happened and the lone skater went to the penalty box, which will result in your team probably getting another penalty for delay of game or illegal procedure. I'm not sure which.
Yeah, I'm not sure. In one of the games yesterday, that definitely happened. And I think the refs were lenient and said, get back on track, stay on track. Because it is confusing. You know, it's a scenario that doesn't happen all that often. And
Except during Fresh.
Yeah. And a player who finds themselves in that situation, understandably, can be confused.
Yeah. Like, oh, I got a penalty, but I'm being told to stay?
Yeah.
So kudos to the black team player for noticing, staying on the track.
Yep, that was number 29. Seen some great track awareness and game awareness from
Yeah,
that
good
player.
number too.
Yeah.
I am also number 29.
I actually didn't know that. I was just agreeing with you.
All right, it seems like we have an official timeout. So we'll take a second to shout out some of our vendors that we have here today. Rollerskating.ca is Canada's trusted roller skate source for over 18 years. Expert skate advice and great customer service to all roller derby teams across Canada. They sell and service all the best skate brands and safety gear in the business.
Also give a shout out to those who are watching on our live stream. If you are on our live stream, feel free to put in the chat what players you're looking out for, what teams you are cheering for. We'll shout those out as we see them.
Oh, and we were about to get started, and then another official timeout being called.
Feels like a great time for me to tell you about the Frazzled Freaks, Coco, where you can find them actually just in the vendor alley. They're a trinket shop. They specialize in magnets, stickers, earrings, painted art, sun catchers, gibbets, lots of those smaller, fun, trinkety items. And personally, I love a little thing. Big collector and owner of little things, and the Frazzled Freaks is an excellent little thing vendor.
Me too. I feel like that's kind of a common thing among derby players.
Yeah.
All right, looks like a penalty has been assessed to Team Black's jammer out of that official timeout. Although the officials are still deliberating. Okay, I see heads nodding.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like Team Black will start with their jammer in the box. So this is a power jam for Team White. And Tabby Terror is going to be jamming. I feel like a power jam on a level 1 jam is quite advantageous.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
To be able to get your players in there and create that lane through the other team's four wall.
And just for information, this jammer, our black jammer, started in the box for a legal procedure, was the call on that. And we've got our black jammer entering the track.
I think interesting to note, the illegal procedure penalty was not assessed to the jammer who was sitting in the box, but rather the jammer from the previous jam.
That's right.
And an illegal contact penalty being assessed now to Team Black's jammer. So another power jam for Team White. And with that, Tabby Terror gets out of the pack, scores another 4 points. White team doing some offense, making a hole, making multiple holes.
Yeah, great job. And Tabby Terror takes that exactly as they planned. The O hit, jammer took the hole. That was a great execution by Team White.
And Tabby Terror coming around again. White team getting that offense together. Black team trying to cover up those holes, but Tabby Terror squeezes through.
And that was some great offense from number 2-3, No Pain, No Gain. Really great work in making a hole for their jammer.
Yeah, we've also seen No Pain, No Gain jam already today.
We have,
so
yeah.
We see that a lot with the juniors, where they both jam and block.
Which is great. I mean, the more versatile as a player you can be, and but of course, if you are a jammer and a star pass happens, you find yourself a blocker, so it's definitely advantageous to have skills in both.
Now we have Beef jamming for Team White up against number 44, Silly Goose. Oh, no, 74? No, 14. I'm very good at reading numbers. That's Riot.
Shout out Riot.
And speaking of Riot, Riot has lead this jam and is now coming through the pack on a scoring pass.
And they're through.
Meanwhile, Beef is trying to get through those blockers.
Now that is some great tripod work, tripod formation from Team Black.
Yeah, although a no pack is called.
I'm hearing great communication on track. In, out. That's a team communicating where the jammer is coming from. That was a really strong tripod performance from Black.
Yeah. Now both jammers coming around very close together. Beef going to the outside line, inside line. And Riot gets through and calls the jam off. We'll see if Beef picked up any points. Looks like 1 point picked up on that pass for Team White. 5 points total in that jam for White, 12 for Black.
Tornado Twister stepping up to jam for White, and Foghorn jamming for Black.
And the score right now is 80 for Team White, 57 for Team Black. So Team White is ahead, but it's still anyone's game. And we saw a little bit of a shirt whip there from Tornado Twister.
That's awesome. Living up to their name.
I think maybe the teams don't have enough level 3 skaters. Both teams are only playing 2 blockers.
Strong fight from the Black jammer. Foghorn, who gets out of the pack.
Tornado Twister getting through and calling it off.
That is number 6-7, Crash Test Dummy, stepping up to jam for the White team. And for our Black team, we've got the Barricade, number 21.
Yeah, and this is the first time we've seen either of those players jam today.
Big fan of the derby names we're seeing here on the juniors, I must say.
Oh yeah, juniors always have the best names. And the Barricade gets through, but it looks like there might be a penalty called for illegal contact. So this is another power jam for Team White. And Crash Test Dummy is through, taking lead. Now crash test dummy trying for the inside line and then zigzagging across the track and making it through those blockers for 4 points.
And that was a forearm penalty just before given to Team White. Team Black's jammer is now out of the box, stepping onto the track.
Yeah, so the power jam is now over, but crash test dummy getting through, finding that hole. Meanwhile, the barricade trying to find a way through that 3 wall, but those white blockers have very strong laterals. Now crash test dummy looking for some offense.
And number 23 coming, giving some O on the inside line, and just like that, crash test is through on that inside.
Yep, some beautiful offense making a hole there.
Really great. Barricade is, strong lateral motions there. And the barricade is also through on what I believe is their first scoring pass.
Yeah, and there's the whistle, so I think that was another 2-minute jam. A big jam for Team White. They picked up 12 points. And Team Black picked up 4.
Killer Goose and Sinister stepping up to jam for level 2.
And there's the whistle. A little bit of a messy pack there, but both teams trying to reform and capture those jammers again. A penalty was assessed somewhere, a couple of penalties. It looks like Team White's jammer is going to the box for a cut penalty. Meanwhile, Sinister has taken lead for Team Black.
We've also got a black blocker in the box. That's 190 sitting. I'm not quite sure what that penalty is, but I'll let you know when I know.
And Killer Goose is coming back around, looking for that offense. And some great blocking from the white tripod. And they just keep recycling and getting in front. Meanwhile, Silly Goose is out of the box and coming in with speed. Hits one of their own teammates.
That was some great track communication from 190 Foghorn there when the jammer was coming on.
Yeah, and Killer Goose is through on initial. We'll see if we get a call off here or if Black team is going to keep running it.
That is a back block penalty for number 360 on Team White.
Meanwhile, Killer Goose getting knocked out and drawn back. Now both jammers stuck up against very strong tripods.
And that's the game.
Big jam for Team Black. They're able to close the gap a little bit with 16 points. And that is our last jam of the first half.
What do you think?
Some great derby so far. Both teams
I
looking
agree.
very strong. Love all the communication.
You know, I was actually thinking that too. I think the players overall have excellent track communication, seen some really great track awareness from so many players. The reforming of the lines, I'm really impressed. Did you play Junior Derby, Coco?
No.
No, I didn't either. And I'm seeing some of the skills in the juniors that took me like a very long time to try and learn. So,
and we've tried scrimmaging at level 2 before, and it's honestly difficult.
Yeah.
It's very hard to make sure you have that control when you're coming into the pack, when you're making hits. So kudos to all the players who are able to remember that extra set of rules on top of all of the complicated rules of roller derby.
Absolutely. We'll now cut to our commercial break, and we'll see you back after the intermission.
I'm Brooke Tater, and I skate for arch rival roller derby. Even in my game today, I fell backwards on my head after a pretty big hit, but I was able to just keep going. I didn't really notice any impact to my head, which was nice. S1 helmet helped out. I'm Brooke Tater from arch rival roller derby, and S1 is part of my uniform.
Roller derby is like a really fun place where I can hang out with my friends and feel very included.
We are just finishing up the intermission, and we're ready to see some more junior roller derby.
Absolutely. This first half was really exciting, and I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen. Our score is sitting 97 white, 77 black.
Yeah, so a decently close game.
Yep. I
One
think so.
jam could be the difference.
Yep, it really could be. I also want to give a shout out at this moment to our skating and our non-skating officials and all the volunteers who make roller derby possible. We usually literally have a list of the officials' names. We don't have it for this game, so I don't want to leave anyone out. But we see the officials, both skating and non-skating, and shout out to them. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, and shout outs to all the other support staff that is here volunteering.
Absolutely.
We have our tech crew, of course. We have photographers, people at the merch stations, tickets at the entrance. So thanks to everyone who makes this possible.
Shout out to you, Coco. Thanks
Shout
for
out
making
to
this
you.
possible.
And to our other announcers.
Absolutely.
Who are here, and you will see some of them later.
Yeah, great announcing team. Okay, we've got players on track, just waiting for that first whistle.
Yeah, and we're going to start off with a level 1 jam. Team Black with full forward blockers on the track. Team White is down 1 blocker, which in level 1 derby can make a big difference.
Huge difference. We've got Mayhem, number 9, jamming for Black. And that's Ziggy Stardust, number 12, jamming for White.
I think the officials are just making sure everything is good and ready before we get going. Oh, actually, I think we need to do an equipment check.
Yep, that is what that looks like.
So because this is a juniors game, we want to make extra sure that everyone is being safe and that their equipment is good. So the refs check that everyone's helmet is on properly, they're wearing their mouth guards.
Helmets are tightened appropriately, so on and so forth.
And that toe stops are on tight. I
Oh,
noticed
yeah.
that was part of the juniors check too, and I think we should implement that in adult roller derby.
Yeah. Have you ever gone to a game without a piece of gear, like forgotten your mouth guard or?
I've gone to a scrimmage and forgotten my mouth guard before, yeah. Luckily, someone had a spare that hadn't been used yet.
Okay, that was going to be my next question.
And I had to run to the McDonald's across the street to get a cup of hot water.
Yeah, there are definitely derby players like nodding along with you right now of
Yep.
like, yes, also been there.
All right, and now we are maybe good to go. The players sure seem to think so.
Yeah. Still just waiting for that first whistle. Appreciate the sock game that's happening right now with the players on track. Ghosts, pink and purple stripes. Big into that. And I like that Bee Sting is wearing yellow socks. I think that's super thematic.
Very appropriate.
Yeah. Thought went into that one.
All
There's
right.
that whistle. Next whistle starts the jam.
And there's the whistle to start the jam. Mayhem trying to squeeze through on the outside, not quite making it. Meanwhile, Ziggy Stardust doing some laterals to try to make a hole. And no pack is called.
being called. Okay. Pack is resolved.
So it looked like Ziggy Stardust actually took lead there,
Yep.
just by a fraction of a second.
And our white blocker is back on track out of that box, so we're both two full teams on track.
And both blockers doing those lateral movements to try to find a hole through the four wall. Look at that great tracking from the jammers here.
Mm-hmm. Both jammers still trying to find a hole.
Yeah, the blockers covering those gaps really well.
Oh, and just on the outside line, our black jammer is trying to get through.
Yeah, and a no pack was called, so there will be a penalty assessed, I think, for disruption of pack maybe.
Just want to give a shout out to number 25 on the white team there, who was doing some excellent blocking of that black jammer.
Oh, no, there's a penalty being assessed to the black team's jammer. Looks like illegal contact.
And we've got a white blocker also heading to the box.
So this is a power jam for Team White. And there's the whistle for the end of the jam. Very low scoring 2-minute jam.
That's just 4 points going to each team.
But Team White will now have a power start for this level 2 jam.
So it's just a recap. We've got one white blocker in the box, and our black jammer is also sitting in the box. And we've got number 360, Cheeto. I don't know if we've seen this jammer on track yet.
No, I think just blocking.
Yes, we've seen them as a blocker.
All right, white team trying to set up a sweep, but the black blocker's staying in front of it, and Cheeto ends up finding a way through. White team again setting up that sweep.
We've got both players in the box standing, and our black jammer is re-entering the track. White blocker re-entering the track. And our black jammer is through on the initial pass.
And on the screen it says Mayhem is jamming for black, but I don't think that's true. I think it is Ruthless Red jamming for black right now. And Cheeto's going to decide to call it there, not go for a couple more points. So Team White going to score 8 points on that jam, and black scoring 4. In a level 2 jam, it's a lot harder to do points and call because you can't come into the pack with speed. So that's a smart call off there.
So that's Demonator, number 53, jamming for white, and Ghost in the Hall, number 29, jamming for black.
Now again, for the level 3 jam, we only have 2 blockers on each team. Oh, a huge hit from the white jammer, Demonator.
I want to shout out number 7-9 on the white team. That was Tornado Twister. Saw some great offense from that player.
And it's tough to do switching between offense and defense normally when you have 4 people on the track. Even harder when you only have 2, because every blocker matters so much.
Massively. All right, Silly Goose and Rena Red are our jammers this game. Kind of want to see a Silly Goose and Killer Goose jam against each other. I don't know if Killer Goose is a jammer.
Yeah, the goose versus goose matchup.
Yeah, get some goose on goose action.
Silly Goose struggling to get through that wall as Rena Red comes around. And Silly Goose gets through. Meanwhile, Rena Red doing some fancy footwork, but not finding a hole. Now Silly Goose has to find a way around their own team's blockers. And Rena Red forces a way through, which will be a penalty. And now this is a power jam for Team Black. Silly Goose looking for some offense and finding those holes.
And they're through. You should hear the cheering in the arena for our live stream people. The crowd is really going wild at every Silly Goose pass. Looking to get through on the outside line here, moving to the middle, and we have White Jammer back on track. That is Rena Red.
Yeah, but the black team's blockers are ready for it. And the white team's jammer trying to call it, but if you have a penalty, you lose lead.
You can no longer call off that jam once you lose lead.
Yeah, but
And,
luckily the jam was over anyway.
We were very close to the end, yes. We've got no players in the box, thankfully, so we're starting 2 full teams. Kill Pickle for Team White, Monster for Team Black.
Yeah, and that last jam, a big one for Team Black. They're almost caught up, 101 to 109.
Anything can happen in roller derby. It really isn't over till it's over.
Yeah, that was the whistle for an official timeout. Player is a little excited to get going, I think. There might be a discrepancy with the scoreboard. I see some discussion happening next to us. So if the scoreboard changes, we'll let you know.
At this time, I'd love to ask our live stream listeners and anyone else in the building if they've been personally victimized by Toronto Traffic or the TTC. Because if so, you should check out the Ontario Roller Derby merch table.
All right, and our next jam is off. Monster taking lead for Team Black very, very quickly. Meanwhile, Kill Pickle finding a way through.
That appears to be a forearm penalty, possibly, for a white blocker.
Yeah, and we saw that turnaround toe stop again from Monster.
It was a legal procedure, excuse me, not a forearm penalty. That was illegal procedure to the white blocker. So we'll have white starting 1 player in the box.
And 1 player on the track.
Yep. That is the situation before us.
That 1 player opting to do offense instead of defense, which I think is a smart choice in that situation. It didn't quite work out, but I don't think it was a wrong strategic decision.
move.
Yeah.
No, when you're just 1 blocker and you're trying to do offense, I mean, you could hold the jammer, but it's never going to be really for that long.
Yeah.
So helping your jammer get out, yeah, I definitely support that as a strategic move. Team Black is in a strong wall here. Team White's walled up as well.
Yeah, Team White back to their full 2 blockers on the track. And that'll force the call off from Team Black. Those 2 blockers doing an amazing job.
Yeah, it's really been impressive to see in these level 3 games. The 2 wall that the blockers are making, they're moving so well, they're reforming. Really impressed.
Yeah, it's very, very good practice, because often that'll happen during a game.
It will.
And if you haven't practiced blocking as a pair, you're not going to know what to do. But these players seem to know what to do quite well.
You can tell they've practiced blocking as a pair. Now we're back to a level 1 game with Ghost jamming for Team Black and No Pain No Gain jamming for Team White.
And both jammers looking for that hole. Looks like No Pain No Gain finds one and takes lead. And Ghost taking the outside line.
We've got No Pain No Gain entering the pack. We've got Cheeto trying to make some space on that outside line.
Meanwhile, number 77 on Team White calling to the rest of the team that the jammer is coming. And they're able to get together and stop that jammer.
I said Cheeto. It was actually Crash Test Dummy, everybody. Sorry. Want to give props where it's due, because Crash Test Dummy is doing an excellent job right now of really trying to block and hold that black jammer.
Yeah, both walls looking very solid right now. Those jammers pushing hard, but not too hard because this is level 1.
Absolutely.
Now, no pain, no gain, trying to step through.
We see number 7-7 Rebel really trying to help their jammer, really trying to do some offense and make space.
And Ghost gets through, picking up 4 points for the black team, which I think will put them in the lead. Unless I'm mistaken and those 4 points have already been added. Okay, so not quite. We don't have a lead change.
Well,
However,
we
black
went
team is
from-
getting very close.
We went from a 30-point difference to a 2-point difference in this game.
Yep. And we have about 8 minutes left. There's the whistle to start this next jam. Rebel taking some
Ooh.
offense from Killer Goose and getting through, taking lead.
That was a very clean offense, make a hole, take the hole situation. Great
Yep.
job, Team White, for that.
And Monster is through as well. Rebel again looking for that offense and finding the way through. Monster
called.
doing the classic spin move, turn around toe stop, but not scoring any points on that pass. Now we're up to our level 3 jam. Ghost in the Hell jamming for black and Tornado Twister for white. There's the whistle. Ghost in the Hell going down and taking a blocker down as well. And looks like Tornado Twister takes lead for white.
But Ghost is right behind.
Ghost in the Hell, not to be confused with Ghost, who was jamming two.
It's true.
Jams
We've got to
ago?
be specific about our ghosts here.
Yeah, it's a very haunted stadium. And Tornado Twister getting 4 points, calling it off. Meanwhile, black team's jammer picked up 3 points. So white widens the gap, but just a little bit.
Beasting, 1313, stepping up to jam for black. And Tabby Terror, number 252, jamming for white. And they're off.
Tabby Terror squeezing through on the outside, but stepping out and having to draw back. Meanwhile, Beasting doing those lateral moves, trying to find a hole. Both jammers quite stuck up against these walls. Blockers doing a great job of closing a gap anytime the jammer goes near.
And you can see Beasting is really trying to find just the smallest hole, get a foot in there and exploit that hole, but the white jammers are just not giving it. Oh, I thought Beasting might have, yeah, you see now trying to step through.
Yeah, but it's hard when you're not allowed to push the opposing blocker.
It's extremely difficult indeed. And we've seen a lot of great examples of blockers really getting in front, stepping in front, moving in front of that jammer trying to push through.
Yeah, we've been going now for a minute and a half with no lead.
We might have no lead this jam.
Yeah, amazing job by all of the blockers this jam.
Yep, they are working hard.
No pack
pack.
called. This is an opportunity that the Jammers could use to get through.
And is exactly what happened. Beesting takes that opportunity. They're not going to have the time, unfortunately, but that was a great use of that no pack call, that distraction, to find that hole.
Yeah, very, very hard jam for those two Jammers. We now have about 3.5 minutes left in the game. And only 7 points between the two teams. There's the whistle. Number 89 getting knocked to the outside and drawn back.
And that's lead for White, which is Cheeto jamming.
And Sinister is out as well as Cheeto comes around on a scoring pass. Looking for some offense. And finding it on the inside line, scoring those points and calling off the jam.
We've got just over 2.5 minutes left to this jam, or rather this game. Can Black pull it up? They most certainly could.
Yeah, they've had a really good comeback.
Yes, this is not a runaway game by any stretch.
We have Rock and Roller Coaster jamming for Black and Demonator for Team White. And Team White does get lead.
But Black is not far behind. Both re-entering the pack.
And Demonator getting through, calling it off, but it looks like the Black Jammer scored a full 4 points in that pass also. A very, very close jam. Both teams scoring 4 points.
And that is a penalty to a White blocker for...
White Jammer. Or White blocker, Black Jammer.
The Black Jammer has not received a penalty. I do think there was some signaling confusion there.
Okay, so the Black Jammer might have misheard the penalty.
That's I believe what happened. So we're only one White blocker in the box.
And we have Mollywop jamming for Black, Crash Test Dummy for White. Crash Test Dummy getting through but then falling down. And the Black blockers reform in front. Mollywop takes lead for Black. Crash Test Dummy racing across the other side of the track as Mollywop hits the pack. And Mollywop falling down on the inside line. Will we see a drawback? Just a little bit. Mollywop trying to step through on the outside, getting knocked out by White 2-3, who is going to get a penalty for that hit. And Crash Test Dummy squeezing through a tiny hole, and that's going to force the call off. We'll see how many points are picked up for each team. Team White picks up the full 4. Team Black picked up only 2 points.
And that brings us to the end of our juniors game. Our unofficial score, Black with 125 points against White with 138 points. A close game in the end.
Yeah. So next up, we're going to have the rest of our tournament.
Yep, the rest of Fresh and
So
the
make
Furious.
sure you stay tuned for that. We'll put up the brackets now so you can see what time your favorite teams are playing at. Up next, we have Renegade Rookies against the Rebel Bells. Then at 10:40, Team Rodeo against the Dirty Toxins.
That's 11:40.
Or 11:40.
Our Rodeo and the Toxins. Moving to our game 12, we'll see the Skateful Hogs and Peer Pressure. Game 13, Quebec City versus the Smash Squad. That'll be an interesting game. That was the final game in last
Yeah.
year's Fresh and the Furious. Our Eagle Beavers will play our game 14. We'll wait to see who they'll play and how the rest of the bracket will fill out.
Yeah, so make sure you stay tuned to watch those games.
Roller derby is like a really fun place where I can hang out with my friends and feel very included.
Hi, I'm Scald Eagle and I play for the Denver Roller Derby Mile High Club. Roller derby is really physical and it is totally possible to donk your conch, and which I have donked my conch quite a few times. I donked it pretty good in the final game of the 2015 season, the first time that we won the Hydra. In that final game, I donked it good enough. I'm pretty sure that if I hadn't been wearing this exact helmet or this exact brand helmet, I would have been a little scrambled eggs up there. So glad I was wearing it for sure. And certified's the way to go, 100%. So my noggin's really important to me, and I want to be smart in derby and after derby, hashtag S1. I'm Scald Eagle. I play for the Denver Roller Derby Mile High Club, and S1 is 100% part of my uniform.
Roller derby is like a really fun place where I can hang out with my friends and feel very included.
And welcome back to Fresh and the Furious 2026, Day 2. We are gearing up for what is Game 10 overall of our tournament, but it's our first regularly scheduled game for today. I am Jam Jams.
I am Coconut.
And we are super happy to welcome the Renegade Rookies and the Rebel Bells. The Renegade Rookies are made up of Renegade, how do you say this word?
Nipissing.
Thank you. Anyone on the live stream yesterday would have seen me also struggle with that. I'm not from here, but I'm working on it. And Nickel City Derby. And that team is number 11, Cootie Catcher, number 123, Eyes on Me, number 13, Felony Punisher, number 1408, Plot Twist, number 21, Mad Moosey, number 242, Ghost Rider, number 244, Nova, 28, Emanuela, number 350, Oopsian, number 37, Casket Case, number 45, Ghoulia, and number 7125, Spinebreaker.
Meanwhile, the Rebel Bells are made up of Grey Bruce, Georgina, and South Simcoe. We have 139 Sugar High, 16 Megatron, 19 Stefcon 1, 24 Weed Whacker, 25 Nicks and Bruises, 32 Angelus Lambsbury, 369 Ripperella, 404 Nancy Drew Blood, 661 Cherry Bomb, 6298 Deadly Dorito, 789 Coyote, 888 Rocket, 91 Caffeined Carter, 9192 Another Chick in the Wall. And it's listed on our thing as Grey Bruce, but that is Rebel Bells are in black and the Renegade Rookies are wearing white. Both of these teams made up of 3 different leagues.
And we've seen that a lot this Fresh and the Furious. Lots of teams are coming with players from a number of different leagues, and I really think that's awesome. Like the chance to get as many rookies as possible to play in Fresh. It's really amazing.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to meet new people, play with new people.
Absolutely.
And make connections that will, you'll run into those people at other games, and it's great because then you already have friends on the other teams.
Absolutely. And for a lot of the players taking the track, this has been their first roller derby tournament. For some, their first Fresh game was their first official roller derby game ever also. So it's just a really exciting and really amazing tournament. Shout out to everyone watching on the live stream. Please put in the chat, who's your team? Who are you cheering for? We've got people shouting out the Renegades, shouting out Nipissing. Got it that time. And absolutely, we've got a comment saying, love how the teams get to work together. I love that too. It's really great.
Yeah, I think this year more than most years we have combined teams. In previous years we had teams. It was tough because we had some teams with only like 8 or 9 players.
Yeah.
And so I think it's much better for teams to team up and fill out a roster than for everyone to send just, 8 players.
Absolutely. All right, we have got players on track. That is Nova, number 244, jamming for the Renegade Rookies. And that is Caffeined Carter, number 91, jamming for the Rebel Bells.
And Nova very quickly taking lead for Team White. Now coming around on a scoring pass. Hopping to the outside and then going to the inside, taking that line, scoring 4 points. Meanwhile, Caffeine Carter got knocked out and drawn back.
That's a penalty given for a white blocker.
Yeah, Caffeine Carter got knocked out to the inside. And there's going to be the call off from Nova. 8 points picked up for Renegade. Should be 8.
And that penalty for that white blocker was a multiplayer penalty.
I could be wrong, but I think that was their second scoring pass. Yes, okay, there it is. Now it's on the scoreboard.
We've got Casket Case jamming for Renegade and Weed Whacker jamming for Rebel Bells.
And Casket Case struggling to find a way through, getting knocked around on the outside line, finding a way through the middle and taking lead.
And we've got Weed Whacker also out of the pack.
Now Casket Case is coming around on the apex, fighting through those blockers, and a big pile up, which lets Weed Whacker get through and score a full 4 points.
We've got Nova stepping up to jam for the Renegade rookies in white, and that's Rocket jamming for the Rebel Bells in black.
There's the whistle, the white tripod trying to back up into the black team's jammer.
And Nova takes the inside line, just getting around that black tripod.
Yeah, so that's another lead for the Renegade rookies. And Nova falling down into the tripod, which lets Rocket get through and score 4 points for the Rebel Bells. I just realized we have the Renegades against the Rebels.
We do, yes.
It's a little bit confusing.
I've been trying very hard to say the right one. Okay, we've got Casket Case jamming for white and Coyote jamming for black. Shout out to Felony in the chat. Shout out to Nova in the chat. Both great players. If you're in the chat, feel free to shout out who you're cheering for.
All right, both jammers hitting the opposing team's tripods and pushing into a mess of bodies. Coyote getting knocked out to the inside line, coming right back in. And Casket Case, I think, has already been called lead, but then got stuck at the front of the pack against number 1-6 Megatron.
So we've got a penalty for a white blocker for a direction. That was a directional penalty. And we've also got a black blocker going to the box, also for a directional penalty.
And looks like another penalty called. Casket Case going to call it off there. We'll see how many points were picked up by... I'm mixing up the teams here. By the Rebel Bells and that pass. No points for either team on the final pass. So 4 points in that jam for Renegades, 0 for the Rebels.
This is going to be a power start jam for the Renegade rookies, as that was a forearm penalty given to our black jammer just at the end of that previous jam.
And Nova is jamming for the Renegades.
We've got our white blocker that was in the box back on track. So the Renegade rookies are at a full team. Rebel Bells, 2 in the box.
And Nova just smashing through, finding that offense, scoring 4 points.
Both of those black players in the box are standing, and both of them are released. That's the black jammer coming back on track.
And Coyote just getting a lot of speed around that corner, coming in and hitting the pack, but the white team's blockers have already reformed into their tripod. Coyote finding a way through, getting knocked down.
Those white blockers reformed right around, fighting, and Coyote is through.
Nova sneaking through on the inside and calling it off. Looks like probably 3 points picked up on that final pass. A big jam for the Renegades.
We've got Casket Case stepping up to jam for our Renegade rookies. And that's Caffeine Carter jamming for the Rebel Bells. And
a very quick lead for the Rebels. I think this is their first lead of the game.
Yeah, it might be. That was really impressive to see how Caffeine Carter just really went committed to that inside line and got
Yeah, a
through.
huge hit from number 7125. That is Spinebreaker. I can see how they got that name. Casket Case is out of the pack now too, but Caffeine Carter is sneaking up behind very quickly, getting knocked out to the inside line and drawn back by number 45, Gulia.
We have one black jammer in the box right now, and that was for a forearm penalty. We've
Oh.
got a second black
This
player.
is the jammer.
This is indeed the jammer who has just gone to the box. And that
So
was for a
that's-
high block, a head block, rather.
That's a power jam now for the Renegades, but some great blocking by number 24. That's Weed Whacker. And trying to force the call off, but Casket Case doesn't have lead. This has been a great penalty kill by the Renegade rookies. Or, sorry, great penalty kill by the Rebel Bells.
Black Jammer is back on track. Through the pack, scored 4 points. This is a full 2-minute jam in the last 5 seconds. And Black is able to pull those points.
Yeah, another huge hit from number 45, Gulia.
Just want to give a shout out to Weed Whacker there. You commented when it was happening, but that was some really impressive one-on-one blocking.
Yeah.
That blocker was able to hold the jammer really well.
On the power jam, too.
Yep, yep.
All right, there's the whistle. The white tripod backing up very quickly, but they can't catch Rocket. Rocket takes lead very quickly, but the other jammer is very close behind.
Are we going to get some jammer on jammer action here? Not quite, not quite.
Rocket going to the outside, getting knocked out, calling it off.
You see
Well-
how many points White picked up? That looks like 2 points picked up for the Renegade rookies on that one.
And 1 point picked up for the Rebel Bells. Now we have Coyote jamming for the Rebel Bells and Eyes on Me for the Renegades.
During one of yesterday's games, I kept calling Eyes on Me 1, 2, 3. And it's so easy, you know?
It's a great name.
It's such a rhymey name.
All right, and looks like Coyote has taken lead. Eyes on Me following behind. A very fast pack as both teams scramble to get their tripods together. Coyote trying to use some of their blockers to get through the pack. Meanwhile, Eyes on Me knocked out to the outside line. Coyote gets through and thinking about calling it off, but looks like the bench is saying to keep going. Eyes on Me still stuck in the pack. Trying to take the star off, but this is a scoring pass. Now both jammers are stuck. Coyote also looking to take the star off.
Eyes on Me just through the pack. Well done. Gets through and scores that 4 points.
Coyote threw on the outside and did make a star pass.
Yep.
So now Megatron is jamming for the Rebels, and this will be a 2-minute jam. Megatron skating through on the inside line. And a big pile up as Eyes on Me comes into the tripod. Now Eyes on Me taking the star off. Are we going to see a double star pass?
I think Eyes on Me is absolutely going for it. And that is successful. That star pass happens.
Meanwhile, Megatron has gotten a penalty. Not sure what for. We'll see in a second and update you.
We now have number 242, Ghost Rider, jamming for Team White. And a toe stop has been lost on the track.
If you're keeping a tally, I think that's the second toe stop to come off this during this tournament.
For those of us who joined us for our juniors game, you'll remember that they did a gear check kind of in the middle, and this is one of the purposes of a gear check, to make sure those toe stops are on tight. Although even sometimes when you test them and they are on tight, they can still come off in a game.
Yeah. Yesterday I got hit by a toe stop.
Oh, did you really?
Yes, it was rolling. It didn't fly at me, but.
Do you imagine the toe stop just coming up and completely over and behind the announcer table?
Yeah.
That would be a first for me. We're now in an official timeout.
Yeah, that was a bit of a messy jam, so we'll see what the outcome of this is.
Right now we've got one player, currently both jammers, in fact, in the box.
So we'll see what happens at the start of this next jam.
That
I
we
assume
will.
one of them will probably go in immediately. The other one will have to sit, but not for a full penalty. So we can't have the game without a jammer. If both jammers end up in the box, then one jammer has to, or the jammer that's already sitting is able to get up and go, and the incoming jammer then has to sit for the same amount of time as the other jammer sat.
Exactly, and we saw that a number of times in yesterday's games, actually.
Yeah.
Where both jammers went to the box. In fact, in one game, both jammers got penalties at the same time, and it was a race to the box to see
you
who
sit
would
down
sit first,
and then just immediately
who
get
would
back
get up
up.
first. Yep.
Now, both of these jammers were the pivots in that previous jam. I think this is the first time I've ever seen that.
Yeah, this is definitely a unique game for our penalties and our rules.
And that was the whistle to start the jam, and looks like one of the jammers is out and the other one is already standing in the box. So Megatron is out, jamming for the Rebel Bells. But not far behind is Ghost Rider. Megatron got another penalty immediately, looks like a forearm. So this is a power jam for the Renegades. Not clear if Ghost Rider has lead. I think so. So this won't be a 2-minute jam, thankfully. I'm sure all the players are grateful for that. Actually,
it's not the jam ref is not indicating.
yeah, the jam
lead.
ref was pointing in the last pass, but not in this one. I guess we'll see if Ghost Rider calls it off or not. And Megatron is back on the track now. And that was a cut. I could see that from here. So Megatron is going back to the penalty box. Now, in these 20-minute games, it's 4 penalties before you foul out. So Megatron is probably getting close to that.
Yep, they're sitting at 3 penalties.
Meanwhile, Ghost Rider getting knocked out to the inside and drawn back. White team looking to do some offense. Oh, and some great offense there from number 2-1. It might have been directional, but it got the jammer through. Yes, it was a directional. Now both jammers are back on the track, and that is the end of the jam.
So we've got 2 white blockers in the box. One of those blockers is standing.
That was a very interesting jam.
It was. And that's an official timeout called.
I feel like if you're studying to be a ref,
Yeah.
you should watch that jam and try to analyze everything
What
that
happened.
happened.
Yeah, truly. I also want to take a second to shout out the ref, or rather absolutely shout out our refs and our NSOs. And on skates for this game, we've got Marie Fury, Lippy, Grand Theft Auto, Burden of Paradise, Gravy, Tri-Catch, Sugar Shack, and Big Red. And our non-skating officials, we've got AK, Terror Bites, Daddy Longlegs, Pony Boy, Jennifer Russell, Slater, Cat O' Nine Lives, Rye Bread, Mars Rover, Jaded Mandarin, and Matant. Thank you, officials, volunteers,
Yeah,
and
and-
everyone.
While we're shouting out, let's also shout out our coaches for these teams with their amazing outfits.
The coach fashion is just really popping off this tournament, I have got to say.
Yeah,
The
the
light-up shoes that are happening.
disco ball cowboy hat and everything.
It's just excellent, really excellent. I see in the chat we've got some shout-outs to Felony, to Casket. Keep that going in the chat.
All right, and there's the whistle to end the timeout. Oh, no, there's a whistle to start a different timeout.
An official timeout. I
Yeah.
believe that last one was a team timeout. Is that right?
Yes. All right, well, while we're doing shout-outs, let's also shout out our track repair crew.
Oh my gosh, absolutely.
Yeah, right now it is Slay Market Affair and Drew.
The busiest bees, truly,
Yes.
are those with their eyes on the track, always repairing that thing.
The amount of tape that we go through.
Truly. It can be outrageous,
Yes.
honestly. the
When
volume of
we
tape.
tear up the track and we gather all the tape together into giant tape balls.
Yep. That's fun, though. At the end of the game, I like to see how long I can go just pulling without breaking the tape.
Yeah. See who can get the biggest tape ball.
Exactly. I'll take a minute now to also shout out Prism Social. They're here with us in our vendor market. They're a queer-led community group that services the York region and the GTA. They're queer-led, by queers, for queers, queer-centric. They run low-cost events and activities for people that identify anywhere on the queer spectrum to make friends, find a sense of belonging, connect, and just have a safe space and express yourself. So check out Prism Social and see what kind of events they're hosting, what you might want to check out.
Yeah, we'll also talk a little bit about this tournament, which I don't think we've done like the full intro yet. This is the Fresh and the Furious, a 2-day tournament jam-packed with games played by only the freshest players. These players have less than a year of experience. Games are 20 minutes long. This is our 14th Fresh and the Furious that we've run
Wow.
here at Hogtown Roller Derby.
I didn't know that. 14 is a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, shout out Hogtown.
Yesterday, we had the first ever Junior Roller Derby Canadian Championship, which was very exciting if you were here to watch this. We also had our junior exhibition game earlier today. As well, yesterday we handed out the Louisa Calimaris Heart Award. And we have 2 sponsors this year, S1 and Rollerbones. And that is all the information that I have here.
Well, maybe
However-
just keep going on the Fresh and the Furious thread. We have merch. We have lots of merch, and it's really freaking awesome merch.
Yes.
You can check that out if you're here in person at the Fresh and the Furious at the Larry Grossman Arena in Toronto. All of our merch is designed by Hogtown's own Bananarchy. That is original designs that came out of their head. It's every year. You know, it's really impressive to see the artwork that Bananarchy provides for the Fresh and the Furious. So go check out your merch.
Yeah, there's been a non-stop line at the merch booth.
It's true. And you can customize your own jerseys here or scrim shirts. If you want your name and your number on your shirt, just check that out. They're able to do that for you. And they've also got stickers and buttons and so much more. So check out your merch.
Yeah, while we're here and still waiting for this official timeout, why don't we look at the brackets and look at our upcoming games. Our next game is going to be Team Rodeo against the Dirty Toxins, then the Skateful Hogs versus Peer Pressure.
We'll have a little bit of a break then, and then coming back, we'll have Quebec City versus the Smash Squad. Our 140 game is the Eagle Beavers. We don't know who they're going to be up against yet. We'll see how the rest of these brackets play out.
They're going to be against the winner of this game.
Well, we'll see how this game plays out,
Yeah.
and we'll know. And then as the tournament continues, of course, this bracket gets filled in.
All right. Looks like our officials are just about done their conversations. There's the whistle ending the official timeout. And after all of that, there are 2 blockers for the Renegades in the box and 1 for the Rebel Bells. Nova is jamming for the Renegades and Megatron for the Rebel Bells. Both jammers out of the pack at almost the exact same time. It looks like the Rebel Bells have lead. A huge hit from number 1-9, Stefcon 1.
Yep.
And some great blocking from Rocket at the front of the pack, too. Caffeinated Carter fighting through that tripod as Nova also comes around to hit the pack. A little hop to the inside for Nova, gets through. Meanwhile, Caffeinated Carter is drawn back. And there's the call off. Oh, sorry, I think we actually have an injury. So we'll cut away for a second now. And we'll talk about another one of our vendors that we have here today. Nitro Skates, your local family-owned roller skate store, helping with everything from a loose toe stop to fully customized setups. Stop by their table for a chat today.
I'll also give a shout out now to Monarch Designs. They are your go-to for customizable roller derby tees, tanks, hoodies with attitude. Don't forget the attitude. It's a very important element in the types of services that Monarch provides. From skaters to refs to the derby family, they create bold designs that really let your personality show. They're proudly inclusive and pride supportive because derby is for everyone. You can check them out here in our vendor alley.
Yeah, and I think we're just going to take a quick break here. No, actually, the skater is getting up, so we should be able to get back to it very quickly. All right, the injured skater is back up and skating. You can hear the support from the crowd.
Absolutely.
Always good to see that the person gets up and is able to skate again after.
Absolutely, absolutely. See a comment in the chat that says the fresh merch is outstanding this year. Thank you on behalf of Bananarchy and Hogtown. I completely agree. Yes, all pressed in-house. I love those little fishies. That's the 5 seconds.
And both teams take the track. We have Weed Whacker jamming for the Rebels and Casket Case for the Renegades. And Weed Whacker gets through, taking lead.
There's currently sitting still one white blocker in the box.
Weed Whacker coming around, going to the inside, getting knocked out and drawn back. But fighting away on the outside line as Casket Case comes into the pack. Casket Case fighting to get through, while Weed Whacker just skates by on the inside line unopposed. Casket Case getting bumped around by Coyote and getting a forearm penalty. This is a power jam for the Rebel Bells. Great opportunity for them to close the gap, catch up. And we can see their blockers trying to do a sweep and push the opposing blockers to the outside. Weed Whacker takes that hole on the inside. And they're setting up for their offense again.
So it seems that Team Black is looking to do a sweep.
And it is successful. Weed Whacker does skate out, but I don't know if a drawback is necessary.
We've got our White Jammer back on track out of that penalty box with 15 seconds left to the jam.
And Casket Case finding a way through, scoring 4 points. Meanwhile, Weed Whacker skating through with very little effort. Oh, spoke too soon. It was a cut.
Yes. Which means this is going to be a power start for the Renegade rookies.
And it looks like they're already setting up for their sweep. All four blockers standing in a line.
For anyone who may be new or not quite clear on what that term is, the sweep, you see our White Jammers here Starting in a line, they all moved onto that black tripod to try and clear that inside lane for their jammer to just come through. So
Yeah.
this is what we mean when we talk about sweeping.
Yeah, for those of you unfamiliar, that was a beautiful example.
It was a great example. Super successful.
And Nova getting through again on a scoring pass, picking up 4 points.
Our black jammer is standing and has been released from the box.
The white blockers, I don't think they've noticed yet, though. They're still on offense. Oh, but one of them knocks Weed Whacker to the outside and draws back.
And that is a penalty for Nova, the white jammer. So we are back in a power jam situation, just swapped in the other way.
Yeah, and this is going to be a 2-minute jam now. Oh no, that was a forearm penalty. So we're going to see another jammer penalty box swap.
So there are no jammers on track right now, but very shortly, as soon as our black jammer sits, our white jammer is going to be released and is now entering the track.
Yeah, so now Nova will sit for the same amount of time, or sorry, Weed Whacker will sit for the same amount of time that Nova did.
Black jammer is standing. And black jammer has been released and is re-entering the track. With 15 seconds left to the jam, just a little more than that left to the game.
Yeah, so we may see one more jam after this one.
We may. I live in hope that we will.
Yes. Sometimes the game clock is a little bit off, so we'll see what the refs end up deciding.
You know, a chant from the crowd of one more jam wouldn't hurt.
And an official review being called. The official review being called by the Rebel Bells. So now we'll get to see some more of that coach fashion.
I was just going to say, yep. It's giving very Beyonce Renaissance to me. The sparkly cowboy hat. One of Beyonce's best albums. You can find me later if you're here and we can talk about it.
And we'll see if they end up telling us what the result of this is. It's been, I think, more than 50% of the time they've told us.
Yeah, I'm sitting at about 50.
Which is nice, because usually we're just here speculating.
It's true, it's true.
So we will let you know as soon as we know. And look at, there's a view of our crowd that we have here today. And we can see our skaters for our next game already there, ready to warm up.
And speaking of our next game, maybe we can take a quick look at the bracket for what we're going to see. Our next game being Team Rodeo, who also, shout out to their fashion, they had some really great jort action going on yesterday.
Yeah, it's a very brave choice to play derby in jorts.
It is, but they made that choice, and I kind of love them for it.
I respect that choice. I would not make it myself.
Against the Toxins, that's going to be at roughly 11:40. I say as it's already past 12, but you know what? It's going to give the energy of being 11:40.
It's going to be 10 minutes after this game finishes.
Absolutely. Followed by the Skateful Hogs and Peer Pressure. Following that, we've got Quebec City versus the Smash Squad. And we've got the Eagle Beavers versus the winner of this current game, which we will wait before making an official comment on.
Yep. Because we will probably have one more jam.
I expect we will.
And anything can happen.
We're not saying anything until it's done. We've also got some great dancing. Look, the energy here at the Fresh and the Furious 2026 is just so good. It's just so good. The teams are so friendly. Everyone's having fun. We're here to play derby, of course.
Yeah.
But you know, derby is so much more than just the hitting. It's the community. It's the vibe.
All of both lines are dancing now.
Yeah, and these two teams have got it down. you think we could start a wave?
Us?
It could be us.
3-person wave.
I'm going to work on that. If you're listening now and you're out in the vendor village, do a wave.
Oh, we have the result of our... All right, so the Rebel Bells were looking for some additional points. They thought they were missing points, but it turned out that their jammer did not complete the initial pass, so those points were not assigned. So they have lost their official review. But you wouldn't know it by looking at the team.
You absolutely would not. Shout out to that skirt. I would wear that skirt.
Oh, I guess they don't know it yet. They're just hearing it now.
Oh. But something tells me it's not going to break their spirit either way.
No, because the real reason we're here is to have fun.
Actually, yes. That is the core of why we're here. And that's really in the spirit of the Fresh and the Furious.
All right, and we are going to get one more jam.
We've got Nova, number 244, jamming for the Renegade Rookies. And we've got Rocket, number 888, jamming for the Bells.
And Rocket takes lead, but Nova is right behind. And the crowd is going absolutely wild.
And that's both jammers. Oh, no, Rocket is out and does have to go back to re-enter the track. Nova is through.
Rocket trying again on the outside, getting through. Nova getting a hit to the inside, knocked out, but jumping right back in, and that will be a cut for Nova.
Giving a power jam to the Rebel Bells. With 1 minute left, 1 minute and 5 seconds left, I should say, to this jam.
Yeah, let's see how many points they can rack up here.
Rocket once again skates out.
A forearm penalty being assessed to one of the Rebel Bells blockers, as Rocket is fighting at the back of the pack.
Nova is now standing in the box, getting ready to re-enter the track. And Nova has re-entered.
Some great offense from Megatron helping Rocket get through.
The crowd is going wild.
It is very, very loud in here right now.
It is super loud. Oh, beautiful. Rocket takes the inside line. No sweat.
Oh, and a big hit from Megatron. And that is the end of the jam. A 16-point jam for the Rebel Bells, 12 points for the Renegades, which means the Renegades are our winners. So that is the end of our first game of the tournament today.
That was just such an exciting game.
Yeah,
especially you can feel it literally in the arena when the tension builds, and we're getting closer, and the jammers in the box and the power jam. It was awesome. That was some good, entertaining roller derby.
Yes, always. At this
Always.
tournament, such great games.
But not just entertaining. There were excellent, skillful, intentional plays, like the sweep we were talking about.
Yeah.
That was beautifully executed. Saw some excellent footwork both on the inside and outside line from the jammers, getting around those tripods. Just two really strong teams who had a great performance here.
Absolutely. And there was the whistle signaling that is our final score for this game. So that means that the Renegades are going to go on to play against the Eagle Beavers later today. But stay tuned. Up next, we have Rodeo against the Dirty Toxins.
Roller derby is like a really fun place where I can hang out with my friends and feel very included.
Hi, I'm Scald Eagle, and I play for the Denver Roller Derby Mile High Club. Roller derby is really physical, and it is totally possible to donk your conch, and which I have donked my conch quite a few times. I donked it pretty good in the final game of the 2015 season, the first time that we won the Hydra. In that final game, I donked it good enough. I'm pretty sure that if I hadn't been wearing this exact helmet or this exact brand helmet, I would have been a little scrambled eggs up there. So glad I was wearing it for sure. And certified's the way to go, 100%. So my noggin's really important to me, and I want to be smart in derby and after derby, hashtag S1. I'm Scald Eagle. I play for the Denver Roller Derby Mile High Club, and S1 is 100% part of my uniform.
Roller derby is like a really fun place where I can hang out with my friends and feel very included.
And welcome back to the Fresh and the Furious 2026. We are just gearing up for Game 11 of our tournament. That's our second game today, Game 11 overall. This is Rodeo versus the Toxins. Now, for those of you tuning in on the live stream, you will notice we are behind schedule. And that's what happens when you play a roller derby. Between games, there's going to be about 10 minutes. So just keep your eye on that bracket to know when your team is coming up. And let's just switch to the bracket here quickly. You'll see these times listed. Again, we're running behind, so you can look for your team and just add a little bit, 20 or so minutes, but check back in here. And we're going to now talk about our teams playing on the track, starting with Team Rodeo. I'll hand it over to my co-announcer here, Jamurai Jack. Tell us who's on Team Rodeo.
Thanks, Jam Jams. So on Team Rodeo, it's a mix of Peterborough, Ottawa, OVRD, and Kingston. And for the Toxins, it's going to be a mix of the Durham Region Roller Derby and Toronto Roller Derby. Both teams yesterday played really strong offense and defense, so it's sure to be a good matchup against them. And then just a shout out to our officials here today. We have AK, Terror Bites, Daddy Longlegs, Ponyboy, Jennifer Russell, Slater, Kato 9 Lives, Rybread, Mars Rover, Jaded Mandarin, Matante, Marie Fury, Lippy, Grand Theft Otter, Bird in a Paradise, Grey V, Tri-Catch, Sugar Shack, and Big Red.
Thank you to all our officials, both skating and non-skating, and also all volunteers. And thanks to you, JJ.
Thanks to you, Jam Jams.
Players are on track. We're just waiting for that whistle.
We'll have Clitoral Hit, number 304 up for the Toxins, along with Miss Andrea up for Rodeo. Literal Hit pushing up on the inside, gets knocked out. And we have Rodeo taking lead. Jammer coming back around on their second scoring pass. And we have a power jam for Rodeo as Clitoral Hit is headed to the penalty box.
And that was a cut track penalty given to Clitoral Hit.
Miss Andrew manages to make it through on the outside line, getting 4 more points. Power jam still going on, pushing through, and the tripod is down, trying to take on the outside line and manage to push through the pack.
And we've got our Black Jammer Black back on track, coming around to enter the pack. And they're still working on their initial pass. And that's the whistle. A 16-point jam for Rodeo.
Definitely a strong start there.
And Rodeo is on the track in white this game. We've got the Toxins on track in black. Shout out to you if you're watching on the live stream. Feel free to put in the chat what team you're going for, who your players are, and we'll shout them out as we see them.
Next up, we'll have hardcore jamming for the Toxins, along with Hogan jamming for Rodeo.
We've got an official timeout called. The officials are conversing.
In the meantime, why don't we shout out one of our sponsors? We have Nitro Skates sponsoring one of our vendors today. Nitro Skates, your local family-owned roller skate store, helping with everything from a loose toe stop to fully customized setups. Stop by their table for a chat today. And there goes the whistle to set up. Next whistle starts the jam. And both jammers trying to take the inside line.
That is some excellent blocking from Team White from this Rodeo. They caught that Black Jammer. Yeah, that was great.
Hogan managing to sneak through on the outside line there, gaining 4 points.
And both
Toxins.
jammers are out. Great.
Toxins jammer coming around, managing to get past their initial. And Rodeo calls off the jam with 4 extra points.
We've got number 7, Bruiser Bunny, stepping up to jam for the Toxins. And that's 8-3-0 Moth Mayhem, jamming for Rodeo. Wow, and that is from 91, Kaleidoscope on the Toxins. Big hit there.
And that'll be a cut penalty to Rodeo's jammer, headed to the box. This is an opportunity for the Toxins to get some points on the board and catch up to Rodeo. Even with the power jam, big hits from Rodeo on Bruiser Bunny.
That's the White Jammer standing, and White Jammer released from the box, re-entering the track. And it is once again a power jam, now flipped, as we've got our Black Jammer just sent to the box.
This will be a 2-minute jam with no lead jammer.
This is a great time for Rodeo to catch up on some points. Well, not points overall as they're in the lead, but points for this this jam.
Big hits from Moth Mayhem. Manages to get back up after being knocked down and skate back around.
That was a really interesting play because Moth Mayhem just pushed right through.
Absolutely.
Those blockers, those white blockers were just kind of waiting, and Mayhem said, no, I got it. I got this tripod.
Bruiser Bunny makes it through as soon as they get out of the box.
And that's going to be a penalty, another penalty for the Toxins.
For Kaleidoscope, number 91.
So the Toxins are going to start this next jam. 2 in the box. One of those players is standing, excuse me.
Next up, we'll have Miss Andry for the Miss Andry for the Rodeo, and we'll have Clitoral Hit for the Toxins. Great footwork from Miss Andry there on the inside line, using their toe stops to run through the pack.
That was a great run back by number 626 from Rodeo.
And Clitoral Hit is headed to the penalty box for the Toxins, meaning a power jam for Rodeo.
And that was a cut track penalty given to the Black Jammer.
.626 doing some great offensive work there, along with number 404 for Rodeo, allowing Miss Andrew to get through and get 4 more points.
We've got our Black Jammer back on track. Miss Andrew is still our lead jammer. Whoa! That was some fancy toe stop work on that inside line from Miss Andrew. Didn't quite work out, but very impressive.
Multiple players out on the track getting back up, and Miss Andrew manages to make it through. Drawback from number 626 on Clitoral Hit, still trying to make their way back around.
We've got a Black Jammer headed to the box for a directional penalty. We've really been hanging out right here in this apex for quite a bit of this game, or for this jam. Oh, Miss Andrew takes that inside line. As Clitoral Hit goes back to the box.
We have Monsters Turtles number 11 in the box for Rodeo, one of their blockers.
That was a pretty penalty-heavy jam.
It was.
I see in the chat we've got someone shouting out Kaleidoscope. Way to go to Kaleidoscope. Also a comment cheering for Team Rodeo and our fresh Peterborough area roller derby skaters, but also super excited to see familiar Durham region roller derby folks on the track as well. Shout out to all of those teams. Shout out to Miss Andrea in the chat. That's number 22, Hagen, jamming for Team White. And as a reminder, our black jammer is still in the box.
Hagen hitting the pack before getting an offensive help, and 522 is managing to sneak their way in there if they can get around.
Black jammer back on track, approaching the pack.
And Clitoral Hit is out of their initial, coming around on their first scoring pass of the jam. And Hagen just manages to make it through there, right through the middle of the pack.
We're starting this jam, no players in the box. Love to see it. I think I spoke too soon on that one. We have got one black jammer in the box. It's number 522, who is sitting a directional penalty. Now, as a reminder to everyone watching at Fresh and the Furious, where our games are only 20 minutes, there's a maximum of 4 penalties a player can receive before they foul out.
And we have a team timeout going on, which is a good chance for people to catch their breath, regroup, talk some strategy, and then head back out for the last 10 minutes of the game.
JJ, did you play in Fresh and the Furious?
I did.
What year was that?
2 years ago now. It was such a great weekend. Yeah, just such positive energy.
Yeah, that's
the
what I
whole
really
weekend.
noticed. My Fresh was last year, and it was
Oh,
it was
how
absolutely
it?
awesome.
And
yeah.
you came from Montreal, correct?
That's right. Yeah.
Nice.
Played with Montreal Roller Derby last year. We just had the best time. The vibes were excellent, and we've seen that at this tournament, of course.
Absolutely.
The energy in this arena is just so good.
It seems like every time I look off to the benches, the teams are dancing.
They're always dancing.
I mean-
Absolutely.
You look to the middle of the track, the officials are usually dancing at different points in time.
Yeah, there's a lot of dancing.
There's a lot of dancing.
involved in the Fresh and the Furious.
So how can you have a bad time?
Honestly. We still look, I thought that official timeout was resolved there, but it looks like there's still
some talks in the middle there, maybe potentially figuring out this penalty situation. Okay, so now the team timeout has turned into an official timeout. If we figure out the results of that, we'll let you know. There do seem to be a lot of conversations happening around the penalty box back and forth. In the meantime, let's talk about Prism Social. Prism Social is a queer community group that services York Region and the GTA. They're queer-led and queer-centric. They run low-cost events and activities for people that identify as 2SL, LGBTQIA+ to attend, to find a sense of belonging and connection, as well as a place that they can feel free to be themselves.
Shout out Prism Social. Thank you for being here. Okay, we've got that whistle. That ends that official timeout. And we've got players back on track.
And there's no changes made to the penalty box, so it seems like any conversations around that have stood.
We've got Moth Mayhem, number 838, jamming for Rodeo. And that's going to be number 934, Hardcore, jamming for Black, the Toxins. Now it's still showing here that we're on an official timeout. Discussion's still happening. So maybe I'll take this opportunity, JJ, to ask you, have you ever dodged a fare inspector on the GO train?
I cannot admit to that on the live stream.
And you know
Just
what?
kidding.
That was the correct answer. And if you want to know more about that, check out Team Ontario. They want to talk to you about their experiences with fare inspectors and the GO train.
And while you're there, why not check out some of their awesome merch?
You may as well. Also give a shout out to our Fresh and Furious volunteers, both who are here in the arena and who are running merch tables, who are running the check-in table, who are organizing food for volunteers. The team that is required to make Fresh and the Furious happen is so huge. And people are so happy to do it and are so generous and
So
giving
ma-
of their time.
So many hours spent putting into it to make this tournament happen.
So many.
So thank you to all of them, and thank you to all the teams who come from so far.
Absolutely. And the teams have been practicing so much. And all these teams that also are made up of players who come from many different roller derby leagues. I mean, that's what we see here. Peterborough, Ottawa Valley, Kingston, Toronto, Durham region, all coming together just on this one game. It's just really awesome to see. Now's a great time to also remind everyone who is here at the arena, you can get your Fresh and Furious merch. It is all designed by Bananarchy of Hogtown Roller Derby. Those are their original designs. Every year I'm so excited to see the release of what the Fresh merch is going to be.
They always step it up.
It's just-
Everyone is just better than the last.
It's just
You
so
never
good.
know how.
And you can get your scrim jerseys customized with your name and your number right here on site. We can hand press it. They're also able, actually, if you have a jersey or a shirt that you like, they can actually press the Fresh logo onto a shirt that you already own as well. So keep that in mind if that's something that works for you.
Okay, there goes the whistle. Next whistle will start the jam. And we're off, and Moth Mayhem is pushing through that pack to gain lead jammer. It's a close call between them. Some jammer on jammer action there. Hardcore is right behind Moth Mayhem, who's trying to figure out if they have time to get those points.
And that's going to be a 0-point jam for Team Black and a 2-point jam for Team White.
They were neck and neck on that one.
Truly, yeah.
It's always fun to see some jammer on jammer action. You don't always see that in a Fresh tournament.
I live for it.
I do too.
It's my favorite part of Derby.
Even as a jammer, I live for it. We'll have Miss Andrea up for Team White, along with Cinnamon Spider up for the Toxins.
We have one black jammer in the box. They are standing and are now being released.
Miss Andrea takes lead on that one, coming back around for their scoring pass. Nice spinning footwork there from Miss Andrea, and then Cinnamon Spider has made it out of their initial. Let's see if Miss Andrea calls it off before Cinnamon Spider can get any points.
Oh, now that was an excellent hit from number 14.
Cobra Sky there on the Toxins.
Lining up to jam, we have got number 22, Hagen for Team White, and that's 934 Hardcore for Team Black.
Hagen manages to take the outside line, getting through with some help from their offense. 934 trying to find an opening to get through, headed into the White's tripod. Big hit from number 626. But Hardcore manages to make it through getting past. Not before Hagen calls it off the jam. Another official review going on. For a fresh tournament, there do seem to be a lot of official reviews happening this weekend.
And you know, I kind of like it in
I
the
do
sense
too.
of, you know, the officials who come, they're quite serious. You know, we recognize that these are freshies, that there are going to be more penalties perhaps than one might see, but the officials take this seriously. They recognize the level, the intention, the way that these skaters have been preparing, you know.
Absolutely.
This is a
Preparing them
real
for future
tournament.
games. It is.
It is, absolutely.
And a lot of the officials, too, are new. We have some experienced ones coaching and adding some mentoring to that. So it gives everyone a chance to participate and learn the sport.
Absolutely.
We'll be starting this jam with no one in the penalty box. All players on the track. We'll have Hellyfish Princess for the Toxins, along with Moth Mayhem for Rodeo. See some dancing on the track.
Someone please drop the playlist. Honestly, it's just been banger
So good.
after banger. If you'd like to dance along at home, we're currently on Gimme Gimme Gimme.
Yeah, let us know.
And that's the whistle to end the official review, or official timeout, excuse me.
And we're off. Moth Mayhem pushing through that pack to get lead jammer. Hellyfish Princess managing to stay on track despite getting hit down. And sneaking through that pack there in the middle, forcing their way through. Moth Mayhem just smashes their way through that pack. Hellyfish Princess coming back around, but Moth Mayhem calls it off before they can get any points.
See a lot of intention in Rodeo to take the line in their setup. As soon as that whistle goes, their next line is out.
Taking up that space, which is a smart strategy against quick jammers.
We've got Hardcore jamming for Team Black and Miss Andrew jamming for Team White.
Both jammers managed to sneak out on the outside line there.
That was a close
They're
one.
neck and neck in their scoring pass. And Hardcore forces Miss Andrew to call off the jam before scoring any points on that one.
We have got, yet again, a timeout. Official timeout. I'm going to let you know right now, during this official timeout, about what's your damage. which is a skate shop located in Keswick, Ontario, owned by Pumperknuckle, number 17, and Gonna Get You, number 79. Teammates from Georgina Roller Derby League. They're here today with their pop-up skate shop, so if you're here, go find them in the vendor village. They're rolling out gear and goods, and they've got you covered from head to toe with quality brands like Moxie, Antic, Rydell, Bont, Bones, Better Bearings, S1, and whatever else you could look for.
Next whistle will start the jam.
That's Hagen jamming for the Toxins. And by the Toxins, I mean rodeo. That was my bad. Sorry, everybody.
It's a lot of team names. Keep straight.
And that's hardcore jamming for the actual Toxins.
Hagen coming through on the middle, trying to force her way through the tripod. Looking to take the inside there and making it around for 4 points. Calling it off, I believe, before. Hardcore can get any points on that one. Quick footwork from Hardcore there. They got out of that pack and raced their way around trying to get points for their team.
Absolutely. We've got Moth Mayhem and Kaleidoscope setting up as our jammers.
Fallon Hewitt says shout out to Payne hanging out in turn 1. And then next, we're off. Kaleidoscope for number 91 is pushing their way through those white blockers. 6-6 doing some great one-on-one defensive work. Keeping Kaleidoscope back. 6-6 out of pack.
Yeah, that was some absolutely great.
It was great.
Great. That was from Davis on Team Rodeo.
Moth Mayhem trying to come around to get some more points. Some big hit from Moth Mayhem on Kaleidoscope. Seems to have taken the wind out of them a bit.
Yeah, Moth Mayhem definitely...
strong jammer.
Yep, providing what I would say large hits.
Yes.
Strong hits.
I would not want to be on the other side of them.
No, nor I. This is timeout. An official review. And I'd like to take this opportunity to shout out all the coaches, not just for coaching, but for also their fashion choices here this weekend.
Some great
arena.
stuff. Last game when we had someone wearing almost a mirror ball type outfit, shimmering disco, I would say. Light up shoes.
I appreciate Rodeo's commitment to the cowboy getup.
Absolutely.
I'm sure the Smash will be in their neon yellow, or neon orange rather. Head
Would
to
not
toe.
be hard to spot them
No.
in the arena.
Certainly not. We've got a shout out to our jam timer, Terror Bites. And I'll piggyback off that and shout out all of our non-skating officials and also skating officials.
Shout out to our medics as well who are here on standby. Just in case anything happens, they're here for support. We have Hayden McGrath saying Pard loves Moth big hits. So happy to play against them. Great for training.
So
and that's
good.
absolutely true.
So good for training.
We have the officials convening in the middle. And perhaps we will hear the results of this one because we have Coach Lasso coming to report with the news.
So that review is the Toxins were looking for a skating out of bounds penalty against the opposing jammer, and that was not retained. No evidence of skating out of bounds.
And with that, the official review should be ending soon, and we'll be off with our next jam. We'll have 934 Hardcore up against Misandry number 2. Misandry trying to block Hardcore despite Black taking the line.
That's Hardcore fighting to get through those last of the White blockers, excuse me.
Misandry takes lead. It seems like they just need a little bit of space to get through on those lines, but Hardcore is fast behind them. Will they be able to get through? Misandry calls it off, and Hardcore managed to pick up 1 point on that one, and Misandry picked up 3 before they called it off.
We've got Hagen stepping up to jam for Team Rodeo.
Cinnamon Spider, number 758, up for the Toxins. I remember their name from yesterday because it's stuck in my head.
Oh, it's good.
And we're off. Hagen taking that inside line, making quick work. Cinnamon
Spiders
Spider
fighting through that pack.
looking for an opening. Drawback from number 626. They've been doing a lot of those today. Davis on Team Rodeo. Cinnamon Spider still fighting to make it through on their initial. Hagen comes around getting 4 points on the board. Cinnamon Spider's hat is off. Looks to be a star pass. And Kaleidoscope number 91 is pushing their way through, managing to get through as pivot.
And that is a directional penalty given to a Toxin. Black is 1 in the box.
And Hagen calls it off before Kaleidoscope can come back into the back. No points on the board there for that one for the Toxins. Let's see what this next jam holds.
Got Moth Mayhem for Rodeo. And just waiting to, there we go. That's Kaleidoscope for the Toxins.
Kaleidoscope choosing to start a bit further behind, maybe trying to avoid a big hit off the jump. Smart strategy, get some more speed and space. We've seen a switch up. The Toxins have been taking the line more this time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we're still on an official timeout. I was so locked into the players who are in their derby stands.
There goes the whistle ending the official timeout.
And there's the 5 seconds.
And we're off. Moth Mayhem trying to push through that tripod.
And Kaleidoscope pushing both jammers. That was pushing straight through both of those tripods and out.
And we have a power jam for the Toxins with Moth Mayhem sent to the box. Lots of excitement here in the stadium right now from the crowd. Rodeo's trying to run out that clock, making it a really fast pack. Kaleidoscope pushing through, getting knocked down on one of their hits, but manages to get 4 points on the board.
We've got the White Jammer standing in the box. And White Jammer is released and returning to the track.
Kaleidoscope was a big hit on number 114, managing to get 4 more points. But Moth Mayhem forces them to call off the jam. And that looks to be the unofficial score.
They did, yeah, they just let the timer run down there.
We'll have one more jam.
That's what it looks
like. Okay. We're just having a little bit of issues there with the timer, so they're going to set it up for the last jam. We'll report back. If we do go ahead with the last jam, it will be Hardcore up against Miss Andry. So it's sure to be some speed on the track there.
Absolutely. These are two speedy jammers. Excellent. We've got our last. Oh.
Okay, so that does look to be the
Nope. Yeah,
the game ended.
We did not get one more jam.
Lots of confusion there, but
it's okay.
But there we go. That looks to be the final score, 115 for Rodeo, 21 for the Toxins. But you would not have known that from the way that they were playing.
No, truly. And this, you'll see this in roller derby so often, where these big discrepancies in scores, it's not reflective necessarily of the skill level of the players. Anything can happen in roller derby.
Absolutely.
And both of these teams were very talented and working hard. We saw great footwork from Lots, great hits, great offense and defense. Really excellent game.
Great playing from both teams.
We'll now just flip to the brackets to see what we have got coming up. So that was game 11. So we're now looking at game 12. As you can see on your screen, it's scheduled for 12:20. We're now sitting at 12:33. So that game will start in about 10 to 15 minutes once the team is able to get warmed up. That's going to be the Scapeville Hogs and Peer Pressure. I've been Jam Jams, and this has been Jamurai Jack, and we'll see you at the next one.
Roller derby is like a really fun place where I can hang out with my friends and feel very included.
Hi, I'm Scald Eagle, and I play for the Denver Roller Derby Mile High Club. Roller derby is really physical, and it is totally possible to donk your conch, and which I have donked my conch quite a few times. I donked it pretty good in the final game of the 2015 season, the first time that we won the Hydra. In that final game, I donked it good enough. I'm pretty sure that if I hadn't been wearing this exact helmet or this exact brand helmet, I would have been a little scrambled eggs up there. So glad I was wearing it for sure. And certified's the way to go, 100%. So my noggin's really important to me, and I want to be smart in derby and after derby, hashtag S1. I'm Scald Eagle. I play for the Denver Roller Derby Mile High Club, and S1 is 100% part of my uniform.
Roller derby is like a really fun place where I can hang out with my friends and feel very included.
Welcome back, everyone. We're just getting ready for our next game here at Fresh and the Furious. This game is going to be the Skateful Hogs against Peer Pressure. Now, the Skateful Hogs are a combination of Hogtown Roller Derby and Kingston Roller Derby, and Peer Pressure is Hammer City Roller Derby. Should be a very exciting, very close game.
Absolutely.
And these are elimination rounds now. So whichever team wins this will go on to the semifinals, and whoever loses will be eliminated.
We should be getting started there with 10 seconds left on the clock for Time to Derby.
Yep, I am Coconut.
I am Jamurai Jack. We'll be your announcers for this game, Game 12 of our tournament.
And Peer Pressure just doing their team cheer.
A lot of excitement in that one. They are amped up for this game.
Yeah. And so am I.
And so am I.
But a little bit quieter because I have to save my voice.
Yes. Many more games to get through yet. We'll have Calebite up for Peer Pressure with Latte Damage up for the Skateful Hogs.
And there's our rolling whistle as the teams get set up.
And we're off. Calebite doing some jammer on jammer action there against Latte Damage, managing to push their way through and get lead jammer.
Latte Damage not too far behind though.
Maybe it will be a forcing off a call off situation.
And Calebite squeezing through the Hogtown blockers, but not quite. That is a cut penalty. While Latte Damage goes through, scoring 4 points. And this is going to be a power jam for the Skateful Hogs and a 2-minute jam.
Always the hardest ones with a good chance for Skateful Hogs to get some points up on the board there.
Yeah, but there's some great blocking from Peer Pressure's blockers. A very solid tripod fighting off the Skateful Hogs offense.
Black Jammer standing, getting ready to come back on the track.
And Latte Damage almost got through, but got drawn back to the inside.
And they're back on, managing to sneak through before being detected, coming around for 4 points. Latte Damage fighting to get through that pack, but number 95 of Peer Pressure is giving them a lot of a hard time getting around.
Number 95, King Thrashmouth. Oh, and
Looks
a
to be a
whistle. We'll
penalty.
see who the penalty is for here.
755 for the jammer on Team Black, going to the penalty box.
And also a penalty for one of Peer Pressure's blockers as well. So this is another power jam for the Hogs.
Latte Damage manages to get 4 points up on the board there, coming back around.
Skateful Hogs going to do some offense and help their jammer get through.
Trying to take that inside line there, but Peer Pressure holds strong.
And a blocker goes down, Latte Damage skating around, and a big hit. Everybody goes down. Latte Damage getting up quickly, but number 42 getting in front and getting the knockout to the inside.
Latte Damage is a great jammer for pushing through that tripod.
Yeah, just knocking people over like bowling pins.
3 more points picked up for them there.
Very, very interesting jam to start us off.
Absolutely.
Some great penalty kills from Peer Pressure.
There was so much going on there, I kind of forgot that was the first jam.
Yeah, it did go for 2 minutes.
It did. A 2-minute jam off the bat is a hard time, but always fun.
Yeah, that is, I think, a sign for how the rest of this game is going to go.
Yes. 505 for the Skateful Hogs up against number 8. That'll be Troublemaker up against Animal Aquarius.
And Troublemaker gets taken down by one of the Skateful Hogs blockers, and that blocker will get a penalty. Troublemaker takes lead for Hammer. Meanwhile, Anomalocaris looking for some offense, trying to get through, getting knocked down to the outside.
Great reforming from Peer Pressure.
And a big hit from Anomalocaris getting through that last blocker.
Troublemaker picking up 4 more points on the board and calling it off.
And with that, Hammer City is going to sneak ahead with 12 points to Skateful Hogs 11.
It looks like it's going to be an evenly matched game this time around, maybe neck and neck, competing for those points.
Yeah, you think we'll get another photo finish like the last Skateful Hogs game?
I don't know if I can handle that pressure. That's a nail-biter situation, but that's always fun.
Next up, we have Unana jamming for Peer Pressure and Latte Damage jamming for the Skateful Hogs again.
Latte Damage doing some offense on the other jammer, but stuck in the pack, and Unana manages to take lead still. Latte Damage skating through on the inside, narrowly dodging a hit from number 86 on Peer Pressure.
And number 91 is back out of the box for the Skateful Hogs, skating in front of the other team's jammer, managing to get to the pack, but Unana forces a way through.
They're very steady on their skates. They skate low and they're not easy to knock down.
Penalty assessed. We'll see who that's for.
Latte Damage managing to sneak through on the inside there on one skate, getting 4 points up on the board. 868 doing a hit on Unana.
And there's the call off. Penalty being assessed at the end of that jam to one of Hogtown's blockers. Sorry, Skateful Hogs blockers.
Iced Americano for Skateful Hog and Animosity up for Peer Pressure.
And only 2 Hogs blockers on the track. Number 505, Anomalous Carnage, fighting at the front of the pack.
505 for Skateful Hogs is not afraid to get in there and throw some big hits.
Yeah. Animosity does take lead, however, for Hammer City. And Iced Americano going for the star pass. And it is a successful star pass. Anomalous Carnus is now the jammer for the Skateful Hogs. Meanwhile, Animosity getting knocked to the outside line and drawn back.
Number 91 doing a great draw back there and coming back to reform. Great job for Skateful Hogs for forcing a call off there.
Yeah, no points picked up on that final pass for either team. Hammer City picked up 4 points in that jam, though, and they widened their lead a little bit.
We have Calebite and Latte Damage out once again facing off. With Skateful Hogs taking the line, trying to take up as much room as they can there against Calebite.
That was the whistle to start. Both jammers a little bit confused. Calebite getting knocked to the inside, but managing to skate through, maybe? No, it was a cut. So this is another power jam for the Skateful Hogs. And that is Calebite's 3rd penalty so far this game. Since these are 20-minute games, it's only 4 penalties before you foul out. Big pile up on the track. We'll see if Latte Damage can take advantage of that and get through.
A lot of pushing from Latte Damage against Peer Pressure's blockers, but Peer Pressure stands strong even in one-on-one situations. Latte Damage manages to break through, knocking one of Peer Pressure's blockers down to the ground.
Skateful Hogs reforming as Calebite goes back on the track. And big hit. We'll see if that was a back block. It looked like it from here. Yes, it was. So that will be Calebite's 4th penalty, and we already have a foul out at just 8 minutes into the game.
Because these are such short games, you'll only get 4 penalties before fouling out, but you do get a really cool sticker.
Yeah, limited edition sticker. You can only get one by fouling out at Fresh.
It's an exclusive club.
A big hit from number 86, Herbie. But Latte Damage gets through.
Herbie was consistently delivering good hits yesterday. I'm not surprised to see the same today.
Yeah, and some very solid one-on-one blocking, too.
Absolutely.
Skateful Hogs setting up for some offense.
Latte Damage looking for an opening.
Bit of a pile up on the track. Latte Damage going through on the inside line, knocking down one of the opposing blockers, and that'll be our 2 minutes.
And Skateful Hogs managed to come out with a 1-point lead on that one, getting 9 points in that jam.
Yeah, we see another lead change.
12 points.
And an official review being called by peer pressure. We'll let you know if we find out what the result of that official review is. But for now, let's take this opportunity to read some of the rosters that we have for these teams. So for the Skateful Hogs, we have 1221 Girl Crush, 138 Marzipan, 14 Bex the Hex, 210 Reci Reki? I'm not sure.
Maybe Reki.
Reki. 2469 Leon Skate Kennedy, 28 Star Chaser, 4 Mothra, 505 Anomalocaris, 514 Latte Damage, 680 Iced Americano, 82 Punny Isher, 868 Shadow Benny, 91 Van Ghosty, and 99 Beamer the Screamer.
For peer pressure, we have number 0 Animosity, 18 Bufflehead, 22 Una, 24 Princess Buttercut, 306 Stone Cold Teague, 42 Claire Wolf, 6 So Hip It Hurts, 69 Glory Troll, 714 Lash Out Loud, 755 Calebite, 8 Troublemaker, 86 Herbie, 9 Killjoy, and 95 King Thrash Mouth. It might be the official review maybe about the foul out contesting.
Maybe. I will say, though, from here, that back block sure looked like a back block.
It did. But we'll see. There's always a chance.
And speaking of our refs as they make that decision, our skating officials are Professor Vex, Roller Debris, All Sass Lorraine, Good Huss, Thing 2, Varuk, Rock Bottom, and Peaches. Shout out to all our skating officials. And our non-skating officials,
Dr. Madness, Slackerjack, Titanosaurus, Sir, Darmadol, Beware, Skythedelic, Fairly Certain, Trinity Hellwoods, Vodka Chase Her, Oryx and Break.
and our officials doing an amazing job this game and this whole tournament. During Fresh, sometimes we have some unusual penalties, strange situations, and our officials do an amazing job at sorting all of that out and making sure that the game can be fair and just happen at all, because we can't do it without them.
Great learning opportunity for the officials. Also, shout out to Good Huss, because they just went from announcing the last game with lots of high energy and immediately put on their roughing gear and skates and got out here for this game.
Yeah, I think Good Huss all tournament has been switching between our in-arena announcing and reffing.
And always has the best energy.
Yes.
We can take a look at our bracket and talk about some of our upcoming games.
So our next game is going to be Quebec City versus Smash Squad. And then after that, we have the Eagle Beavers up against Renegade Rookies, I believe is the full name.
Yes. That's sure to be a good game. So tune in. I believe we are running a bit behind schedule.
Always.
How can you not with Derby tournaments and official reviews?
Yeah, but we do have a break, I think, after our what's labeled as Game 14 on this chart. So hopefully things will not fall so far behind that we can reset during that break.
Meanwhile, if you're tuning in the chat, let us know who you're supporting today if you want any shout-outs. And also maybe from where, if you're tuning in from anywhere cool.
All right, and we have the result of our official review. All right. Looks like I was wrong.
Exciting news on that one.
Yeah. So Hammer City has challenged that back block, saying that it was not in the middle of the back, and the ref crew has decided that they are correct. It was to the side of the body, not the back of the body. So they have rescinded that penalty and retained their review.
So Bruiser Bunny may not get a sticker, but they get to keep playing, which is very exciting.
Honestly, it's a win-win either way.
Absolutely.
So I guess we can talk a little bit about how official reviews work in roller derby. In these games, each team has one official review, and if they retain that official review, that is, they challenge something and it turns out that the refs agree, then they get to keep that official review and use it again later. If they lose the challenge, then they lose their official review and they cannot call another official review later. All right, there is our rolling whistle, which means we're going to get back to derby now.
We'll have Animal Karis, number 505, out against number 8.
Number 8 is Troublemaker.
Animal Karis
Both
doing some
jammers
jumping
struggling
around
against
there.
the other tripods. A
Troublemaker.
no pack called, but the pack does get reformed. And the Skateful Hogs take the lead. Anomalocaris coming around to the pack. I think a couple of penalties assigned to the Skateful Hogs blockers on that first pass. Anomalocaris looking for a way through, getting knocked down to the inside line as Troublemaker comes around and gets knocked to the outside line.
Big hit there from number 4 on the Skateful Hogs.
And the Hogs pick up 2 points on that jam and peer pressure 0. In a game like this, those 2 points matter. Every
They do.
single point does.
Especially when it's so close. Right now we're at 29 for the Skateful Hogs and 23 for peer pressure.
All right, there's the whistle starting our next jam. We have Latte Damage jamming again for the Hogs, and Una jamming for peer pressure. Una takes lead for peer pressure.
Una just cannot be knocked down today.
Yeah, very solid skater.
Oh, and we have a power jam for
That's
peer
a
pressure.
A cut penalty for Latte Damage.
Skateful Hogs setting up for some defensive playing with their blocker in the box returning to the track.
However, that blocker that
Yes.
returned to the track did so in a cutting position, so I think a penalty is being assessed there. Yeah.
Yes, they are back to the box.
Important to mention, when you are finished your penalty, you have to enter behind everyone in the pack. You cannot cut in front.
Fresh is a great opportunity to learn all of these things.
And Skateful Hogs Jammer is now skating back to the track. Meanwhile, Una seems a little bit confused and is just going to call the jam off there. Unsure
Yeah.
if that was Latte Damage's initial pass or not.
I don't believe so.
Yeah. Either way,
Hard to
10
say. 0
points
points
for
picked
Hammer
up.
City.
0 points picked up for Skateful Hogs on that one.
Yeah. If you hear us using Hammer City and Peer Pressure interchangeably, that is a team that is just made up of one league. And on our scoreboard, they are labeled as Hammer, but in our notes, they are labeled as Peer Pressure.
Animosity up against Animal Karis. And we have Animosity taking the lead.
Anomalocaris finding a way through. I see a cut penalty being assessed. Not sure who that was for. I think one of Hammer City's blockers. Which blockers can get cut penalties. If you are a blocker and you get knocked out, you do have to re-enter behind the person who knocked you out.
Animosity calling it off for Anomalocaris to get any points on that one.
And we have, I think, a team timeout for the
Yes.
Skateful Hogs. I think it's a good time for a team timeout.
With 7.5 minutes left in the game, it's a good time to regroup, talk over some strategy.
Yep, and it's still a very close game. A very low-scoring game, too,
It
so far.
is. That's always fun, to evenly matched teams, and you
Yeah.
never know who's going to come out on top. We have some shout-outs to both the Skateful Hogs and Peer Pressure in the chat. Thanks
And
for
Roller
tuning
Derby
in.
Quebec.
And Roller Derby Quebec, who will be coming up. It's so fun to see all the different jammer types in this game.
Yeah.
We have Calebite, who is quick but also very strong, and then Anomala Karis is a very great blocker and jammer when it comes to delivering big hits.
Yeah, and that amazing star pass.
That amazing star pass. The teams are getting hyped up to return to the track.
And there's the whistle ending the timeout. We'll now have Latte Damage up against Troublemaker.
Latte Damage trying to block Troublemaker, forcing them straight into Skateful Hog's tripod.
Latte Damage with a little hop and a spin and taking lead.
Troublemaker not far behind them. This may be a call-off situation.
No, there was a penalty assessed to Troublemaker, meaning Skateful Hogs had a power jam, but called the jam off anyway.
Some confusion there, I believe, before calling it off.
I'm seeing some ref signals also.
Oh.
Latte Damage also cut. So both jammers are going to start this one in the box, which means they'll both get to go right away.
That is a new rule that I learned this weekend. I've never seen it happen before where two jammers both end up in the box, besides when they end up there at the same time.
Yeah, oh, no, never mind. Peer Pressure's jammer is not in the box.
Perhaps the penalty was
Okay.
called on the wrong jammer.
Yeah, or just misheard.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yeah, it's very loud in here. It's kind of hard to hear sometimes.
We'll have Una starting off for Peer Pressure's power play on this one. It's a good time for Hammer City to widen that lead.
Yeah, but we'll just wait for the officials to finish discussing their business, and it looks like they're just about done. All right, so I think that is what happened. The penalty was assessed to Latte Damage, but the Peer Pressure jammer heard the penalty and thought it was for them.
Easy to happen with all the confusion.
Yeah, or I think actually it might have even been between the refs where the mix-up happened. I'm not sure. But it's all sorted out now. And we'll get to see something that I find very funny about roller derby. When one of the jammers is in the box, since each jammer has their own ref, that jammer's ref just stands there staring at them while they sit their penalty.
It's like a look of disappointment almost,
Yeah.
getting stared at you.
I don't jam often, but I have had that happen to me while jamming, and it's kind of funny, honestly.
It is pretty funny. It lightens the mood. Some more discussions in the official team timeout.
We have an official review being called by Hogtown. Derby gets very confusing sometimes, and that's why we have so many refs and officials, because things can get a little bit messy. So, while we wait, let's talk about some of the vendors we have here today. What's Your Damage? What's Your Damage Skate Shop is located in Keswick, Ontario, and owned by Pumpernickel and Gonna Getcha, teammates from Georgina Roller Derby. They're here today with their pop-up skate shop, rolling out gear and goods, and they've got us covered from head to toe with quality brands from Rydell, Moxie, Antic, Bont, Bones, Better Bearings, TSG, S1, 888, 187 Killer Pads, Gumball, and more. They've also got a selection of knee-high sock-it-to-me socks and fun novelty items. Check out their table today if you're here, and if you're not, check out their store.
We also have Monarch Designs here today. Monarch Designs is your go-to for customizable roller derby tees, tanks, and hoodies with attitude. From skaters and refs to the derby family, we create bold designs that let your personality show. Proudly inclusive and pride supportive, because derby is for everyone. Skate hard, be loud, wear what you love.
And it looks like we have some more love for RDQ in the chat. So stay tuned for our next game, which will be Quebec against Montreal
Fallon Hewitt says that cut for Skateful Hogs was fancy, but still a cut. Unfortunately, even with the nice footwork, yes, it happens, but it's always great to see.
Yeah, I guess the question now is, was there also a cut from the other jammer is probably what's being discussed. I couldn't tell from here, so we'll wait to see what the officials tell us.
I believe, is it Darren Sir's also taking pictures today, posting pictures on their website and social media?
Yes, Darren Stair and Jammerline are both here doing photography, so shout out to both of them.
If you would like to see any pictures, they're posting some of all of the players on their social media / websites.
And also our own Hogtown social media team is here taking
Yes.
pictures. Shout out to them. They've been working hard all day, yesterday and
Yes.
today.
They've been here so many hours just taking pictures of all the players, keeping the energy going online, allowing people to tune in if they're not from this area.
Yeah.
Shout out to them.
And another shout out in the chat for Roller Derby Montreal.
Seems like we have people tuning in from everywhere for all different teams. That's great.
I mean, it makes sense, right? If your team's coming all the way from Quebec City or even Montreal, that's quite a long distance. So
Absolutely.
a little bit easier to tune in than it is to drive all the way down here.
Nice to show the support.
Yeah. So thank you all for tuning in and supporting your teammates or your friends. All right, we are about to hear the result of that official review. All right, so we've heard the result of that official review. The Skateful Hogs were looking for clarification on why the Hammer City Jammer did not get a penalty, and the officials told them that the penalty was not assessed to that jammer, so they have lost their official review. So it was just a case of misheard instructions from the refs.
That seems to be resolved, so we should be getting back into the game here any moment now with 6.5 minutes left in the 9th jam.
There's the whistle ending our official timeout.
Latte damage in the box, so Unana starting off with a power jam for peer pressure.
Unana trying to find the hole between the two tripods, pushing hard against Namalokaris and skating through the gap.
Skateful Hog not making it easy for them, killing a lot of time on that penalty.
Latte Damage is now standing in the box as Unana comes around for a scoring pass. And a big hit on Unana's own teammate. And a huge drawback from one of the Skateful Hogs blockers.
Number 868.
That is Shadow Benny.
Latte Damage is back on the track and looks to be done their initial pass.
Yeah,
Coming
very
off
quick
the
initial
scoring
pass,
pass.
and that'll force the call off by Una.
Great job from the Skateful Hogs on killing a lot of that power jam before getting too many points on the board for peer pressure.
Yeah, only 2 points scored in that jam. Now we have Iced Americano jamming for Skateful Hogs and Animosity for Hammer City.
Skateful Hogs choosing to take the line on this one.
Both tripods looking really solid. Animosity finds a way through on the inside and takes lead. Iced Americano looking for some offense, gets it, but then gets knocked out on the inside. Animosity coming around on a scoring pass, scoring 4 points.
Ice Americano passes through.
Animosity hitting the tripod really hard and going down, calling the jam off. We'll see if any points were gotten there.
2 points looks to be picked up.
Yeah, and looks like there was an illegal contact penalty for one of the Skateful Hogs blockers. Not a penalty you see that often. Illegal
No.
contact being if you make contact with a skater who's down on the ground, or if you make contact with someone while you are down on the ground, or out of bounds.
Troublemaker up against Latte Damage, both pushing this time around. Latte Damage narrowly getting lead. Troublemaker is hot behind them.
Both jammers coming around. Latte Damage finding that offense and trying to break through the middle of the tripod. Getting knocked to the outside and drawn back. Meanwhile, Troublemaker gets through on the scoring pass.
Great defensive work from Anomala Karis on that one against Troublemaker, despite them being able to get by. Latte Damage struggling to get through, but manages to skate there on the inside with some help from Skateful Hogs. Calling it off before Troublemaker can get any more points on that one. It's still a close game at this point, 49-33 for Peer Pressure.
Yeah, and we have 3 minutes left.
As we've seen with these 20-minute games, 3 minutes can be everything in that amount of time.
Yep, one good power jam or just one solid hold from your blockers. Now Calebite is jamming up against Iced Americano. Calebite sneaking through the inside. Iced Americano doing a spin move, but then getting caught up against one of Hammer City's blockers.
Great offensive work from Skateful Hogs pushing up against Peer Pressure's blockers.
But then some great one-on-one blocking from King Trashmouth.
Nice apex jump there from Calebite, managing to get past all of the blockers on the track.
Directional penalty being assessed to someone. We'll see in a second.
And Ice Americano manages to make it out.
A handful of penalties actually being assessed, including a penalty to Calebite, which means this is now a power jam for the Skateful Hogs with only 2 opposing blockers on the track.
Those blockers, though, are gearing up to...
Yeah, this is the kind of jam that can make that big difference.
Both blockers choosing an interesting strategy of caging in all of Skateful Hogs players almost. But Iced Americano manages to make it through with one blocker left on for Peer Pressure.
Yeah, that was a penalty being assessed there. So now we have all 5 Hogs players up against one Peer Pressure player, although their pivot and one other blocker are back on the track now. Oh, the Peer Pressure jammer has fouled out. So the rest of this jam is a power jam.
23 seconds left on the clock. Will the Skateful Hogs be able to provide some offensive help? Ice Americano makes it through with 4 more points on the board. It's going to be a close game.
Yeah, we'll see if Iced Americano can do one more lap and score a couple points before the jam ends. 3, 2, 1. No, but just barely.
Peer Pressure was skating further ahead, trying to prevent any more points on the board for that one. But Ice Americano managed to pick up 12 points on that jam.
Yeah, so the point difference is now only 8 points. And we have Anomalo Karis jamming up against Unana for what will probably be our last jam of the game.
And Anomalo Karis trying to push their way through. Skateful Hogs keeping Unana back.
Yeah, this is a very important battle for lead, and no pack is being called, but the skaters haven't realized, so they're not getting together.
Unana manages to take lead in this one. Anomala Karis fighting their way through, but 6-9.
Yeah, at this point,
is not letting them pass.
Yeah, at that point, all Una has to do is call it off, and the game is done.
Very hard fight from Skateful Hog on that one, and the close game to the end of that.
Yeah, so Hammer City wins 55-45. That's our unofficial score, so we'll just wait. I don't think that there will be any contention. I think that unofficial score will stand most likely. All right, what an amazing game. I was expecting that one to be really, really close, and it was.
It was definitely a nail biter for sure. It could have been anyone's game at the end there.
Yeah, that power jam at the end was very, very big, but not quite big enough.
Yep, it closed the gap for sure.
And there was our whistle for our final score, which means Hammer City will advance to the next round. Stay tuned. Our next game is going to be Quebec against Montreal Smash Squad.
Roller derby is like a really fun place where I can hang out with my friends and feel very included.
Hi, I'm Scald Eagle, and I play for the Denver Roller Derby Mile High Club. Roller derby is really physical, and it is totally possible to donk your conch, and which I have donked my conch quite a few times. I donked it pretty good in the final game of the 2015 season, the first time that we won the Hydra. In that final game, I donked it good enough. I'm pretty sure that if I hadn't been wearing this exact helmet or this exact brand helmet, I would have been a little scrambled eggs up there. So glad I was wearing it for sure. And certified's the way to go, 100%. So my noggin's really important to me, and I want to be smart in derby and after derby, hashtag S1. I'm Scald Eagle. I play for the Denver Roller Derby Mile High Club, and S1 is 100% part of my uniform.
Roller derby is like a really fun place where I can hang out with my friends and feel very included.
And welcome back to Fresh and the Furious 2026. We are gearing up for our game Quebec City versus the Smash Squad. Quebec City is made up of players from Quebec and Sherbrooke, and they will be taking the track in white. And we've got the Smash Squad from Montreal Roller Derby taking the track in orange.
And this should be a very, very exciting game. This is kind of like a rematch of our last year's final.
Yes. Last year, Quebec took first place. Montreal ended up in second. Overall, we'll see. This is just going to be an excellent game.
Yeah, they're both very, very strong teams again this year.
Playing for Quebec City or on track, we'll have number 13, Alleycat, 1626, Pixiepocalypse, 3, Bellette, 34, Coco Chaos, 360, Satana, 56, Ma'am Go, number 80, Tuperon, 87, Lollipunk, 89, Debouché Fluché, and 906, Dre Bean.
And for the Smash Squad, we have 1010 Pink Hammer, 105 Butch Cassidy, 115 Little Bitch Sunshine, 1303 Ramesses 2, 1313 Tata, 161 Cosmogal, 242 Shrimp Smacker, 395 Sloppy Joe, 4 Battering Lamb, 413 Abattoir, 5757 Chat Lemot, 64 Baxa, 705 Gabzilla. And we are just about ready to derby here. Oh, I'm hearing people near us yelling, "We're not ready here." So never
I think
mind.
There's going to be a 1 second. And those are our NSOs on the scoreboard, just getting that set up. I'll take this moment to shout out to our non-skating officials and our skating officials, Dr. Madness, Slackerjack, Titanosaurus, Sir, Darmadol, Beware, Scythedelic, Fairly Certain, Trinity Hellwoods, Vodka Chaser, Oryx and Break, Professor Vex, Roller Debris, Alsace Lorraine, Good Huss, Thing 2, Baruch, Rock Bottom, and Peaches. As always, thank you to our non-skating and skating officials for making the game of roller derby run.
Yeah, and extra big thank you to the people running the scoreboard who have to manage the scoreboard program, which I've heard some interesting things about. It's a little bit of a difficult program to figure out.
Shout out, of course, also to all the other volunteers on the merch table, running the food, the medics who are here, our sound team, on doing tickets, everyone in the vendor village. And shout out to you, Coco.
Shout out to you also. Oh, I am Coconut.
And I'm Jam Jams. Happy to be here on the mic. And that's our whistle.
Which means now we
5
are ready to
seconds.
get started.
That's Lollipunk jamming for Quebec and Baxa jamming for the Smash Squad.
Very quick start. Baxa gets knocked down to the outside. Lollipunk still fighting to get through. Baxa knocked to the outside again and drawn back by number 906, Drebien.
Neither jammer has made it out of the pack yet, and Baxa makes it out as our lead jammer.
Lollipunk still looking for a way through and finding it on the outside line.
That's a multiplayer penalty for the Smash Squad. 1 blocker in the box.
And Baxa is going to score 4 points and call it off. First jam of the game, and that was a hard one.
Mm-hmm.
Both teams just fighting really, really hard, and only 4 points picked up.
We've got Chatlamo for Montreal Roller Derby Smash Squad ready here, and Lollipunk for Quebec City.
And there's the whistle. Lollipunk squeezing by on the outside. Didn't Lollipunk just jam the last one?
I forget, but that is also what I thought.
Yeah.
We've got the Smash with lead, but Quebec is also out of the pack.
I think important to note, Quebec City, their roster is a little bit smaller, so they might be fielding players multiple times in a row. And that was a call-off from Montreal. 1 point picked up for each team. I have a feeling this game is going to be a lot of hard fighting. Each point is going to be a lot of work.
I think so. I think so.
The blockers are not making it easy. Funny move from Ramesses 2, sneaking into the middle of the opposing team's tripod.
Both jammers just fighting through these tripods. These are some strong walls from both teams.
And we have a penalty called for someone. Looks like one of Quebec's blockers. Meanwhile, Quebec's jammers still fighting at the back of the pack. Oh, and also a penalty for one of Montreal's blockers. Several more penalties. We'll let you know what the track looks like in a second. Looks like 2 Quebec players, 2 Quebec blockers and Quebec's jammer are in the box, and 1 Smash Squad blocker in the box.
So we've now got a power jam for the Smash Squad.
And Alley Cat doing some one-on-one blocking.
Great blocking from Alley Cat. That was a great catch.
Cosmogol gets through, however. And Cosmogol coming around again, looking for the offense and running into a couple of people, bouncing around off of some of Quebec's blockers. We'll see if there's a penalty for anyone there, but I'm not 100% sure if there was.
I think there was for Montreal.
Yes, there was a directional penalty for one of Quebec's blockers.
So each team just took a penalty there. We're starting this jam with 2 Quebec players in the box, including the jammer, although the jammer is standing, and 1 Montreal blocker.
Yeah, a lot of penalties already this game. We're in our 3rd or 4th jam, Jam 4, and already 6 or 7 penalties.
This is Abattoir jamming for the Smash Squad. Gets through on a pretty strong sweep with support of their blockers.
Speaking of penalties, there is another one. Smash Squad's jammer skating through backwards, scoring 4 points. Meanwhile, Bellette being drawn back to the back of the pack. Only 2 blockers on the track for each team.
And we've just got a blocker each released back onto the track. Right now, Montreal is sitting 1 blocker in the penalty box.
Bellette gets knocked down to the outside. No drawback. I think Bellette might have a penalty. There's so many penalties being called right now. Another power jam for Smash Squad, as one of their blockers also goes to the box, and then another one of their blockers comes out of the box. And another penalty for one of Quebec's blockers. And Smash Squad calls it off there. I just looked at the scoreboard for the first time. It is 32 for Smash Squad, 1 for Quebec. I've been so caught up with calling the penalties as they happen.
This has been a very penalty-heavy 5 minutes of play.
Yeah.
For sure.
8 penalties so far. That's almost 2 penalties per minute.
That's some great math there, Coco.
I do have a degree in it.
You do. This is Baxa for Montreal Roller Derby. Pushing through, but the Quebec blockers are strong. Once again, that was number 9 from Quebec, 09.
And Quebec's jammer, Bellette, is back on the track. Meanwhile, Baxa just smashing through, scoring 4 points. No pack being called by the refs.
And there will be a penalty assigned for no pack, and that penalty was given to the Smash Squad.
So when there is a no pack called, usually whichever team is in the back is the one that needs to move forward, and if there is a penalty assigned, it'll usually go to the team in the back, although the team in the front does have to stop skating also, or they will also get a penalty.
That was another penalty called for Montreal Roller Derby, and once again, another penalty called for Montreal. Montreal is sitting 2 blockers in the box and a jammer. This is a power jam for Quebec City.
Montreal with only 1 skater on the track, although one of their blockers went to the box and then left the box.
Yes.
I guess misheard that the penalty was for them. But now a penalty is being assigned to their last blocker. I am not sure what's happening here.
So what happened there is Montreal received 3 blocker penalties. Of course, you can only sit 2 blockers at a time. One player went to sit their penalty, was told to get back on track because the seats were taken.
Yeah. So now their last blocker needs to go to the penalty box because someone else has come back on the track.
Was that every Montreal member just got a penalty?
Yes, every single person, including the jammer, had a penalty. And there's a cut or forearm being called. We're trying our best here. Blocking out of play penalty being called for a Montreal blocker.
We also just had a failure to return penalty. That was, again, no pack was called thrice. And Montreal received the penalty for that. We are now calling a timeout, which makes sense to clarify what just happened.
Yeah, it gives them a second to breathe and gives us a second to breathe.
Wow, okay.
I think everyone needs to just slow down a little bit.
Yeah, I agree.
I get it. It's a very, very intense game, but sometimes you just need to slow down a little, take your time, play carefully,
Yep,
and
absolutely.
play just nice, clean derby. How many penalties are we up to now? 18. 18 penalties total, and we are not even 9 minutes into the game.
They're quite spread out, though, if you look at it. You know, we haven't had anyone foul out yet, or, you know, no individual players even at 3 out of those 4 penalties where you would foul out in a 20-minute game like this.
Yeah.
It's been pretty spread.
A bunch of players with 2 penalties, though, so if
That's
they keep
true.
this up for the second half of the game,
We could see some foul
we
outs.
might see a whole team foul out.
Which is a great time to remind everyone that if you do foul out, you get a special sticker.
Yeah,
So look for that.
we have seen it before where a team got very, very close to not having enough players left to continue in a previous year.
Wow.
I think they were down to 6 or 7 players, and then they had someone foul out on the last jam.
So we've got an interesting case here where Chalameau for the Smash Squad is in front, but they do not have lead jammer. That is
Yep.
8-7 Lollipunk for Quebec, who is lead.
But Quebec is opting to just run it so they can get some points on the board here. And both teams are back up to full strength now. First time in a while. An attempted apex jump, but didn't quite make it. Chalameau is being cycled back as Lollipunk is now in front. So maybe a good call not to call it off.
That's a run on the inside line there for Chalameau to get out of the pack.
Lollipunk hopping by on the inside doing a spin move on 1 foot. Smash Squad doing some offense on the outside line. Chalameau gets through. Lollipunk going from one end of the track to the other.
That was some great offense from number 9 on Quebec. We have a cut track being called.
For one of Smash Squad's blockers. Both jammers just still going at it. No call off. Another penalty being assessed to someone. And Lollipunk is going to take advantage of that and try to break through. Chalameau getting knocked to the inside by number 906.
And run back.
And Lollipunk is going to say, all right, that's enough for me. 20 points, I'll call it off there.
Both teams scoring high. The Smash Squad walking away with 19 points that jam to Quebec's 20.
Now we have a couple players that are close to fouling out.
We do. We do, in fact. Yes. And we've got Lollipunk ready to go again.
And that was the whistle to start. Jammers a little bit of a delayed reaction.
Cosmigal looking to get around.
Knocked out and drawn back by Alley Cat. Alley Cat doing some one-on-one blocking, funneling at the back of the pack.
Cosmigal still fighting to get out of that white tripod.
Yeah, and a big hit from Satana.
Battering Lamb back on track. Tried to get some action in there on Lollipunk.
Lollipunk skating through on a scoring pass. A penalty called for someone, and the jam is going to get called off there. Another pretty big jam for Quebec. At least this time, Smash Squad didn't score any points on it.
That's true. And we've got Battering Lamb back in the box.
And I think that will be Battering Lamb's 4th penalty. So we're going to have an official timeout, as that will be a foul out. Not surprised with this game that I don't think that'll be the first person we see foul out.
I don't think so. If play continues as it has been.
Yeah, still almost 8.5 minutes left. And we're at 21 penalties, I think.
Yeah, I think so. This is the highest penalty game I have seen yet at Fresh.
I think ever. That is more than 2 penalties a minute.
Yeah. Looks like we've got another Smash member skating over to sit in the box as the blocker will have to exit. So another teammate will be sitting their penalty.
Yep, and collect that premium sticker.
And collect that premium sticker.
Listen, am I jealous? A little bit.
Ever so slightly. And this is a great time to shout out Hogtown Roller Derby's very own Banana, who did all the artwork you'll see on all the Fresh merch, including the foul out sticker.
And the foul out sticker is absolutely adorable. You know how all of the logos are these fish with roller skates? It's one of those fish with its eyes X'd out lying down.
It's pretty good. All right, and that's the whistle. We're back. Players on track. We've got Billette, number 3, jamming for Quebec City. Abattoir, number 413, jamming for the Smash Squad.
And there's the whistle. Both jammers pushing against the opposing tripods. A no pack called. And looks like there will be a penalty off that no pack. A couple of penalties. 2 Quebec blockers going to the box. And a star pass from Roller Derby Quebec.
And jam called off by the Smash. So this is going to be a 0-point jam. Oh, excuse me, a 4-point jam for the Smash Squad.
But a great star pass from Quebec, forcing that call off and stopping Montreal from scoring any more.
We've got Lollipunk jamming for Quebec. Baxa jamming for the Smash.
These two are both very, very strong jammers. Baxa takes the lead, while Lollipunk gets drawn back by number 105, Butch Cassidy. And Lollipunk finds a way through. Baxa now coming up to the pack, going through on the outside line, doing a tiny shirt whip off a teammate, and calling the jam off. That is some classic derby there.
Yeah, truly. We've got 2 white blockers in the box, both standing. So we'll start this jam with Quebec, 2 blockers down, but should be rejoined by their teammates shortly.
Both teams shifting around their positions, and Montreal takes lead. Lollipunk sneaking through on the outside.
blockers, white blockers, have been released from the penalty box.
Lollipunk coming around, and the jam is called off there, but not before a penalty has been assessed to someone, one of the Smash Squad blockers.
And that was a back block penalty that was called.
Yeah, so
For
now we have
Montreal.
another Smash Squad blocker very, very close to fouling out.
Likewise, we have a Quebec blocker also close to fouling out.
Both jammers fighting really hard to get through.
Wow, yep,
And
look
a
at this.
huge
A bit,
pile up.
and Cosmogol is able to use that pile up just to get around.
Meanwhile, a big hit at the front of the pack from one of the Montreal blockers. See who that was in a second. Number 105, Butch Cassidy.
Satana getting run back, recycled. Coming in, removes the star, looking to go for that star pass.
But Pivot is nowhere to be found.
The pivot is
Another
not
no pack
looking.
call. They've learned their lesson. This time they reformed that pack quickly. Butch Cassidy with another big knockout and drawback. And a penalty being assessed to one of the Smash Squad blockers. Not sure what the penalty was.
And that's going to be a second foul out for
Yes.
Montreal Roller Derby this game.
And there is the star pass. Our jammer for Quebec is now Bellette. And Cosmogol, stuck up against those blockers, decides to finally call it off. Great star pass, forcing that call off.
And we're going to, I believe, have another timeout here in just a moment. Yes.
Yeah, since we have another foul out, we're going to pause for a second, and our track repair team is going to do some repairs. Shout out to our track repair team.
Shout out for reals to the track repair team.
They've been working real hard all day, yesterday and today. I feel like the track repair team doesn't get enough shout-outs.
I completely agree with you. On the same vein, I think the medics also could do with some additional shout-outs.
I don't think I've shouted them out yet.
I became closer friends than I would have liked to have been with the medics at my Fresh last year. And let me tell you, they are great and kind and lovely, and they work very hard. So shout out to the medics.
Yeah, last year we actually had a blurb about the specific medics that we had here. This year we unfortunately don't have that, so if I get that information, I will relay it to you. But for now, just shout out to the medics.
We're up with Baxa jamming for the Smash Squad and Lollipunk.
That was not the whistle to start the jam. That was the whistle to end the timeout. Not the first time we've seen that today.
No. These players are ready to go.
Yeah, especially these two teams.
And in the last 4 minutes, every second counts.
Now that's the whistle to start the jam. Baxa fighting through at the front and taking lead for Montreal. Lollipunk still stuck at the back of the pack.
Lollipunk trying to push through that tripod. And is able to sneak through on the outside line.
Meanwhile, Baxa fighting for the inside line and getting through and just calling the jam off.
That's Chat-Lemo taking the line to jam for the Smash Squad, and Lollipunk staying on to jam another round for Quebec City.
Yeah, Lollipunk has been doing double duty a couple of times.
Yes, absolutely.
Must be really tiring,
Yeah.
especially against this Montreal team. Both jammers going for the inside line. Chat-Lemo takes it and gets through. Lollipunk getting knocked out on the outside by Butch Cassidy again. I keep calling Butch Cassidy out.
Yeah, that's some really great O. I think Lollipunk could benefit for some O from their team.
And that was Gabzilla with the knockout on there and a big drawback. Or sorry, Sloppy Joe.
That was an apex jump from Lollipunk, but
And that'll be a
Skated
cut
back.
for Lollipunk. Yeah, there was a big drawback and Lollipunk didn't quite see. Oh, and we have a collision with a ref. Ref very understanding, these accidents happen sometimes. So this is a power jam for Montreal. And you know, we've had a lot of penalties this game, but that was Lollipunk's first penalty. So kudos to Lollipunk for playing so clean.
yeah, playing a lot, double duty, keeping it clean, getting tired. Montreal going in for the sweep on Quebec City.
But Quebec City staying ahead of that sweep, and a huge hit from number 9, Alley Cat, before getting knocked out by some offense. And Lollipunk is back on the track now.
And that was a penalty called for Quebec City blocker.
We still have about a minute and a half, plus or minus, left in the game.
That was an illegal position. Just waiting for that to come in. That was an illegal position penalty against Quebec.
28 penalties, if I've counted right.
Lollipunk back on track, jamming for Quebec City. Cosmogol jamming for the smash. And that was a penalty for number 360, Satana from Quebec City.
That is penalty number 28, an apex jump from Lollipunk. And it was a cut.
Oh, and that is the risk with the apex jumps.
Yeah, a power jam for Montreal, and penalty number 29. Will they break 30?
I'm gonna guess yes. To be honest with you, if this jam goes for its next full minute.
And Cosmogol is through for 4 points. And no pack being called. Cosmogol signaling for some offense. There it is, Cosmogol taking it. And
that was a
Alley Cat with a
great
huge
hit.
knockout.
Great hit from Alley Cat.
Lollipunk drawing back. Cosmogol trying to call it off, but doesn't have lead. Another big hit from Alley Cat. And a Smash Squad blocker going to the box. That is 30 penalties. That is a penalty and a half each minute of the game. And another penalty for one of Quebec's blockers. And another penalty looks like a directional. At this point, calling out what the penalties are, I don't think it matters. And there's the whistle to end the jam. Did we have another foul out?
This is just what
think so.
I'm trying to see. That was number 9 from Quebec and number 80. Nope, that was not an additional foul out.
So what's our penalty total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. $32 penalties.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot.
So we've been talking a lot about the penalties, but what about the score? 120 for Montreal Smash Squad, 47 for Quebec. Smash Squad is going to advance to the next round.
Yes. We'll see maybe next year, fresh. Last year, Quebec took it in their face-off. This year, Montreal's taking it. We'll see who takes it next year if these teams see each other again.
Yeah, I think there's some other very, very strong teams this year, so
Absolutely.
stay tuned to find out who it's going to be.
And let's take a quick look at our bracket. So our next upcoming game are the Eagle Beavers versus the Renegade Rookies, following which we'll see Team Rodeo against Peer Pressure, and then we'll have the Smash Squad against the winners of the next game.
So stay tuned for that.
My name is Freight Train and I skate for the Texas Roller Girls. I like the Mega Lifer helmet because it fits all my hair in there. I wear a lot of extensions and braids, so it does a good job of keeping my head safe and putting all my hair inside. Usually all the other helmets, like it'll be really tight and I'll just skate with it, but I wasn't really comfortable, but now I'm really comfortable, so I like it. I'm Freight Train and I skate for the Texas Roller Girls, and S1 is a part of my uniform. My name is Freight Train, and I skate for the Texas Roller Girls. I like the Made of Lifer helmet because it fits all my hair in there. I wear a lot of extensions and braids, so it does a good job of keeping my head safe and putting all my hair inside. Usually all the other helmets, like it'll be really tight, and I'll just skate with it, but I wasn't really comfortable, but now I'm really comfortable, so I like it. I'm Freight Train, and I skate for the Texas Roller Girls, and S1 is a part of my uniform.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're just getting ready for our next game. I am still Coconut.
And I am Nuclear Haste, aka Nuke.
And we will be commentating for this game, and then I think I take a break after this, but Nuke will continue.
Yep, I will be here for the next 3 games, including this one.
Our game that's about to happen is the Eagle Beavers, which are Royal City, Queen City, and Niagara. They're going to be wearing black, and they are up against the Renegade Rookies, which is Renegade, Nipissing, and Nickel City, and they're wearing white. This should be another really, really good game. We've had some really intense games today. The last one was very interesting, and I'm sure this one will be as well, but hopefully, maybe a little less penalties.
It's always fun to see the penalties, but we like to keep them low because it's not super derby rule sanctioned.
Listen, everyone wants that special foul out sticker.
That's true. I have heard a lot of talk about maybe intentionally fouling out for that, although
I would.
I was told they were all joking.
If I was at 3 penalties,
yeah,
I would.
Yeah.
If I was at 2, I
really
probably
great.
wouldn't. So someone in the chat, we have Eagle Beavers have a skater from Norfolk as well.
Good to know. Good to know.
So Eagle Beavers is actually 4 teams, and I think they are the only one here that's a combination of 4 teams then. And we're just about ready. There's the whistle to start us off. Teams are both going to put out their starting lines. We have Nova jamming for Renegade.
And Crimera jamming for Eagle Beavers.
Both very, very strong jammers. And Crimera takes lead.
Nova still going. Oh, Nova just got out. Trying to catch up behind Crimera here.
And the crowd is chanting for the Eagle Beavers. Crimera squeezes through 4 points and calls it off.
Very nice.
A classic points and call, which we've been seeing it a few times from these players, but today we've seen quite a few jams that have just been run.
Yeah, I think especially for the fresh players, it can be a little confusing. As jammers, we have to look for the bench.
Yeah.
And it can be hard to remember to always do that. And then also, of course, sometimes the bench tells you to run it.
Yeah, these two teams, I think, though, very, very good track awareness, both of them. Now we have Vic Van Dyke for the Eagle Beavers and Casket Case for the Renegades.
And Vic Van Dyke is out.
Casket Case struggling at the front of the pack and finding a way through. There was a penalty assessed to one of the Eagle Beavers blockers.
Their pivot, actually.
And the Eagle Beavers jammer squeezing through a couple points and calling the jam off. More than a couple, squeezing through for 4 points.
Oh, wow, okay. 4-0 jam again for the Eagle Beavers.
And yes, just mentioned in the chat, we are behind schedule.
Yes.
This is a derby tournament after all. They tend to run a little behind schedule. We do, however, have a break coming up at some point today that'll hopefully reset our schedule and we'll catch up. We now have Nova jamming for Renegade and Deal Breaker for the Eagle Beavers. Nova getting through and taking lead. Renegade not too far behind, or Renegade, no, Nova is jamming for Renegades. Deal Breaker not too far behind.
Yeah, so this is the first lead for the Renegade team, I believe. Let's see if they can get a points and call. Oh!
Yeah, and they'll call it off. We'll see how many points were picked up by Deal Breaker. Looks like 3 points for Deal Breaker, 4.
Okay, close, but still up for the Renegade team.
And now we have Basket Case up against Crimera.
Looks like we have some love for Crimera in the chat. Someone says Crimera is a beast. Definitely. We've seen some really good plays from them so far.
And there's the whistle. Both jammers are off. Crimera squeezing through on the outside line. It might have been a cut, so Crimera is going to skate back in behind those blockers.
All right.
But still find a way through.
And Crimera getting lead.
Casket Case fighting through the pack, looking for some offense. But that Eagle Beavers tripod's very strong. Crimera coming through on a scoring pass. Coming up against some resistance from number 242. 242, that is Ghost Rider. Who I think we've also seen jam during this tournament.
Okay, yeah. Some wonderful pivot work. Crimera coming up again, challenging that white tripod.
Yeah, Ghost Rider with the knockout there again.
And Crimera is through.
And we see a star pass. Speaking of Ghost Rider jamming.
Yeah, once again, some great pivot work.
Yeah, beautiful star pass. We'll see if this forces the call off from Crimera. And some great blocking all the way to the line from number 1408. That's Plot Twist.
And it is called off.
Beautiful star pass. And that's exactly
Very
why
nice.
you want to do it, to just force the call off and stop the other team from getting more points.
Yeah, and it was great positioning by their pivot to be in front of that tripod so they don't get stuck as well. Looks like we have Vic Van Dyke up for the Eagle Beavers and Nova for the Renegades.
And some love in the chat for the Renegades. If you are watching this, shout out which team you're cheering for and where you're watching from. I feel like we have people probably watching from all over. And there's the whistle.
Ooh.
Both jammers bumping into each other.
Little jammer on jammer action as they fight through.
And Nova takes lead for the Renegades. Vic Van Dyke getting through, trying to close the gap.
Pretty close behind.
A huge hit from one of the
Ooh.
Eagle Beavers blockers, and that'll force the call off.
Calls it off while on the ground.
Yeah, that's number 369, I think, Crash Cart with that amazing block.
That is a good jammer name, Crash Cart. And looks like we have Dill Breaker up again and against Basket Case as jammers.
And there's the whistle. Casket Case going to the inside, getting knocked into the tripod. Meanwhile, Deal Breaker finding a way through and taking the outside, getting lead for the Eagle Beavers. Casket Case goes down with a couple of blockers. Casket Case knocked out to the inside and cycling back.
Dill Breaker is going through the pack again and has made it out
Yeah,
for
that's
4 points.
Casket Case still on initial. Those blockers putting up a fight. And there is Deal Breaker again through the pack. I see someone in the chat saying, let's go Dylan. Is that Deal Breaker, and should we be pronouncing it Dill Breaker?
I have been saying Dill Breaker. Yeah, I feel like maybe.
Also,
Tell us in the chat if you know the pronunciation.
Yeah, some love for Buns Bunny in the chat as well.
Very
And
good name. Called
Dill Breaker
off.
is going to call it off there.
And that was a 12-0 jam for the Eagle Beavers.
Okay, yes, so it is Dill Breaker.
Dill Breaker, okay. Well, thanks for showing Dill some love. I see someone is cheering from London, Ontario, I presume.
Oh, Crash Cart is an EMT, hence the name.
That is amazing. Wow. It's always cool to see what people do outside of Derby. I feel like we've got such a wide range of like jobs and stuff.
Yeah. Someone from Hamilton.
Nice.
Shout out to the announcers. We know the pain of the names. We do our best.
Yeah, especially in a tournament this long, it's not like we can go up and ask everyone their pronunciation.
And we have an official review right now, so we'll take this time to shout out some of our vendors that we have here today. Monarch Designs is never mind. That is the whistle ending the timeout, so back to Derby.
You just got to name Monarch Designs.
Monarch Designs.
Keep that in
You'll have to
mind.
stay tuned to find out who they are.
Oh, it looks like Buffalo's in the house. Someone cheering from Buffalo. That's awesome.
You have a buffalo in your house? That sounds messy.
Oh, it looks like someone's lost a toe stop on the track.
Yeah, that is the third toe stop I've seen get lost in this tournament so far.
Now, a toe stop is not considered essential part of their gear, so skaters can continue to skate without their toe stop.
Yes.
I learned that the hard way in my fresh when I tried to stop to grab it.
And this is a power jam for Renegade.
Looks like
Good
they've got
opportunity.
Nova.
Yeah, a good opportunity for them to catch up. And Nova, a very strong jammer who can hopefully convert this power jam into some points. Nova is coming around again. And Renegades are setting up their offense, trying to take apart that tripod. Meanwhile, Chimera is back on the track.
Nova just absolutely bullying her way through that pack.
Chimera
Lots of
knocked to
power.
the inside. Did not cycle back. We'll see if that was a cut. Looks
like it was okay.
no. I think the blocker who knocked them out went down as well. So
Oh, all right. And a call off from Nova.
yeah, very, very good call off. No points picked up on that pass, unfortunately, but still a big jam for Renegade. Our teams are setting up, and there's the call for 5 seconds.
Looks like Plot Twist is jamming for the Renegades. I don't know if we've seen them jam this game yet.
No, but we've seen some great blocking from Plot Twist. And Plot Twist fighting on the outside line, outside to inside, trying to push through. But Vic Van Dyke has taken lead for the Eagle Beavers. Plot Twist, I believe, has taken the star off. Or no, star is still on.
Still has it. Oh, making it out at the same time as...
Yeah, Vic Van Dyke calling it off, then looking to the bench and being like, wait, should I have called it?
That is a classic.
I think that was a good call off.
I think they both made it out.
Yeah, if you're out and you're behind the opposing jammer,
makes sense
call
to
it
me.
off.
But that's what this tournament is all about, are letting our fresh players learn new things, figure out when to call it, when to not, when to look to the bench.
Always look to the bench.
Always, true. Looks like we've got Dealbreaker once again and Nova.
Nova pushing up against that tripod. Dealbreaker skating backwards on one foot on the inside line.
Okay.
Nova getting knocked out and trying again. And Nova is through as Dealbreaker comes around on a scoring pass, signaling for a sweep, but getting knocked out from a huge hit from number 13, Felony Punisher.
Lots of engagement from the crowd.
Yeah, everyone's yelling to call it.
Yeah.
We'll see if Renegade picked up any points. They did. They picked up 2 points.
2 points.
At the end, taking advantage of that slow call off.
Oh, but Eagle Beavers got 4 points. Oh, Eagle Beavers called it off. Okay, I see.
Yes, yeah.
That makes sense. All right, we've got 1408 jamming. Plot Twist again, looking to start behind Chimera.
There's the whistle. Both jammers are off. Plot Twist going on the outside, and Chimera taking lead. Plot Twist trying to push through really hard.
That looks like a tight pack.
Yeah, pack is a bit of a mess.
Chimera making it on that inside line. Looks like Black Pivot 777. Chargasm has gotten a penalty.
Yeah, and with that, Plot Twist is through. Chimera is coming up against the tripod, looking ready to call it off maybe, and there's the call off. And
so that was an 8-0 jam for Eagle Beavers.
yeah, widening their lead. It's now 49 for the Eagle Beavers and 14 for Renegade.
So the Eagle Beavers are starting down a pivot.
Yeah, Vic Van Dyke trying to charge through that pack, but Nova takes the lead for Renegade. No, it was a forearm. So that means that Vic Van Dyke now has lead and a power jam. And there's the Eagle Beaver offense going for that sweep.
Ooh.
And a little bit of a lot of a pile up.
Oh.
More of a pile up.
Come on, Vic Van Dyke.
And a
Yes,
huge hit.
gets
Vic
up.
Van Dyke is through.
Gets up quickly and keeps going. That's the point of the game.
We had a bit of a domino situation there.
Yeah. You see a lot of those in Fresh, I feel like, but
Yeah. There's the Eagle Beavers setting up for another sweep,
okay.
but a hit
Still in, all right. And calling it off before the other jammer can get through.
However, I believe that would have been the other jammer's initial pass, as they got the penalty
Ooh.
in their first initial pass.
Yes.
So not necessary to call it off there, but if you need the break, you might as well.
Yeah. We've got Plot Twist lining up to jam again. And
Yeah, we'll see who the Eagle Beavers put out, but we have a timeout being called.
I thought maybe that might be the case.
Yep. So our teams are going to take a second, talk some strategy, drink some water.
Take a deep breath.
Yep, it's been an intense game so far, but some very, very good derby.
Yes, absolutely.
And here you can see our crowd that we have here today, quite a few people.
Lots of discussion.
And also, just behind that crowd is our merch booth. We have lovely merch drawn by our league's very own Bananarchy. And things are selling out. So if you're here and you want something and you haven't bought it yet,
Absolutely.
go quick, because I think we are sold out of stickers and close to selling out on certain types of shirts and bags.
Yes, yeah. I just got mine today, and the sales are going fast. Bananarchy is also the one who made these stickers for our foul outs, so special edition. Oh, can only get that if you foul out a fresh.
Yes, we've seen a few of those.
Okay, we have Dillbreaker
Up against Plot Twist again. Jammers looking like they're going to bump into each other off the whistle. A huge hit from Plot Twist, and Plot Twist taking that outside line. It was open, but got suddenly closed. And it looked like it might have been lead for Renegade, but it was a forearm, so this will be another power jam for the Eagle Beavers. And Dealbreaker through that initial pass now has lead.
I don't see them lining up for a sweep. It'll be interesting to see what they do. Oh, it looks like they just noticed what was happening, going in for that sweep.
Yeah, there were only two blockers on the
Wonderful.
track, so.
Yes, a sweep is hard to do with two. I mean, it's hard to do much with two blockers on the track.
Yeah, they made it work, though. And there they go, going for
that
the
next
sweep
sweep.
again. But not so successful. Dealbreaker going to the outside instead. Now
It
the
looks like
Eagle
they're just trying to
Beavers-
keep pack.
Yeah,
Oh, and they noticed that our white jammer is back up.
and Plot Twist fighting on the inside, getting through cleanly. See if we get a points and call from Dealbreaker now.
Ooh,
Nope,
just
not going
a
to go for it.
call.
Just not risk the other team scoring any points at all, I suppose.
That's fair.
Shout out in the chat for Niagara teammates, Chimera, Lucky Strike, Tough Prime, and Victoria Seakits. And our next jam is off. Chimera against Nova as our jammers. Both of them are through very, very close to each other. Chimera has
Neck
lead.
and neck.
And the pack is moving very, very fast. Chimera knocked out to the inside, not calling it off.
Let's see if Nova can grab some points from this one.
Probably at least a couple.
Looked like a few to me.
Yep, 3 points. So 3 points for the Renegades, 4 for Eagle Beavers.
So 4-3 jam.
And we have someone in the chat saying they're impressed with the production value. So this is, I think, a good time to shout out our tech crew,
Absolutely.
Ben and John, who've been doing a great job with switching our cameras for us. Previous years, I had to do that myself while also announcing. It's so great to have someone else do it for me. So thank you so much.
You guys can't see it, but we just got a thumbs up from them.
All right, and our next jam is off. Vic Van Dyke using one of their own blockers to get through and take lead.
We've got Plot Twist trying to make their way through the pack.
And now we have Chimera blocking for the Eagle Beavers instead of jamming. Big
I hadn't
hit.
even noticed that.
Yeah, big hit from number 7125. That is Spinebreaker.
That is an intimidating name.
Yes. And Vic Van Dyke is through. Plot Twist still fighting to get through.
Looks like they're
Vic
going
Van
for a
Dyke-
star pass. And great star pass taken from Casket Case. Casket Case is now the jammer for white.
The pack moving forward. Renegade trying to take the front ahead of the Eagle Beavers, setting up their tripod.
Let's see if Casket Case could. Nope, it is called off. Very close to getting some points there.
Yeah, smart decision to call it off there. The other jammers in front of you, their blockers are at the front of the pack also. So that was an 8-point jam for the Eagle Beavers, 0 points for the Renegades.
Only about 2 minutes left in this game.
Yeah, Eagle Beavers with a pretty solid lead.
The Eagle Beavers have been doing very good in this tournament so far. They are definitely tough competitors.
Yes.
We've got Dillbreaker and Nova once again. Dillbreaker getting pushed out.
Nova fighting through and taking lead.
Dillbreaker getting a lot of knockouts.
Yeah, the crowd absolutely loves when the team that's behind takes lead.
Absolutely.
I think that's the thing about this crowd. It doesn't matter who, they'll always cheer for the underdog.
Yes, we love an underdog.
And Nova's going to get those 4 points and call it off.
Looks like they're starting with a pivot in the box. Sorry, the Renegade rookies are starting with a pivot in the box.
And there's an official review being called by the Renegade rookies. And that means this is an excellent time for me to resolve that cliffhanger I left you all with, the Frazzled Freaks. Head over to the vendor alley and check out the Frazzled Freaks, a trinket shop specializing in small handmade items such as earrings, painted art, and sun catchers. They also have a selection of magnets, gibbets, and stickers.
Very cool. I believe they were here last year. I got some earrings from them, actually.
Yeah.
They had these little rainbow Lego earrings. Not the ones I'm wearing right now, but yeah, they have some very cool earrings, and they're super nice people, too.
Yeah, so if you're a lover of trinkets, then check them out.
Yeah.
Or should I say, if you're a derby player, you're probably a lover of trinkets.
That is true. It's a shame you can't accessorize too much in this sport. I've got a lot of nice dangly earrings, but I feel like it's too scary to maybe get some Velcro caught in it.
And we have the result of that official review. We have heard back. They were just using that official review as a timeout. You are allowed to do that. Gives your players a chance to breathe, talk some strategy.
Now, I assume that means you would lose the official review, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because if you win an official review, you can get it back. But if you use it as a timeout, you lose that for the game. How many official reviews do we get in a fresh game? Do you know?
One.
One. Okay.
One for each team.
Okay. In a normal game, that would be two for each half? Or two in general?
2 in total.
2 in total. Okay.
I think. So correct me in the chat if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
So there's the whistle to start our jam.
We've got Chimera getting lead, and Nova, is that Nova?
Yep.
Nova close behind. Probably going to see another points and call. Pack is moving very fast.
Renegade is down 2 blockers, so it would be nice for them to extend this jam a little bit and clear the box.
Okay, yeah, looks like they're going to keep on going.
Yeah, Nova fighting through, getting 4 points.
Lots of power from Nova.
Renegade skaters trying to take the front of the pack, give themselves a little more room. Chimera juking to the inside and getting through. And both teams back at full strength now. Nova fighting to get through. A penalty assessed to one of the Renegade blockers.
I think I saw it being a directional, but I'm not sure.
We'll see if it shows up on our board that we have here. So both jammers skating around on scoring passes. Chimera opting not to call it off, giving Nova a chance to score some more points, and a huge hit from number... I don't see anyone here with a number that looks like that person's number. All right. Anyway, we're going to cut to us. We do have an injury on the track, so we're going to take a second here. We will cut to the bracket now and show you what's coming up next. Our next game is going to be Team Rodeo against Peer Pressure, and that should be at 2:20. However, we're already way past that. So
we'll see when that happens.
10 minutes after this game finishes is when that will happen, roughly. And then after that, it'll be Smash Squad against the winner of this game. And those are our semifinal brackets. So stay tuned for those. And taking a second here still, why don't we shout out some more people? If you're wondering where this tournament is happening, it's at Larry Grossman Forest Hill Memorial Arena in Toronto. So shout out to them for hosting us and letting us use this space for our tournament.
It's a lovely space, just a little cold if you're not a player, because
Yes.
we're right by a hockey rink.
Yeah, I brought a sweater and a blanket.
I also have my sweater, but I'm feeling fine for now. We'll see.
Yeah, right now it's a little toasty in here because these games are just so good.
Yeah, it's heating up. The
Yeah.
energy just really has us warm. We'll do another shout out, I guess. Let's talk about Monarch Designs. It's our go-to for customizable roller derby tees, tanks, and hoodies with attitude. From skaters and refs to the derby family, we create bold designs that let your personality show. Proudly inclusive and pride supportive.
All right, and there is the crowd clapping as our injured skater has gotten up and is skating off, which is good to see.
Going to see our wonderful medics. Shout
Yeah.
out to the medics for the amazing work they do. They keep us safe and healthy and make sure that everyone's playing at their best.
So with that, we should get right back to Derby in a minute. The refs are discussing. We'll see if there's any kind of official changes after that jam. We only have 6 minutes left on the game clock.
6 seconds, you mean?
Sorry, 6 seconds.
6 seconds left.
6 minutes left. That would be a lot. No.
That's, yeah.
6 seconds left, so we'll probably get one more jam, but the officials might be discussing whether or not, because sometimes the game clock runs a little bit different on the scoreboard than what the officials are tracking. So,
Officials know best.
yeah, I would love to see one more jam because I just want to see more Derby.
That's, yeah. I mean, the Renegade team is really pulling it back out. Would
Yeah.
love to see them get one more jam.
Lots of love for the Renegades in the chat as
Yeah,
well.
someone's saying that they're playing some good defense, definitely.
Just some really good Derby all around.
Absolutely.
All right, and that is the end of the official timeout. Looks like we will be getting one more.
We've got Plot Twist jamming for the Renegade rookies, number 1408, and for the Eagle Beavers, we have Vic Van Dyke, number 48. It looks like Renegades have one in the penalty box.
And another official timeout.
Much to discuss with the officials, I guess.
I think it was just a quick discrepancy adding some time back onto the scoreboard.
Okay, so we are at 9 seconds, not 6.
Yeah. So I imagine if you are the Eagle Beavers here and you get lead, you probably just wait a couple of seconds and call it off, right?
Just run out the clock and call it off, yeah.
If you're the Renegades, I think you just run it.
Yeah.
Run
Just
it until
see how
you
many
get tired.
you can get. Oh, immediate taking
star
off the
pass.
star. Let's see if that helps.
And yeah, there is the get lead, call it off, which will end the game. So our unofficial score now is 89 for the Eagle Beavers and 33 for the Renegades. I imagine that will probably be our final score.
Yes. And so that would mean the Eagle Beavers will be moving on to our game 16, which was supposed to be at 3, but, you know, we're running a little late, so
Yeah.
we'll see when it happens.
So they are going to play the Smash Squad.
That should be exciting.
Yeah, stay tuned for that. Our next game is going to be Team Rodeo against Peer Pressure. And we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes.
See ya.
Oh.
My name is Freight Train and I skate for the Texas Roller Girls. I like the Mega Lifer helmet because it fits all my hair in there. I wear a lot of extensions and braids, so it does a good job of keeping my head safe and putting all my hair inside. Usually all the other helmets, like it'll be really tight and I'll just skate with it, but I wasn't really comfortable, but now I'm really comfortable, so I like it. I'm Freight Train and I skate for the Texas Roller Girls, and S1 is a part of my uniform. My name is Freight Train, and I skate for the Texas Roller Girls. I like the Mega Lifer helmet because it fits all my hair in there. I wear a lot of extensions and braids, so it does a good job of keeping my head safe and putting all my hair inside. Usually, all the other helmets, like it'll be really tight, and I'll just skate with it, but I wasn't really comfortable, but now I'm really comfortable, so I like it. I'm Freight Train, and I skate for the Texas Roller Girls, and S1 is a part of my uniform.
And welcome back to those joining us on the live stream, or thank you for tuning in if this is your first game of the day. This is Game 15 of the Fresh and the Furious 2026 tournament. We have Rodeo facing off against Peer Pressure. Team Rodeo will be wearing black today, and they are made up of Peterborough, Ottawa, OVRD, and Kingston. And Peer Pressure is Hammer City Roller Derby. I'm Jamurai Jack, and I'm joined by my lovely co-host,
Nuclear Haste, aka Nuke.
And we're very excited to get this game rolling. It's sure to be a really evenly based matchup based off what we've seen so far today.
Yeah, both teams have some really strong jammers, really strong players overall, and have been just having some great games, super entertaining to watch.
It's sure to be some big hits delivered on this one as well.
Hopefully big legal hits.
Hopefully. And we're just getting set up here now. Some players already taking the track for Rodeo, and Team White's going out to join them.
Looks like we've got number 830 Moth Mayhem for Rodeo, and for Peer Pressure 755 Calebite. Calebite has been a great jammer to watch, very strong, lots of big hits. Moth Mayhem makes it through first and gets lead.
Calebite right behind them, potentially going to force a call off here. The pack is moving quickly through.
We see a lot of fast packs in Fresh. And that was a points and call it. We'll see how many points they managed to grab.
And no points for both teams, it
no
looks
points
like, on
for
that
both
one.
team. All right. It was very close, so better to call it off with no points, keeping it even, than to risk the other opposing jammer getting any of those points.
Good strategy. And great job on Calebites for getting around there and not letting them get any points either, forcing the call off. Next up, we'll have Hagen, number 22 for Rodeo.
And number 8.
Troublemaker for Peer Pressure.
Looks like Hagen made it out and is getting lead. A big drawback for Troublemaker.
Number 626 doing some great one-on-one blocking. Another big hit from number 626. Troublemaker struggling to make it through on the initial, but looking to take the inside line there, pushing up against the tripod.
That is a strong tripod. We've got Hagen making their way through the pack again, trying to break through that tripod.
Hagen's quick to get back up when knocked down and able to make it back through, picking up 4 more points for Rodeo.
Troublemaker still on their initial pass, I believe.
Getting some offensive help from number 95.
Hagen makes it through again for another 4 points, making this a 12-0 jam so far.
Big hit from number 626 from Rodeo for Troublemaker, who's still struggling to get through, but getting back up each time. And it looks to be they're running the clock for Rodeo.
Let's see if Troublemaker can grab some offense here.
Number 42 helping out Troublemaker with some offense.
And Hagen coming around again. Bit of a messy pack. Looks like Troublemaker has made it through.
Troublemaker makes it through, coming around for their scoring pass.
And called off by Hagen. That was a 20-0 point jam for our second jam of the game. Very impressive.
That's a big start for Rodeo so far.
These 20-point jams are kind of the reason why derby games can really go either way at any moment, because, you know, next, all of a sudden there's a power jam and a skater's getting 20, 24 points in a jam. So you never know what's going to happen next.
Especially in these 20 minutes. We have Una Na up against Miss Andry. Una Na has been a very strong jammer so far today. Able to make her way through and not easy to knock down. They're
just absolutely pushing through that pack.
Miss Andry takes the lead, and Una Na is trying to get a hole there to get out. Miss Andry pushing up against the tripod on the inside line and breaking through to get 4 points on the board.
Looks like they're going for a star pass, and a successful star pass for Peer Pressure. We have number 8-6, Herbie, has taken the star and is coming around. We'll see if this forces a call off. And yep, that's a call off.
2 points managed to be picked up there for Rodeo, with 0 points for Peer Pressure, but a great star pass on that one.
Yeah, beautifully done.
It'll be Calebite for Peer Pressure up against Rodeo, Moth Mayhem. And we're off. Moth Mayhem coming up strong. Same with Calebite against the tripod, but
looks like Peer Pressure started with a blocker in the penalty box. And Moth Mayhem has gotten lead. Calebite coming up right behind them.
The white blockers are skating fast, trying to avoid a points and call situation, but Moth Mayhem takes the inside, calling off the jam.
Coming in a little hot to their team's bench. And looks like we're going to get an official review. So far, 26-0 for Rodeo. But we're only a quarter into the game, so really it could go either way.
Yeah, so far the Jammers seem to be neck and neck in their racing, especially one gets out, takes lead, and the other one's not far behind them.
Some very exciting derby. Looks like someone in the chat is cheering for King Thrashmouth. King Thrashmouth is on the peer pressure, 95.
They had some big hits on that one.
Love from the UK.
Oh!
That is far.
Thanks for tuning in.
Who are you cheering from King Thrashmouth, the person who just said that.
Nice.
Thank you for tuning in. We love to get viewers from near and far. It seems this tournament gets bigger every year.
Yeah, love to see it.
We actually played in the UK in November.
Yes, yeah. Went to Hogtown, went to Manchester, which was really great.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I say we played. JJ played, and I wore a pig costume on the bench.
No, you were very important to have there for team morale and wrangling us to get on the track.
Oh, yeah. Bench managing. Listen to your bench managers, guys. It's not an easy job.
Yeah, you're one of the best ones we have, so we appreciate it.
Thank you. I won't tell Banana you said that. Looks like we're getting some dancing on the bench from Rodeo. Having some fun.
It's so weird to see Rodeo in black because I've seen them in white for this whole tournament, so now I'm just having to go back and forth between the team names.
Yeah.
Slay Market, repair that track. Yeah, shout out to our volunteers and officials here. We would not be able to do this without them.
Yeah, we've got Slay Market and Disco Drew on track repair right now, or Star Drew Valley if you know him that way. I think he had a third name coming up, but I can't remember it at the moment.
Keeping us on our toes.
Man of many names.
And we will let you know the results of the official review. We have Dead Lasso on standby to give us the results. In the meantime, why don't we hear about some of our vendors here? We have What's Your Damage? What's Your Damage Skate Shop, located in Keswick, Ontario, is owned by Pumpernickel number 17. Oh, and we have the results of the official review. So the official review is Hammer is looking for a cut call on Rodeo's Jammer, and the official review has been granted. It does look that Rodeo Jammer's Jammer did cut, so they will be getting a penalty on that one.
This means that next jam will start with a power jam for
Hammer City.
Hammer City, okay, peer pressure. Power jams are a great opportunity to rack up some points.
Absolutely, especially with the score being the way it is right now, 26-0. It'll be a good chance to get some points up on the board there. It's still so early in the game with 20 minutes. There's 14:57 remaining. Still lots of time for this to be anyone's game.
Also, if anyone in the chat is confused, Hammer City is peer pressure. I've been saying peer pressure. I see that it is Hammer up on the board now. So Hammer City, peer pressure. A team of many names.
Calebite's up, jamming for peer pressure.
A power jam for peer pressure. You can see them setting up for a potential sweep here, but it looks like they have a blocker in the box. Oh, Calebite spinning out. Having to re-enter. I believe that was a cut.
And
a penalty
Calebite is
for Calebite.
headed to the penalty box.
Yeah, did not re-enter behind all of the skaters that had position on Calebite. And so now they're releasing Rodeo's Jammer. You can't have two jammers off the track at the same time. And so the power jam has switched. It is now a power jam for Rodeo.
That was a quick turn of events.
It was.
Moth Mayhem pushing through on that one.
Trying to get that star hat on.
Team Black setting up to do a sweep, it looks like. But Moth Mayhem does not need it, choosing instead to force their way through that tripod.
Yeah, it looks like instead of a sweep, they're just trying to hold the pack. Oh,
and Moth Mayhem is headed to the penalty box once again with Calebite coming around past their initial.
Another power jam.
3 power jams in one jam.
They're just trading off. Calebite approaching the pack again.
Choosing to hit before getting any offensive help. Big hit from Calebite on one of the black team's jammers.
Calebite coming around again, hoping to sweep another 4 points. Hitting their own team a little bit and getting through for another 4 points. And it looks like the Black Jammer is out of the box and back on the track right as the time runs out.
And players do not know. They kept the jam going, but it is done, and they're going to reset.
Looks like that was a 2-12 jam.
We have someone cheering on number 93, Lucille Brawl, who is on Team Rodeo. Next up, it'll be Hagen for Team Black against Troublemaker for Team White. And we have an official timeout as they're deliberating. Another vendor we have on site is our tournament merch from Hogtown. Check out the Fresh and the Furious tournament merch booth located at the track level entrance. Shirts are all designed and hand pressed in-house by members of Hogtown Roller Derby. You can even add your name and number to your shirt on site. You can visit the merch booth for more information. Some great derby happening here today so far.
Absolutely, very exciting.
Mm-hmm.
These 20-minute games always make for such nail biters.
I know, especially when it's so close in the score. And it truly, the power jams do make a difference in this one.
Absolutely.
We're getting so close to our championship game as well. So it's a toss-up of who will be in that one, but stay tuned. And we'll be starting off with one of Pure Pressure's, one of Rodeo's blockers in the box, number 14.
Looks like it was for a high block.
114 Torres, it looks like.
Now, I believe this game, the winner of this game, goes on to our semifinals, game 13. So this is an exciting game. We're currently on. Oh wait, I think I have that wrong. Oh, okay, game 11. Yes, they go to our semifinals.
And looks to be some action in the middle there, so we should be getting back moving any moment now.
Yep, shout out to our officials for keeping this game running smoothly. We trust in their calls to keep us safe and fair.
And there's the whistle to end the official timeout. Next whistle starts the jam.
And it looks like there are no skaters. Oh, actually, there's a pivot in the box for Rodeo.
Hagen and Troublemaker both pushing up against that tripod. Big hit from Hagen against number 18. But it is going to be a power jam for Pure Pressure.
Yeah, Rodeo's jammer going to the box.
For a back block. Big cheers in the crowd as Troublemaker comes around past their initial lead jammer. Always a good position to be with a power jam.
You can see the jammer signaling to the team what they want to do by doing the little handshake.
Getting some offensive help. And going down over one of Rodeo's blockers, but skating around. Almost a call off there, but their coach tells them to keep running it.
Let's see if they can grab another few points. I believe the other jammer will be in their initial when they, calling it off. Great call off. That is 4 points for Hammer City, aka Peer Pressure. Oh, 6 points, my mistake. They got another 2 in that last little burst.
Amazing. So 11 minutes left in the game, so plenty of time to close that gap between Rodeo. We have Una Na up for Peer Pressure and Miss Andry up for Rodeo. Miss Andry coming in hot, pushing through. Una Na taking that outside line like a champ, getting knocked down in the middle there, but getting right back up. Both jammers fighting to get through. Some great blocking from both tripods, and Miss Andry breaks through, taking the lead.
Just a quick correction from the chat here. The winner of this game will be going to our finals, our championship round. Thank you for that correction.
Unana is out from their initial, and Miss Andry is trying to find a gap there in the pushing up against one of the blockers.
Oh, a rolling fall from number 42. Great attempt at getting that jammer.
They were not afraid to go in for that big hit.
No, you definitely see a lot of people throwing themselves into the action here.
We'll have number 755, Kayla Bite for Peer Pressure up against Moth Mayhem 830.
We've seen Kayla Bite and Moth Mayhem go up against each other a lot this game.
Seems to be they have the same jamming style, which is always interesting to watch. Both trying to force their way through that one-on-one situation.
Wow.
It's neck and neck for lead. Moth Mayhem takes it, but Kayla Bite is
and a jammer on jammer
hit from both jammers.
It looks like we might have
Moth Mayhem
penalty
on that hit gets a penalty. A power jam for Team Hammer.
Let's see if Hammer can rake up some points here.
Kayla White manages to stand on their feet, but manages to stay within the track going around.
Black jammer standing.
This will be a 2-minute jam with no lead.
Oh, correct, because there's no lead. Oh, and a big fall from Kayla Bite.
Kayla Bite goes flying off the track.
Re-entering.
830 going through, but no hat on.
Moth Mayhem made the way through the pack. Coming up for their scoring pass.
Kayla Bite fighting through, but good 2-on-2 from Rodeo. And a no pack call. Kayla Bite goes.
That's 4 points for Moth Mayhem.
Kayla Bite jumps on
and
the
a big
apex.
ball for Kayla Bite. She is getting up though.
Confused over whether it's a cut.
Yeah. Trying to see if they need to exit. Yeah.
And it was a cut. They did get knocked out and have to go. And that ends the jam.
This means that the next jam will start on a power jam. A power jam for Rodeo.
Both jammers managed to pick up 8 points so far. Let's see if that changes on the scoreboard on that jam.
8-8, good jam, keeping it tied up.
We have some big fans of Miss Andry in the chat. They've been jamming great today. Very quick on their toe stops and quick to get around those blockers.
I love that. Please sign my forehead.
And Hagen will be taking the power play on this one.
Fighting their way through while their team watches to see if they make it before attempting a sweep, and they make it through.
They're a squirrely jammer. You give them a little bit of room and they can just keep going.
Kayla Bite standing in the penalty box looking to probably force a quick call off. Maybe
Hagen
rack up
looking
some
for
points.
a hole there. Pushing through. They have to watch for those forearms. Yep.
Yep,
and
just like you said, Hagen has gotten a forearm penalty. And that makes it a power jam for Hammer City. Let's see if Calebite can bring this back in their favor.
this is a great game so far.
Lots of excitement from the audience. Lots of cheers.
Calebite hitting up against the other blockers,
Calebite
taking one of them down.
Calebite racking up another 4 points. Looks like the rodeo pivot has gotten a penalty.
Calebite does a spin, getting back around.
Rodeo Jammer is back on. Kayla making another pass.
Tearing right through that tripod, but Hagen is right behind them.
It is 12-0 for Hammer City right now. Actually 12-4. Hammer is really closing that gap.
Wow.
That is some good
points
derby.
For peer pressure on that one, and 4 points to Rodeo. Now at 44 for Rodeo, 38 for peer pressure.
That's
This
only a
is-
6-point difference with 5 minutes still left in the game.
It's going to be a close one.
Absolutely.
And we have a team timeout, which is a great chance for everyone to catch their breath, get together and talk, drink some water.
Absolutely. I personally love when we do our big deep breath as a team.
Yes.
Sometimes that can just really help reset any of the nerves. Near the end of the game, sometimes things get a little messy because you're feeling like you really want to give it your all, but it's always nice to take a deep breath and center yourself.
Definitely get control of the excitement and ground yourself. And another one of our vendors is Monarch Designs, which is your go-to for customizable roller derby tees, tanks, and hoodies with attitude. From skaters and refs of the derby family, they create bold designs that let your personality show. And there's the whistle on the team timeout. We have both teams on the track.
We have Miss Andrew jamming, so whoever was super excited in the chat, now's your time to cheer Miss Andrew on.
And we have Troublemaker up for Team White.
Oh, and a quick exit from Miss Andrew.
Herbie giving them a lot of trouble in that one-on-one, but Miss Andrew manages to take the lead. Troublemaker struggling to find a hole as 626 and number 93 are keeping them stuck.
Oh, and a wonderful attempt at an apex jump from Miss Andrew.
Great stop by number 18.
Looks like we got a penalty call on Miss Andrew. That makes it a power jam for
Herbie doing some
For
great one-on-one
Hammer.
against 626, a strong blocker that's giving the jammer a lot of grief. And Troublemaker is through. This will be a 2-minute jam as our lead jammer has gone to the penalty box. Herbie has gone to the penalty box for Team White.
This could be Hammer City's chance to tie it up.
626 does a drawback on Troublemaker. They do look a little tired there as this is a long jam. And Miss Andrew is back on the track, getting ready to go through for another scoring pass.
But the tripod's catching her, and oh, a little messy there, but got hit out.
Breaks through that 2-man tripod there, and then Miss Andrews coming back around. Someone said in the chat, let's go peer pressure, clawing it back. Truly keeping this game neck and neck. Miss Andrew manages a pass through again, picking up 4 more points. And Troublemaker's coming back around. Will they be able to pick up any more points in this timer left?
Looks like Troublemaker had been looking to the bench for a call off, but was told to keep it running. But that is our jam, 42-52.
And Team White will have Herbie sitting in the penalty box to start this one off. Theolator Alligator is out as jammer for Rodeo. And we have Unana out for peer pressure.
They're both wearing their derby skirts, looking very
Love to see
stylish.
Theolator Alligator coming in
start.
hot on that one, looking for a hole, but they're getting hit.
Thea
enough to the
shoving
line.
through.
Theolator Alligator coming
Getting
around
lead.
fast. Unana struggling to make it through. Number 9 attempting to keep them back, but Unana makes it past on their initial. Theolator
And
Alligator.
Thea calling it off. Calling it off, keeping it at 4-0 for Rodeo. Looks like we probably only have one jam left, maybe two in this game. It is still extremely close. A power jam could turn this whole thing around.
Team timeout for Team White. And we have a shout out to Davis equals Jammer's worst nightmare. And Davis is on Team Black Rodeo. Oh, 626. Yes, they are.
Oh, yeah, we have
Lots.
seen some good hits from them.
And they always do the longest drawbacks, which is Jammer's worst nightmare.
Absolutely. Those drawbacks are, as our coach likes to say, soul crushing.
Yes.
It really just tires you out. I was telling someone the other day, the third time you get hit out as a jammer, you're just like, I might just stay on the floor.
I'm just,
you know,
yeah, like-
I might take a nap now.
How long left? It's 30 seconds. I could
Yeah.
stay here for that time.
Yep. Someone says, go Team Jorts. I'm not sure what Team Jorts is. If you
I
could
don't know, but I
enlighten
do
us in the
love
chat.
jorts. Oh, is it? Is it
Oh.
the Miss Andre shorts?
Looks like Miss Andre is wearing jorts, perhaps. That is an awesome move, honestly.
It is.
We have Miss Andre jamming against Kayla Bite in what could be the last jam, but we shall see.
Caleb trying to do some jammer on jammer
Ooh.
action there.
A false start, I
Oh,
think,
yes.
from both jammers, so no penalty awarded for that.
They got me too. Oh, never mind. Confusion all around.
Lots of
Caleb
confusion.
jumping that inside line. Oh, but it is a cut, potentially.
Yeah, that's a cut. So Rodeo has lead. It is a power jam for Rodeo.
Miss Andre getting recycled back to the back of the pack. Number 42 doing a drawback, but they come through quick on that one, managing to stay within bounds on the outside line. Doing this in jean shorts is very impressive.
Absolutely. Oh, a big hit from 626.
Miss Andre coming in hot into the pack, trying to take that inside line. One skate lifted, and they manage to stay within bounds. We have Caleb White back on the track, coming in hot to make up some of those points. Big hit to number 22, Hagen. Out as pivot. Miss Andrews looking for any kind of gap, but Caleb White is coming around for scoring pass.
And with 20 seconds left in the game, it has been called off. 15? I don't know. Timer's still going down. Time out.
An official review for Team
Oh,
Hammer, so
official
potentially one
review.
last
Okay.
jam. Let's see.
I think we'll get one last jam.
I do love the commitment to the rodeo theme that we have going on here.
Yes, lots of cowboy hats. I mean, we were actually offered a cowboy hat, but we didn't want to mess with our headphones. But yeah, I do love the rodeo theme.
Yeah, it's very fun.
And I believe Peterborough is Pard, and they have a very party kind of theme
Yes.
going on always. So it kind of
Always.
fits with that. They really bring the vibes.
We have a lot of rodeo fans in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just using the official review as a timeout there. So potentially getting one last jam, we'll see, with a 69 score for Rodeo, 42 for Hammer. And we'll be doing one last jam. We have Thea Later Alligator out for Rodeo once again. Last time around, they make quick work of knocking down the other team's tripod, and we'll have Troublemaker out.
Looks like they're starting with a pivot in the box for Pure Pressure Hammer City. Pivot in the box means there is no star passing for now.
Team Rodeo is holding strong to that line, not leaving much room for Troublemaker to get past.
Seeing a little chit chat with the blockers and the jammer there. It's always nice when they get along.
And we're off. Thea Later Alligator coming in hot into that tripod, but getting knocked down. Troublemaker looking for any opening, but Rodeo's not providing one. No pack, so they can skate through.
And Thea Later Alligator has gotten lead. And is being told to call it.
Ending the jam quickly.
Looks like Thea Later Alligator has called it, and that is game. Our unofficial score is currently 69-42. That means Rodeo will potentially be moving on. We'll wait. I mean, I don't know what kind of review would change that score. But yeah, a great game overall. Both teams played awesome.
Really kept the audience on our toes here. Truly could have been anyone's game, especially with those jammer penalties. It was so quick to turn the score around.
Absolutely.
Lots of new things.
And that is game. Final score 69-42. So we will see Rodeo heading on to our finals. Congratulations, Team Rodeo. And congratulations, Pure Pressure Hammer City, for just an amazing game overall.
And stay tuned for our next game, which is game
We're just waiting to see who's playing.
6. Game winner 13.
Yeah,
so game
okay.
16 Smash Squad against Eagle Beavers.
Yes, okay. That should be a very exciting game. Both some very tough teams.
Absolutely. All right, so stay tuned for that.
I'm Brick Tater, and I skate for arch rival Roller Derby. Even in my game today, I fell backwards on my head after a pretty big hit, but I was able to just keep going. I didn't really notice any impact to my head, which was nice. S1 helmet helped out. I'm Brick Tater from arch rival Roller Derby, and S1 is part of my uniform.
like a really fun place where I can hang out with my friends and feel very included.
I'm Brick Tater, and I skate for arch rival Roller Derby. Even in my game today, I fell backwards on my head after a pretty big hit, but I was able to just keep going. I didn't really notice any impact to my head, which was nice. S1 helmet helped out. I'm Brick Tater from arch rival Roller Derby, and S1 is part of my uniform.
And welcome back to our next game. We have Smash Squad playing against the Eagle Beavers. I am one of your hosts, Nuclear Haste, and this is my co-host,
Jamurai Jack.
We're very excited for this game. It should be a tough one. Smash Squad is the Montreal roller derby team, and Eagle Beavers is a combination of Royal City, Queen City, and Niagara.
Smash Squad Montreal will be wearing orange today, so it will be very easy for us, the announcers, to tell who is who. And then Eagle Beavers will be wearing white jerseys.
I realize I actually wrote that wrong. It looks like they're all in black.
Oh.
That is
Apologies.
my bad.
Oh, and we have Eagle Beavers getting hyped up here for this game.
A big cheer from the Eagle Beavers.
This is game 16 of the Fresh and the Furious 2026 tournament. It's been an exciting day so far. Yesterday we did see Eagle Beavers take the win over Smash Squad, but anything can happen in this tournament, so let's see. And Eagle Beavers also has a Norfolk player. Thank you.
I do remember that from the last time they played just earlier today. So yeah, thank you. Shout out to Norfolk as well. Now, Eagle Beavers just played earlier today, so, I mean, both of these teams have, but more recently Eagle Beavers, so hopefully they can keep that energy up. It should be an interesting game.
We have 7 Chimera for Team Black and Boxa 064 for Smash Squad.
Chimera doing some side surfing, shuffling back and forth to try and confuse the jammers right off the gate. And they're off.
Boxa trying to push their way through. They're not easy to knock down. Taking lead jammer, staying strong on their skates. Chimera not far behind them.
Very explosive start from Boxa.
Chimera doing an apex jump, picking up 4 points on that one. 2 points on that one. 2 points for both jammers on that jam.
Keeping it tied up for the first jam. We've got some love for the Eagle Beavers in the chat. Always nice to see the excitement. The energy here is getting pretty high as we near our final game.
Chatlamour is up for Smash Squad along with Vic Van Dyke for Team Black, Eagle Beavers. Vic Van Dyke running that inside line, taking lead jammer.
And number 48 right behind them, Vic Van Dyke. Potentially a points and calls situation. Yep. That was a close one. We'll see how many points each team got. It looks like a 4-3 jam in favor of Eagle Beavers, even though Smash Squad had lead.
Starting off strong and so close in points. We have 2 Smash Squad's blockers in the penalty box at the moment. And 1 for Eagle Beavers in the box. Deal Breaker is coming out fast on that inside line, running right into the tripod and getting recycled to the back by number 105, Butch Cassidy. Cosmogal is taking lead jammer, forcing their way through. Big hit out on Team Black's jammer.
Lots of big drawbacks already.
Dealbreaker's hat is off on their initial pass.
And it looks like the Smash Squad pivot has a penalty. Sloppy Joe going to the penalty box for an illegal position. Another penalty for, is that the jammer? Yeah, for 624, Dealbreaker.
Cosmogal calling it off with 4 points added to the scoreboard.
Looks like we'll be starting on a power jam for Smash Squad because there is a jammer in the box. Smash Squad also has a pivot in the box. And we've got
Abattoir up for Smash Squad and Chimera up for Eagle Beavers.
No, I believe Chimera is just a pivot.
Oh, sorry. Yes,
their jammer is in the box right now.
We have some chance for Eagle Beavers from the audience.
Smash Squad's pivot coming back in.
And Smash Squad taking the lead, Jammer. Abattoir coming back around in the scoring pass. Deal Breakers back on the track and hop behind them, taking off their hat. And Abattoir breaks through that tripod, picking up 4 points. Deal Breakers close behind them, past their initial.
Looks like Chimera took the star from Dillbreaker, actually. So Chimera with the... And we have had a big fall, so we are going to just make sure everybody is okay.
Bit of a pile up. And we're just resetting, making sure all players are good.
All right. Looks like everyone's good and safe. Always a great thing to check with 2 points for Smash Squad on that round. Oh, 6 points in total, actually. That is a 6-0 jam for Smash Squad.
We have Baxa up for Smash Squad and Vic Van Dyke up for Eagle Beavers. The jam is on. Bit of a late start on that one for the Jammers. A bit confusing. Both trying to push their way through, fighting.
Jammers neck and neck right now. And Smash Squad calls it off, seeing how close they are. Just trying to keep it 0-0 as opposed to trying for any points. Looks like we have Chalumeau. I assume it's pronounced Chalumeau, but if anyone in the chat wants to correct me, feel free. But Chalumeau is jamming for Smash Squad, and then we've got Chimera for Eagle Beavers. Pack starting very forward here, not something we've seen much of. Gives the Jammers a chance to catch some speed before entering.
And Chimera is headed to the penalty box for the Eagle Beavers, meaning a power play for Smash Squad. Chalumeau coming back around.
Looks like Chimera got a back block, so it is now a power jam for Smash Squad.
Getting recycled back.
Some really explosive skating from Chalumeau here. Oh, and a forearm penalty. This means the power jam has switched sides. It is now a power jam for Eagle Beavers with Chimera back out.
This will be a 2-minute jam with Chimera losing lead. Oh, and they managed to stay upright on the inside on their toe stops, getting 4 points on the board. Smash Squad's jammer is standing, getting ready to come back on the track. Chimera pushing their way through that tripod, but getting a lot of resistance from one-on-one blocking. Big hit from number 7.
Chimera makes it through. And the Smash Squad jammer is through as well.
7:05 is headed to the penalty box for Smash Squad after a big hit on Chimera.
With no lead to call it off, they are just going for as many points as they can get. And it is off with a 12-8 jam in favor of the Eagle Beavers. Score's getting a lot closer now.
This is an exciting matchup. We have both sides cheering for their favorite team in the crowd. We'll have Cosmogal facing off against Dealbreaker for this next jam. Both are amped up and also have similar skating styles, pushy but jumping. And we're off.
A little pause at the jam start there to kind of see what each other's doing, and they're both fighting through their own packs.
Cosmogal looking for an opening there, managing to stay in and taking the outside line to get lead. But getting a penalty. They're headed to the box.
So Smash Squad has it. Oh, both jammers have gotten a penalty.
And both jammers get to return to the track since they both got to a penalty at the same time.
No game without the jammers, so you got to put them back out.
both fighting once again to break through on their
Initial.
We have
Still
no
initial.
lead jammer.
So still fighting for lead right now. The crowd is incredibly loud.
We have Dealbreaker taking the inside. No lead since we both had
Penalties, yeah. But Dealbreaker finally on a scoring pass. I see someone in the chat saying, "Go Smash," cheering from the Metro. Do you mean the Metro down the road? That is iconic. I hope you're making all of the employees watch, only if they want to.
Cosmogol fighting to get through that. And they managed to break through.
A good catch by 747. You could see them calling for their friends there.
Dealbreaker manages to get back around, getting 4 more points on the board. Both jammers appear to be tired. 2-minute jams are no joke. Cosmogol not managing to get through, getting a lot of resistance from the blockers. A really strong tripod there from the Eagle Beavers. And Dealbreaker picked up 4 more points on that one, making it a 12-point jam for the Eagle Beavers and a 1-point jam picked up for Smash Squad.
A 12-1 jam. That is amazing for the Smash Squad jammer to have made it through for that last point. Made it very tight.
Every point counts in a game like this. It's 30-25 for the Eagle Beavers.
Yep, and we're halfway through. Really anyone's game still. Metro as in Montreal Public Transit. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. There is a Metro as in the grocery store a little bit down the road, and I thought you were just posted up there watching.
Oh, that's so funny.
Dill dug deep there. Absolutely. A very long jam. Takes a lot of energy. Love to see the appreciation in the chat.
And we have a team timeout. A chance for the teams to talk some strategies. Some strategy talks going on there for the Eagle Beavers.
The energy seems really high. We're seeing some dancing.
It's always fun when it's a close game. It's fun regardless, but it's always good when you never know what the outcome's going to be.
Absolutely.
And in such short games, it can change at any time.
Keeps you on the edge of your seat.
And we are back. Oh, they need to get back on that track. Abattoir's out for Smash Squad against Vic Van Dyke. And we are off. Both jammers coming in hot. Vic Van Dyke trying to juke their way around and managing to take lead position. Big hit on Abattoir as they're forced to go to the back of the pack and recycle in. Some strong tripod from the Eagle Beavers, not giving Abattoir any room to get by. Big hit from Vic Van Dyke on number 4 of the Smash Squad.
Vic making their way around again.
Eagle Beavers really fighting against this star pass. No, the jammer's taking off their hat, but they're keeping that jammer from getting past. Now Abattoir is coming around on the scoring pass. Let's see if Vic Van Dyke calls it before they can pick up any points. Vic Van Dyke pushing up against that tripod, trying to find an opening. Abattoir fighting through the tripod as well, and
looks like they both got through for their points. Vic still has lead and the chance to get a few points and call it. We'll see how it goes. Vic hitting that tripod again.
If you give Vic Van Dyke any room on the inside, and they're forced to calling it off.
A last-minute attempt at a star pass there by Smash Squad from Abattoir, but it has been called off.
Really great blocking from the Eagle Beavers on that one, calling it out in the chat. Anyone in danger of fouling out? Not in this game. So far, it's been a pretty clean game.
Yep, very few penalties so far from what we can see.
We have had, I think, 7 players foul out so far in Fresh, but you get a very nice sticker.
Yes, a very nice sticker made by Bananarchy of the Hogtown Roller Derby team. We are off again.
Quick start.
Yeah, Chimera getting lead.
Baxa close behind them. They are fighting to get ahead.
Oh, looks like Chimera got a penalty, actually. Chimera has lost lead status. Chimera in the box for a cut penalty. It is now a power
Baxa
jam.
is lead.
Oh, Baxa has gotten lead.
They were really close getting out in that one. Baxa takes that inside line, doing a little jump and gets around. Eagle Beaver setting up for defense. But Baxa manages to take that inside line, picking up 4 more points.
Looks like we've got an injury on the track, so we're just going to let our medics do their thing. And while that happens, we'll talk to you about a few of the vendors we have here today at Fresh.
One of our vendors is rollerskating.ca. Rollerskating.ca is Canada's trusted roller skate source for over 18 years. Expert skate advice and great customer service to all derby teams all across Canada. They sell and service all the best skate brands and safety gear in the business. We also have the Frazzle Freaks.
Paused a little
We
there.
head over to Vendor Alley and check out the Frazzle Freaks, a trinket shop specializing in small handmade items such as earrings, painted art, and sun catchers. They also have a selection of magnets, gibbets, and stickers. I did buy a lot of pins and magnets yesterday. They're very nice. All kinds of different designs, some with little frogs, some of little different nature type things, and also some cartoon characters.
I was actually saying earlier in the live stream, I got a pair of earrings from them last year.
Really?
Yeah, some like rainbow Lego ones,
Oh,
and I
that's
get
so
compliments
fun.
on them all the time.
Oh, I'm going to have to check out their earrings. I didn't get a chance to look at those ones yet.
Yeah, some very cool earrings, and they're just such nice people.
Mm-hmm.
All the vendors here are really just so nice, even if you just want to go chat with them. Sorry, I was just looking in the chat here. Someone's saying Chimera's third. Yes, third penalty. JJ, do you know how to read this penalty thing? It confuses me a little bit. Also, sometimes we don't have super updated penalties. We've got a little penalty sheet right here, but it is a little confusing. It looks like only...
No, it looks to be only one on our system that we can see. They had a back block for number 7, Chimera.
It is also possible... Oh, and our skater is getting up and skating away, so... We are
That's
good
always
to
good
return
to see,
to
back on their
gameplay.
feet.
Absolutely. Thank you again to the medics who make sure we can play safe. We take our safety very, very seriously. It lets us play more derby.
And with that, we should be resetting soon after the end of the official timeout.
That was a 12-0 game, 0 jam for Smash Squad. Very impressive stuff. Bringing their score back up to 41-45 for the Eagle Beavers.
Very impressive. 7 minutes left in the game and this close. It's exciting. Let's see what plays out. Next up, we'll have Charlemont up against Vic Van Dyke for the Eagle Beavers.
Eagle Beavers starting at the front and rolling back there. And an interesting tripod setup from Smash Squad.
Chimera setting up and doing some offensive work there to get Vic Van Dyke out quickly. Big hit from Chimera on Charlemont.
Beautiful drawback from Chimera there. Charlemont looking to take off their hat, maybe. Pivot is not in a good spot for a star pass. We'll see if it happens.
You can really see the amped up gameplay with the score this close. Vic Van Dyke getting a cut penalty, headed to the box, so a power play for Smash Squad.
And I believe that means no lead. This jam is going to 2 minutes.
And Chimera is not letting up. Number 777 doing a drawback on Montreal's pivot.
And it looks like we did have a star pass there. So we have, a rolling hit. Took it like a champ. 7 395 Sloppy Joe now has the star. We have yet to see Sloppy Joe jam, I believe.
Another drawback from 777 Chargasm on the Eagle Beavers. They're really making and that ends the power play with Vic Van Dyke back on the track.
Sloppy Joe still trying to make their way through the pack, getting a lot of big hits.
Vic Van Dyke manages to make it through on their pass back around, picking up 4 points. And Sloppy Joe is in the box with the jammer hat and the pivot hat, sitting a penalty.
Another power jam.
Vic Van Dyke has 4 more points picked back up on the board.
Looks like Vic has some fans out there. I can see a big sign for them, number 48. Vic has been doing a great job this game, racking up 12 points in this jam.
And while the orange jammer / pivot is standing, it will be a power start for Dealbreaker on the Eagle Beavers.
Dealbreaker getting pumped up for this power jam.
Really high jumps on that one.
High energy, keeping their energy. It is a long day for these skaters, so they got to do what they can to keep that blood pumping.
Team time out. With the score this close, I'm sure they're discussing next moves.
Only 4 minutes, 30 seconds left in this game.
In the meantime, let's talk about Prism Social. Prism Social is a queer community group that services York Region and the GTA. They are queer-led and queer-centric. They run low-cost events and activities for people that identify as 2SL LGBTQIA+ to attend, to find a sense of belonging and connection, as well as a place that they can feel free to be themselves. They're one of our vendors here today, so check them out if you are watching here in the building.
Yeah, I actually stopped by their booth earlier today. They're super friendly. Sounds like a really great organization, and they just started up this February.
Oh, really?
So they're looking for more members, more donations. Check them out, and maybe, meet some friends in the area.
And there goes the whistle ending the team timeout. Both teams resetting.
We're at 57 for the Eagle Beavers to 41 for the Smash Squad. A very close game still.
Dealbreaker looks to have no offensive help on that one, as Team Black is getting ready for the Team Orange's jammer to come back on.
Dealbreaker smashing their way through that Smash Squad pack.
And here comes Sloppy Joe in some of the coolest skates I've seen. Blue fuzzy skates.
Oh, I did not notice that. Those are some beautiful skates. Looks like Sloppy Joe took off the hat right away. A call off from Dill with 4 points.
Great footwork on that one, but they didn't manage to stay within bounds, so smart move to call it off.
Absolutely. And a good move by Sloppy Joe to take the star off once they got out. Once the other jammer has lead, it's always good to take your cap off. It helps you get ready for a star pass and honestly confuses the other team.
Yeah,
Makes
it
it harder
does.
for them to see that you're coming.
Cosmogal with Chimera facing off against one another. Chimera getting knocked out and recycled to the back of the pack.
Chimera struggling through that tripod, and we've got a nice drawback by number 105 of Smash Squad.
105 headed to the box for forearm.
Yeah, Butch Cassidy has gone to the penalty box. Chimera coming around again.
And easily taking that outside line.
Yep, nice drawback. Looks like they are maybe going for a star pass.
161 struggling to make it through, taking their hat off, passing to their pivot.
And the pivot is off with a successful star pass.
Always good to see a star pass when the pivot has good position.
Little jammer on jammer hitting there, just some friendly bumping. This is a beautifully timed star pass.
Chimera picking up 4 more points there.
Chimera taking some direction from the bench. hitting that tripod hard. Looks like the pack is very stretched out right now. If Chimera can keep pushing.
Battering Lamb struggling to get through as they became pivot to jammer.
Chimera has gotten through.
A big drawback there from Eagle Beavers on Smash Squad's jammer, who's giving it a really good fight trying to push through. Another drawback from number 777 on Eagle Beavers.
I see someone in the chat saying, great announcing, Nuki. At Track Repairl. Do we
Is
think
that
might be Peril? I was told that some of our Hogtown members might be tuning in to see us announce.
Exciting.
Well, the points have definitely spread out. An 81 for the Eagle Beavers to 45 for the Smash Squad. That was a 4 to 20 point jam. Looks like we have 2 in the box for the Eagle Beavers.
Timeout for the Eagle Beavers with 1 minute and 4 seconds remaining in the game.
Track Repairl says, also JJ.
Oh, thanks, Peril.
Seems like an afterthought, but
I
okay.
know. The brackets. Thanks so much for tuning in, everyone.
Yeah, it looks like we've got 83 viewers right now. Wow.
Yes. Oh, really?
Yeah,
wow.
you can see right here. I feel every time I look, it's just going up as we get closer to
That's
the
so
final game.
Fun. Eagle Beavers still have a strong lineup, but they don't seem to have a huge roster, so props to them. It's always hard when you don't have many replacements taking over on the track.
Absolutely.
And with their lead at the moment, a 20-point jam in the last one for the Eagle Beavers. Smack says hi. Thanks, Smack. Hi.
Hi, Smack.
Abattoir facing off against Vic Van Dyke, both jumping and pushing up against their tripods.
Big knockout on 413. Another knockout. No drawbacks, though, just re-entering there.
413 taking that inside line and getting lead jammer.
Abattoir recovering well from all of those hits. And is that a jammer penalty?
Yep, Vic Van Dyke is in the box for serving a jammer penalty in the last jam of the game.
This makes it a power jam for Smash Squad, which could be really, really helpful. And one last attempt from Chimera to get the jammer out.
Abattoir manages to pick up 4 more points.
We've got some jumping from the Eagle Beaver bench. Everyone seems very excited, cheering from the crowd. It's getting real loud in here. Eagle Beaver's jammer is back up.
Vic Van Dyke's fighting their way through that tripod.
This is a 12-point jam so far for Smash Squad. They are bringing it back.
And getting the end of the jam there.
That is game.
Unofficial score so far is 81 for the Eagle Beavers. Let's see, 60 for Smash Squad and a 15-point jam on that one for Smash Squad.
That was a beautiful last jam for Smash Squad.
Absolutely great derby playing on that one, especially getting lead in the last jam. It really just makes the crowd hyped up as well as the team.
Absolutely. The crowd was so excited this game. It's just been getting more and more energy.
Perhaps like the most energy we've seen in these past 2 games from the rest of everyone. Shall we look at our bracket and what's coming up next? Final score, 81 for the Eagle Beavers, 60 for Smash Squad. Great showing from both teams.
That means the Eagle Beavers will be continuing on to our final game against Team Rodeo.
Nice. and that will be taking place 4:20. We are a bit behind schedule, so stay tuned. That may be a 10 to 20 minute difference there.
Roller derby is like a really fun place where I can hang out with my friends and feel very included.
Hi, I'm Scald Eagle and I play for the Denver Roller Derby Mile High Club. Roller derby is really physical and it is totally possible to donk your conch, and which I have donked my conch quite a few times. I donked it pretty good in the final game of the 2015 season, the first time that we won the Hydra. In that final game, I donked it good enough. I'm pretty sure that if I hadn't been wearing this exact helmet or this exact brand helmet, I would have been a little scrambled eggs up there. So glad I was wearing it for sure. And certified's the way to go, 100%. So my noggin's really important to me, and I want to be smart in derby and after derby, hashtag S1. I'm Scald Eagle. I play for the Denver Roller Derby Mile High Club, and S1 is 100% part of my uniform.
Roller derby is like a really fun place where I can hang out with my friends and feel very included.
All right, and we are back for more Derby. We have our third place game coming up. This is going to be Smash Squad Montreal Roller Derby against Peer Pressure Hammer City Roller Derby, and it should be a very, very good game. Smash Squad just played, so they're probably a little bit tired.
Let's see how that affects the game for sure. But both very strong teams.
Yeah, Hammer City, nice and rested, or I guess as rested as you can be.
I feel like you're always on your toes at a tournament like this. It's always so much action happening. Smash Squad still in high spirits, though, even after just having their last game.
Yeah, well, they get to play more Derby.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they be happy?
Yeah, that's the whole point. They've come all the way from Montreal. They might as well give it your all and play as many games as you can.
Yeah.
30 seconds left until we get started here. Both teams just grouping together, talking their strategy over.
Yeah, and stay tuned for our finals, which are going to be coming up. Our finals are going to be Rodeo against
Eagle Beavers.
Eagle Beavers, yes. I was like, the team that just won the previous game, which is the Eagle Beavers. And we have someone mentioning in the chat, don't forget to give the Canadian junior team, check out their GoFundMe page.
Yes, thank you. Check out that GoFundMe page. It was a great scrimmage here yesterday from
No, yesterday was the
different.
game. That was
Yes.
the sanctioned game. Today we had the scrimmage. All right, and we're getting ready for our first jam of the game. Calebite jamming against Baxa. We've seen some amazing jams from both of these jammers in this tournament so far.
Both pushy and both loving to take those lines.
Calebite getting knocked out to the inside and drawn back. Baxa takes lead.
Calebite fighting to make their way through, taking that outside line.
And now Baxa is coming back around and looking for some offense, hitting that tripod really hard, but bouncing off and going around, calling the jam off while on the ground. And 3 points picked up for Smash Squad.
Shalamua out for Smash Squad, along with Troublemaker for Peer Pressure.
And the jam is on. Jammers bumping into each other. Troublemaker stuck in that Montreal tripod, and a blocker goes flying as Chatlamo gets through.
Really great effort from number 42, Claire Wolf, there to try to keep that jammer back, but they are just too sneaky.
And there's a star pass and a quick dodge from Claire Wolf. So Claire Wolf is now the jammer for Hammer City.
Chalamou pushing their way through and being told to call it off by their bench, and that ends the jam with 4 points for Montreal.
Interesting to note, both of these teams are composed of just one league. So this is Peer
nice.
Pressure, which is just Hammer City, and Smash Squad, which is just Montreal. Most of our teams are combinations of different leagues.
Cosmogol for Smash Squad, Unana for Peer Pressure.
And a little hit from
knocking
Unana.
down Cosmogol. Love to see some jammer on jammer action on the line, but that does not stop Cosmogol from using their toe stops to try to get around. Big hit
Cosmogol
from Herbie.
Knocked out. Yep.
Herbie's been doing consistent drawbacks this tournament. They're a hard blocker to get by. Unana struggling to find a hole, taking off their hat to do a star pass. But
Even though
not making it
Montreal
easy.
has just now finished initial.
7:05 from Smash Squad doing a big hit on Unana, who gets recycled to the back of the pack.
And Cosmogol coming back around. A little bit of a hit from Unana again.
It's a bit of a slower start to the jam. This is Cosmogol's first scoring pass.
And Cosmogol fighting really hard against that tripod.
Which is really solid.
Unana going for the star pass again. This time the pivot is there. And so Herbie is now the jammer for Hammer City.
Herbie manages to make it through on initial, with Cosmogol calling off the jam for any points going to be scored for peer pressure.
Saying, I've been hit by you too many times, Herbie. I don't want to risk it on the on the far corner. I'll just call it off.
Smart strategy. Save your energy.
Yeah, it is only a 20-minute game, but it's going to be a hard 20 minutes.
Animosity for peer pressure facing off against Abattoir for Smash Squad. And we are off with Abattoir trying to force their way through there in the middle of the tripod.
Both tripods looking really solid. But Abattoir gets through and takes lead. No, I think there might have been a penalty there.
105 does a drawback on Butch Cassidy does a drawback on Animosity.
And this is a power jam for Hammer City.
And Animosity is through, taking lead jammer.
A couple of Hammer blockers going to the penalty box, however. So they'll be shorthanded on this power jam. Animosity
trying to
pushing that tripod out of play and getting through.
7:05 trying to do a last-ditch effort on a block there.
And Smash Squad's jammer is back on the track, but Animosity will call it off.
4 points on the board for Animosity on that one.
Yep, and Hammer City still with 2 blockers in the box, but both of them are standing. Baxa and Calebite on the line now. And there's the whistle. Calebite going to the outside, but getting knocked out and not cycling back. But did the ref see it?
I don't think so.
We'll see.
It's going to be official review.
I do see a ref holding up a cut hand gesture. Yeah. But there is the call off of the jam, which means Montreal's going to start this one on a power jam.
Bit of confusion there, but Calebite is headed to the box for a cut penalty.
And Hammer City is calling an official review. Now, if they're trying to get that cut penalty rescinded, if I was an official, to me it looked like a cut, but I am not an official, so my opinion is not really worth much.
We can just commentate. It did also look like a cut to me. They got pushed out, but kind of just stepped back in with a player behind, slightly behind them. So very close, but let's see.
Yeah, or maybe this official review is about something completely different.
Who knows? I know.
Hopefully we'll find out. I see our official review correspondent currently standing in the middle there, waiting to hear the result.
See some love in the chat for Charlemagne. And they'll be next up jamming for Smash Squad, taking on this power play.
Everyone in the chat, why don't you shout out where you're watching from today? I think we have people kind of watching from all over Ontario and further beyond.
We had someone watching from the UK last game. Another
Oh,
person
wow.
watching from Montreal's Metro. Respect the dedication to tuning in.
Yeah, I don't know what time it is there right now, but it's got to be pretty late.
Yeah. Luckily not like middle of the night late, but definitely
No, like 11 o'clock.
definitely
something
close,
like that.
yeah. Butch Cassidy getting some love in the chat. We've been seeing a lot of really good drawbacks and hits on jammers from Butch Cassidy today.
Yeah, all tournament.
All tournament.
I feel like I've said that name several
many
times, and
times.
I sometimes have trouble seeing who the blockers are. So, and Gabzilla as well. Yeah, these are two very, very strong teams.
In the meantime, let's talk about one of the vendors, Frazzled Freaks. Head over to Vendor Alley and check out the Frazzled Freaks, a trinket shop specializing in small handmade items such as earrings, painted art, and sun catchers.
All right, we've just heard back from our official review correspondent, and they were trying to get the cut rescinded, and the refs said no, it was a cut, so they will lose their official review. And from here, I agree with that call.
Yeah. We have a shout out to Cosmogal, a really strong jammer here today. Great on their toe stops and working that line.
Yeah, and I recognize that name from when I did commentary for Beast of the East this year.
Oh.
So Cosmogal did very, very good in both these tournaments.
Beast in first year is next
Yeah.
level. We're getting set up here after the official review, which should be ending shortly.
Yep, the players are itching to go. And we're going to have a power start for Montreal.
Peer pressure figuring out the best way to set up. We have Claire Wolf on the outside line, which will hopefully hold Charlemagne behind if they can.
Chatlamo trying to blast through, and number 42, Claire Wolf, giving them a bit of a hard time.
That'll definitely slow them down, but no, they hard hit, but they get right back up and they're speeding around the track.
And Montreal going to do some more offense. Chatlamo sneaking through, scoring 4 points. Shout out in the chat to our ref, A-Game.
Montreal's bench screaming that the other team's jammer is on, but Caleb takes advantage of that confusion and makes their way through.
Yeah, and that'll force the call off.
Smash Squad blockers look tired after that one, holding it, trying to do some offensive work, but great job on Smash Squad's jammer on making the most of that power jam.
Yeah. And while we're shouting out refs, we don't have the official list for this game, unfortunately, but shout out to all of the refs. All right, next jam we have Troublemaker jamming for Hammer City and Cosmogal for Smash Squad. A penalty being given somewhere. Looks like a forearm for Cosmogal, meaning this is now a Hammer City power jam.
Troublemaker struggling to find any space there.
Going
Taking
for
off
the
their
star
hat
pass,
to
that
Herbie.
means this will be a 2-minute jam. And our jammer now for Hammer City is, I think, Herbie.
Herbie forcing their way through, knocking down number 2-0 on Smash Squad.
Oh.
But
Penalty. I think that was a high block.
I believe so.
Yes, that was a high block.
And Smash Squad's jammer back on the track after Herbie takes it to the penalty box's jammer for peer pressure.
Yep, a little bit of a power jam swap that we just had.
Great work of using that inside line there.
And Cosmogal has been given the lead, but I don't think they should be eligible for it. Did Cosmogal not get a penalty earlier in this jam? Yeah, I'm hearing the refs yelling no lead. So yeah, Cosmogal is not lead. This is a 2-minute jam.
Herbie standing strong, even as Smash Squad's delivering some pretty brutal hits there. They're not easy to knock down. 1303, though, is giving their best effort to keep Herbie back.
Oh, a huge hit from number 18, Bufflehead. Love that name. As a birder myself. And Cosmogal getting knocked to the outside, trying to call it, but there is no lead this jam. However, that was the 2-minute mark, so the jam will end anyway.
Herbie picking up 8 points on that one for peer pressure.
Yeah.
6 points for Smash Squad.
Peer pressure actually managing to get ahead in that jam. Points are now 29 for Smash Squad, 12 for Hammer City.
Abattoir for Smash Squad up against Unana for peer pressure. And Unana going for a hit right off of the line on Abattoir. But Abattoir takes that outside line quickly, getting lead jammer.
Yeah, in a big pile-up, Unana cycling back and looking for some offense, yelling to their blockers. And another star pass for Hammer.
But not in a great position. 105, Butch Cassidy manages to knock out the pivot.
Yeah,
Claire Wolf, who's now taking the jammer hat.
And a big hit from one of the Smash Squad blockers. Claire Wolf is knocked out again.
Abattoir coming back around for another scoring pass.
Claire Wolf dodging and getting through the pack. Abattoir gets knocked out on the outside by number 9-5. King Thrashmouth.
Calling it before Claire Wolf can pick up any points on that one. 6 points for Smash Squad, making the total 35-12. Animosity for peer pressure, facing off against Baxa for Smash Squad, with peer pressure taking the line.
There's the whistle, both jammers hitting the pack. And Baxa getting knocked down, but getting right back up. And a little bit of push from one of the Smash Squad blockers, number 1303, Ramesses 2. Animosity still struggling to get through. Baxa gets through on a scoring pass. 4 points picked up. And there's Hammer City with another star pass. This one very effective.
Some beautiful passes here today.
Yeah, Herbie knows where to be to take those star passes. And that star pass forces the call off.
Smash Squad's not taking any chances today and giving points.
Yeah, they see Herbie's jamming and they're like, nope, calling it here.
Shalamo for Smash Squad facing off against Calebite for peer pressure. Both teams starting out far ahead. Let's see if any move back for the whistle. And Smash Squad moves back, taking the line. Shalamo coming in hot into the tripod, trying to force their way through.
Cosmogal fighting through and taking lead. Calebite getting through on initial.
And Shalamo coming around. Let's see if they do points and call. And
there's the points, and there's the call.
A hit from number 95, calling it off after getting 4 points on the board. Cosmogol for Montreal facing off against Troublemaker for Peer Pressure.
And both jammers are off. Cosmogol getting through, taking lead. Peer Pressure was down 2 blockers. Now they're down just 1.
Troublemaker trying to find an opening there.
Looking for the pivot. There's the pivot. And a not so great star pass as the pivot then gets knocked out. That's Killjoy, who's now the jammer for Peer Pressure.
Shrimp Smacker doing some great knockouts and drawbacks on this one. And number 306 coming in to help with some offensive help. Big hit on Smash Squad's jammer.
Oh, and a big pile up. Shrimp Smacker doing another drawback. Killjoy getting knocked out again, also by Shrimp Smacker. That Montreal tripod is not making it easy.
Killjoy's really trying to get through there. 306 trying to help out offensively.
Meanwhile, Cosmogol doing laps, racking up points.
Seems like they're just able to push through, relying on strength, but they get hit out by number 6.
Yeah, a huge hit from So Hip It Hurts. That hit's probably going to hurt.
Yeah.
And Killjoy is finally through, and that's going to force the call off.
Hard jam there for Killjoy, picking up the star at the back of the pack. It's always the worst time to be a pivot.
Yeah. Now, as a pivot, you are sometimes allowed to say, no, I don't want the star. You can keep it. It feels bad. I always feel bad when I do that, but
you'll get some strong looks from the jammer, but you got to do what you got to do. Team timeout for Peer Pressure.
Yep, and our track crew is coming out to inspect the track.
It's a good time for the team to gather themselves, go through over the strategy, and just really calm it down before these next few jams, because it always gets really exciting and maybe a bit more penalty prone otherwise.
Yeah, although this game
pretty
not
clean.
Looking too bad penalty wise.
Very clean playing from both sides.
Yeah, actually there's not a single player with more than 1 penalty.
Nice, but no foul out sticker for them.
Hopefully. There's still time left in the game.
There's still time. We do have 1 blocker sitting for a penalty for Peer Pressure.
Oh, I spoke too soon. We now have someone with 2 penalties.
Oh, every time.
I'm going to have to ask Banana after this if anyone fouled out more than once.
Yes, I know one person who did it twice. Who? I don't know.
This
year, yep.
Because it can happen. If you foul out of a game, you are not kicked out of the whole tournament. You are allowed to come back for your team's next game.
Abattoir facing off against Unana for this one.
Unana trying to take the inside and getting knocked out. And Abattoir takes lead.
Claire Wolf messing up Smash Squad's tripod on this one, but Unana just fighting their way through.
Oh,
bit
and
of a pile up.
Hit.
Yep. I hope no one hit their head on that one.
Unana gets through, and the crowd is going wild. I've said it before, but the crowd here loves an underdog.
Yeah. It's just so fun. Abattoir coming around for another scoring pass, trying to take that inside line, but they get knocked out.
And
quickly.
We'll see if we get a call off or if they're just going to keep running it.
They're going to keep running it.
Yep, 4 points picked up for Montreal. And a star pass for Hammer City. Now that was on a scoring pass, so they may or may not get their full points there. Looks like only 2 points on that pass because of the star pass. If you aren't wearing the star, you can't score any points. So it's generally not a good idea to take the star off if you're on a scoring pass, but sometimes you're just too tired and you have to take it off.
Claire will force their way through that tripod easily, and they're coming back around for another scoring pass. But
Claire Wolf
Abattoir,
deking to one side, spinning around, and then getting knocked out.
Abattoir's back in the mix. Let's see if they can add 4 more points to the board. Trying to force their way through a 2-man play, but
Yeah, Claire Wolf trying to get through those 2 tripod blockers, but getting knocked to the outside. Now trying a bit more of a jukey strategy, and that will work. Claire Wolf is through, scoring 4 points, and that will cause the call off. Hammer City now with 22 points to Smash Squad's 82. 10 points in that jam, so that was a very big jam for them.
it was.
Although Smash Squad scored 20 points in that jam also.
High-scoring jams in these ones. We'll have Baxa and Animosity facing off next. No one in the box this time around, so all players on track. Both jammers trying to force their way in through the tripod.
And Baxa takes the lead. Animosity still fighting to get through.
Baxa's so quick and strong, able to make their way through the pack using squirrely movements, but also shove everyone else down.
Yeah, and there was that quick lateral to get through.
Animosity struggling to find a hole. Montreal having solid tripod, and Herbie's in to help with some offensive help.
And I think we will probably see another star pass, I imagine. And there it is. Oh, maybe. Yep.
Doesn't look to be. Oh.
Oh, I'm hearing a ref call. You are not the jammer. So that was not a legal star pass. If that happens, you just pass the star back, and actually it looks like a penalty for Animosity. So this will be a power jam for Montreal.
Potentially they got a penalty before they did the star pass.
Yeah, I think it might have been a forearm while trying to reach over the opposing players.
Right. In that case, you do need to return the star hat, and you are not the jammer.
Oh, and the pivot got a penalty as well. Actually, I can check my sheet and see what the penalty was. Question mark. They both have a question mark. So, mystery penalties.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Baxa making their way around. Oh, big hit from number 6.
Number 6, that's So Hip It Hurts. And a big drawback from So Hip It Hurts as well.
They're very aptly named.
Animosity is back on the track and trying to fight through.
And Baxa is headed to the box for a cut track.
And that will be the end of our jam there.
Eagle.
Meaning Hammer City has a power start, and hopefully we'll get an update on what those penalties were. My guess is forearm. Place your bets now.
Oh, an unofficial score.
Oh, I wasn't even paying attention to the timer.
That time ran down quickly.
So maybe we won't get an update on those penalties.
And there was no official review call within the time, so it does not look to be like we will have another jam. So let's see if the unofficial score stands. It was 102 for Smash Squad, 22 for Hammer City.
And there's the whistle. So Smash Squad win this one, and they are now our 3rd place team for Fresh and the Furious.
Really strong showing from Smash Squad for having just played a tough game before this. And also from peer pressure. Their jammers gave it their all out there, as well as the blockers, and we saw some great tripods formed, some good drawbacks from both teams.
Yeah, great game all around.
Yeah. Stay
Stay tuned for our next game, which will be the finals. We have Rodeo up against the Eagle Beavers.
Roller derby is like a really fun place where I can hang out with my friends and feel very included.
Hi, I'm Scald Eagle, and I play for the Denver Roller Derby Mile High Club. Roller derby is really physical, and it is totally possible to donk your conch, and which I have donked my conch quite a few times. I donked it pretty good in the final game of the 2015 season, the first time that we won the Hydra. In that final game, I donked it good enough. I'm pretty sure that if I hadn't been wearing this exact helmet or this exact brand helmet, I would have been a little scrambled eggs up there. So glad I was wearing it for sure. And certified's the way to go, 100%. So my noggin's really important to me, and I want to be smart in derby and after derby, hashtag S1. I'm Scald Eagle. I play for the Denver Roller Derby Mile High Club, and S1 is 100% part of my uniform.
Roller derby is like a really fun place where I can hang out with my friends and feel very included.
Hi, I'm Scald Eagle, and I play for the Denver Roller Derby Mile High Club. Roller derby is really physical, and it is totally possible to donk your conch, and which I have donked my conch quite a few times. I donked it pretty good in the final game of the 2015 season, the first time that we won the Hydra. In that final game, I donked it good enough. I'm pretty sure that if I hadn't been wearing this exact helmet or this exact brand helmet, I would have been a little scrambled eggs up there. So glad I was wearing it for sure. And certified's the way to go, 100%. So my noggin's really important to me, and I want to be smart in derby and after derby, hashtag S1. I'm Scald Eagle. I play for the Denver Roller Derby Mile High Club, and S1 is 100% part of my uniform.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're just getting ready here for our final game of the tournament. I am Coconut.
I am Nuclear Haste.
And we hope you're all as excited as we are for this next game. We have Team Rodeo, which is a combination of Peterborough, Ottawa, OVRD, and Kingston. They're going to be wearing black, and they're playing against the Eagle Beavers, a combination of Royal City, Queen City, and Niagara.
Should prove to be a very interesting final game here. Both really tough teams. Eagle Beavers working with quite a shorter roster than Rodeo.
10 players.
10 players. That is tight.
Yeah, and it looks like Rodeo has a full 15.
Yep, so that means Eagle Beavers are getting a lot less breaks, but we'll see if they can bring the power. Once again, from the chat, Eagle Beavers also has a Norfolk player.
It's
keep forgetting
not
to say
on our
that.
sheet, but
shout out
thank
Norfolk.
you. Yeah.
We appreciate you and your dedicated viewing. Some cheers from the crowd, already hyped up for this game. Looks like we've got Miss Andry jamming for Rodeo, and then number 7 Chimera for Eagle Beavers.
And I don't know if you can hear it, but the Eagle Beavers contingent in the crowd is chanting very loud right now.
Very loud.
And there's the whistle to start us off. Miss Andry getting knocked out to the outside.
Quick jump back in.
And Chimera takes the lead. Miss Andry pushed out again, but jumping right back in very quickly. Chimera pushing up against that tripod. Tripod looking very solid.
Miss Andry out of the pack and coming around for a scoring pass.
Eagle Beavers getting a little bit of offense there. Miss Andry jumping through,
Ooh,
but might have been a cut.
Had to re-enter.
Yeah, good call to re-enter. Good to be careful.
Looks like we've got a penalty from our Eagle Beavers pivot here.
And you'll notice Miss Andry only scored 3 points on that pass, so they must have passed another player in some kind of strange circumstance. If another player gets, say, knocks you out of bounds and falls down, you're allowed to re-enter in front of them, but you will not score their point.
Okay.
So something like that must have happened on that pass for Rodeo to only score 3.
But that was a 3-6 jam to start us off, 6 in favor of Eagle Beavers. Lots of excitement in the chat, too, for the Eagle Beavers and for Rodeo. Lining up, we have Hagen.
And that was not the whistle to start the jam. That was an official timeout.
We
Both-
have a white jammer in the box.
Yeah, so this is going to be a power jam for
Rodeo. And Hagen is off.
Yeah, big push from Davis to help get the jammer through.
Beautiful job there. Coming around for their scoring pass. Let's see if they can do it again.
Offense hesitating a little bit, waiting for the jammer to make contact first, and there is the offense.
And Hagen is through again. We've got our white jammer standing, following their pivot back into the pack.
Hagen fighting to get through, pushing up against number 747, Lucky Strike. Meanwhile, Chimera getting through on initial pass. Hagen coming around again, trying to score some more points. And calling the jam off. We'll see how many points were scored. Looks like 1.
Yeah, they managed to call it off before Chimera got through the pack, which is great. There's a 9-0 jam in favor of Rodeo.
And there's that Eagle Beavers chant again.
Lots of excitement from the crowd. It has been a long, long day for these skaters, but they are still bringing the energy.
Yeah. Rodeo's starting this one down a blocker.
We've got Moth Mayhem jamming for Rodeo.
And the Eagle Beavers taking lead. That's Vic Van Dyke jamming for them.
Moth Mayhem coming up right behind them.
Moth Mayhem has had some really, really hard hits this tournament. And there's another one, but I think that one might be a back block. Yes, that is a back block. So a power jam for the Eagle Beavers. Yeah, you can't do that. You cannot hit the opposing blockers in their spine for safety reasons.
Nope. It is a dangerous move, and makes me wonder why we always say show our back to the jammer. Well, it's an illegal target, so we're
they're not allowed to hit it.
Exactly.
So. Oh, and Deal Breaker squeezing through on the inside line.
Coming around for another pass.
Team Rodeo back up to full strength.
626 really giving them the work.
The Eagle Beavers trying to do some offense, and they are successful. Meanwhile, Moth Mayhem coming back onto the track. Are we going to see jammer on jammer? Nope. Deal Breaker staying well ahead of Moth Mayhem. Smart choice. Moth Mayhem going down at the back of the pack, but getting right back to it, charging with speed. A couple of people go down, and a forearm penalty for Moth Mayhem.
Moth Mayhem heading back to the penalty box.
Taking the long way around, too. The scenic view.
Absolutely. Just wanted to say hi to the crowd.
Yeah.
And that's a call off from the Eagle Beavers.
Which means they will have a power start this next jam.
That was a 10-0 jam for the Eagle Beavers. Very successful jam. Mostly due to the penalties from Moth Mayhem.
Yes. Some people shouting out some players in the chat. We have Dill being shouted out as well as Crash.
And looks like we've got Chimera starting us off for a power jam for the Eagle Beavers. Trying to take that inside line and getting through.
Yeah.
Chimera has lead.
Chimera has been an incredible jammer this whole tournament. And probably outside of this tournament, I can only assume.
Yeah, it's always nice to see how the freshies are doing. You can see the beginnings of greatness in these players.
Yeah.
And you know it'll only get better from here.
A big hit from number 114, Torres.
You can see Rodeo trying to reform really quick.
And Moth Mayhem re-entering the track, making sure to go behind everyone.
Chimera making it through. Moth Mayhem hitting that tripod hard and shoving through.
And taking down a blocker, but hopping right back up. And Moth Mayhem is now through on initial. Chimera using a blocker to try to get through and score those points and call the jam off. Yeah, your blockers are there to help you. Push them if you gotta.
That's why, as a blocker, I try to stay low because you never know when someone's gonna need your speed.
Yeah, or do a shirt whip off of you.
Oh, yeah.
I've definitely been pushed over by my own jammer before.
Yep.
Oh, and now we have dueling chants from the crowd. Lots of love for both teams.
Miss Andre against Vic Van Dyke, both charging their way through the pack. Super close, but
yeah, neck and neck.
It looks like
Rodeo has lead.
Yep. Miss Andre got lead, but they are so close. Bumping
Will we
each
see
other
a
a little
call off,
bit.
or are they going to fight? They are going to fight. Miss Andre tearing through the pack. Both jammers going down. A little bit too hot for both of them to handle.
Skating back and
cut penalty for Miss Andre. That is going to be a power jam for the Eagle Beavers.
Good chance for them to rack up even more points, although it is still early in the game, first half.
Yeah, and Rodeo has had a very strong power kill all game, or all tournament.
Dillbreaker going in for that power jam. Saw a skate leave, but looks like not a cut.
Yeah, some great blocking from Torres. But Dillbreaker is through. The pack just skating ahead for no reason.
Seen a lot of that today.
Yeah, it happens. And there's the sweep, but Dillbreaker chose the wrong side to take and gets knocked out by number 5, Brat Out of Hell.
And Miss Andre back into the pack, using that confusion to skate through, and makes it out.
And there's the call off from Dillbreaker.
Looks like we have, I was going to say a Rodeo player going for a penalty, but I don't think that's the case.
No, I think they're going to the medics just to maybe get something checked out.
Just to check things out. Always good to check in on how you're feeling. Take a break if you need it.
Yeah, shout out to our medics.
Yes, shout out to our medics. Speaking of breaks, we've got a timeout. And I don't know if you guys can hear the crowd on this live stream, but they are fired up. It's starting to get hard to hear my own voice.
Both teams getting a lot of support from the crowd.
Look at that. Look at that shouting.
There's music playing, but I cannot hear it over the shouts.
This final game always draws a lot of excitement. Everyone's been here for so long, a little bit of a restless energy, and lots of passion for the teams.
And very, very high stakes. There's some really, really cool medals, although second place does also get a very cool medal, all designed by our team's own Bananarchy.
Yeah, shout out to Bananarchy for her wonderful, wonderful designs. She just goes off all the time with them. I have spent so much money on our own merch.
The ref's trying to blow a whistle, but it's hard to hear over the crowd. I think that might be the loudest crowd I've ever heard at a Derby game.
It is really fired up in here.
Yeah, shout out to the fans for their enthusiasm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen a lot of great signs. It's always nice to see who comes out to see us.
And the refs are now discussing, and the crowd so respectful. They're being quiet so the refs can talk now.
Yes, you got to respect the refs.
I didn't see if there was an official review called. I think that's probably what that whistle was.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe an official timeout.
Looks like we're on an official timeout
Official
now.
timeout.
It started as a team timeout, correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
So great for the players. They can all rest a little bit.
Yeah, take a breath.
Hydrate.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to some of these names I'm looking at. I think Brat Out of Hell is really funny.
Yeah.
I also love French Toasted.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
It's always fun to see new names.
Miss Andre.
Miss Andre.
I'm a big fan of that one.
Miss Andre has been, great jammer and great name.
And this is something I just noticed. Partway through the game, the jam refs switch which team they're jamming for, and we did just see that happen.
Oh.
Just to keep things fair, make sure each team...
oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I thought it was just for fun, maybe. But no, to keep things fair. Makes sense.
And I think also the penalty boxes switch sides. I don't know if we do that in a 20-minute game.
Okay.
But in a full-length game, that does happen at halftime.
Yeah. For anyone listening, if you can see, the jam refs have a wristband on that denotes which team they're reffing for. So white team has a white wristband on, black team black. That's how you can kind of tell which jam ref is reffing for who.
And Davis with a big knockout and drawback on the Eagle Beavers jammer. And another one.
Yeah, really making Chimera work for
And
it.
another one. Rodeo now has
6-6.
lead. But Chimera said, okay, that's enough of that, and then finds a way past. Team Rodeo's jammer out now,
Bench telling them to call it.
Oh, yeah, there's the call off.
Called off.
Cutting the Eagle Beavers off from scoring any points. Great jam for Rodeo. Good to see them get lead and rack up a couple points.
And some amazing hits from Davis.
Yeah.
We have seen some great hits from them all game and some nice shout-outs in the chat. Clearly, they've got a lot of big fans.
Now we have Thea Later Alligator jamming for Rodeo and Vic Van Dyke for the Eagle Beavers. I believe Thea Later Alligator has both jammed and blocked quite a bit in this tournament.
Very versatile skater.
A huge hit from Torres. Forearm penalty being called on the Eagle Beavers jammer, and it's a power jam for Thea Later Alligator.
And you can see that smile on Thea's face, excited for that sweep.
Yeah, and there's the sweep. Thea's going to take it, no
Makes it
trouble,
through.
score those points.
Very impressive. This is a great chance for Rodeo to tie up those points again.
All right, and there's the sweep again, this time to the outside. And Thea trying to smash through those last few blockers.
Thea makes it through for another 4 points.
But Vic Van Dyke is out of the penalty box and back on the track. And Thea will call it off.
Great timing for that call off. I did not see if Vic got any points there. I don't believe so.
No, but I think that was initial pass.
Oh, initial pass. Okay.
Yeah, so Thea could have run it for a little bit longer, but either way, big jam for Team Rodeo. This has been a very incremental game so far, so 8 points is a lot.
Absolutely.
All right, Eagle Beavers take lead. That's Dillbreaker jamming for the Eagle Beavers. A forearm penalty being assessed to Davis. It doesn't say on our screen who is currently jamming for Rodeo, but we'll let you know in a second. I think so too, yeah.
I can tell with those braids.
Yeah.
And they are so close. Miss Andrew trying to grab some points before the call off, but
Dillbreaker just calling it off. Smart choice. Miss Andrea is very fast and very, very good at getting through those
really
blockers.
almost snuck those points at the end. We have a pivot in the box for Rodeo.
And some more shout-outs in the chat. Thea, Buzz Bunny.
A shout out to OVRD, Ottawa Valley Roller Derby.
Yeah, and some shout-out to the resistance against Chimera.
Somebody's preying on your downfall, Chimera. Speaking of Chimera, we have them jamming again and blazing through that pack.
Dodging a huge hit. That was almost a very, very big hit.
getting the lead again. Rodeo's Jammer trying to make their way through that tripod. Seeing if they can take that offense, and they are out. That is number 22, Hagen for Rodeo.
Meanwhile, Chimera just behind is going to decide to call that one off. Now, this is a tournament for players who've only been playing for a year, but these players look so incredibly solid, and the strategy of get your 4 points, call it off.
It's been, I mean, honestly, so amazing to see each team from their first game to their last games. The progress is amazing. They level up so much.
Yeah, and the jammers watching their bench, looking for the signals to call it off.
To the fan of Chimera out there in the chat, I was just teasing you a little bit. None of us are preying on Chimera's downfall. Very strong jammer, and it is good to get a bit of resistance.
Thea later, Alligator going for the star pass, and now Davis is going to jam for Rodeo.
And
a great star
pass. Very nice.
Vic Van Dyke getting through the pack, and we'll see if we get the call off. It's going to be a little bit late if it comes, as Davis did a spin move and scored 4 points. Vic Van Dyke hitting the pack again, as Davis comes in as well, and a big hit. Davis goes down as well as the blocker.
Vic is out for another 4 points, and
an attempted apex jump from Davis, but didn't quite make it. Meanwhile, Vic Van Dyke coming back around to score some more points. No pack is called, so both jammers slip through. And good on these players for not engaging those jammers when they hear the no pack called.
Absolutely.
If there is no pack, you are not allowed to hit the jammer. Davis going straight for the tripod.
Bold move, but if you've got the strength and power, it will work sometimes.
And Davis does.
Honestly, yeah.
And there's the call off.
What a close jam. That is 8-12, I believe. 8-16.
Yeah.
Oh,
12-16.
Okay.
It keeps going up.
They're just changing it on me. Very impressive jam for both teams.
I was just saying how we've been having these incremental jams, and then we get a jam like that where each team scores more than 10.
They heard you. They're listening to the live stream. Lots more cheers from the crowd as there's only 4 minutes left in this game.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be the only ones without a voice tomorrow.
Yeah, it's loud out there. We have Dillbreaker and Miss Andre once again jamming against each other.
Oh, and Miss Andre goes flying into the crowd. Right into our social media team.
That should make for an exciting shot.
Yeah, I saw someone had the camera out for that, so.
Hopefully they got it.
The first row of our audience is the splash zone, for lack of a better word.
Absolutely. Someone in the chat says, Rodeo's still in with a shout. Absolutely. It can be anyone's game.
Yeah,
a nice power jam, and it all turns around.
We have 3.5 minutes left, so still plenty of time.
Junior Team Canada coach Mally says, points and call. We'll try to let them know, but I don't think they're listening to us.
I don't think we're allowed to.
Oh, yeah. No, I won't let them know, actually. Scratch that.
We must be impartial.
Yep. Which is why I was glad I was not announcing for the Hogtown game.
And we have a timeout being called for the Eagle Beavers. And stay tuned. After this game, we will have our awards ceremony. So far, Montreal Smash Squad is in 3rd place. They just won the 3rd place game. And whoever wins this will get 1st, and whoever loses will get 2nd. Refs taking this opportunity to have a little huddle.
I'm always curious as to what they're talking about when they huddle like that. I want to be part of it so badly. I guess I'll have to get my own stripes to finally hear what they're saying.
I assume they're gossiping.
They must be. They must be.
No, they probably have very, very important business.
Important ref stuff to talk about. Maybe they're just congratulating each other. Good call, good call.
Yeah. I think they've all been doing a great job.
Absolutely. Refs are so important to our game. There are so many of them needed to run a game, and it's a volunteer position. They don't get paid for this.
Yeah, you have to be able to skate and blow a whistle at the same time.
It's a lot of work. And we've got Vic Van Dyke and Hagen jamming. Hagen is out. Vic's
Vic
still
Van
making
Dyke,
her way.
Yeah,
Making
smashing
her way.
through.
Bit of a pile up there, but Vic is out.
Hagen coming back around on a scoring pass, using that offense to get through, and then smashing up against Chimera.
Hagen calling it off.
Yep, full 4 points picked up.
2 minutes and 33 seconds left in this game. It is getting close. That's a less than 20-point difference.
Yeah,
Like I said, a power jam could change everything.
and a timeout being called for Rodeo now. It's a good time to talk some strategy, catch your breath, do all of those things. Dance party? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some music playing, keep
We've-
the vibes up.
We've seen a few dance parties so far.
I always think it's funny when everyone's lining up and doing their little dance, and then the 5 seconds whistle is called, and everyone gets so serious all of a sudden.
Yep.
It's like the versatility of Derby. The joy, and then the like, all right, game
Inside
face.
of you, there are two wolves.
Yeah,
One wants
exactly.
to dance, one wants to play derby.
Yeah. Inside of you, there's a skating wolf. Someone in the chat says Chimera is the most older sister of Otter and Neith Schist, who won JRDA Canada Eastern Championship. It runs the family.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Congratulations. Oh, yes, I was not here for that one, but congratulations. That's a powerful Derby family.
Yeah.
The family that Derby together.
That was not the whistle to start the jam. That was to end the timeout.
Okay.
Everybody very excited. The ref's telling everyone to breathe. If a ref tells you to breathe and you don't breathe, can they give you a penalty for it?
Insubordination, maybe?
And now we have a dance party.
Very cute.
That's the whistle to start the jam, and our jammers are off. Deal Breaker getting knocked to the outside, noticing that the person who hit out also went out and not drawing back, but that time it's a big drawback from number 22, Hagen.
Both still trying to make it through on that initial pass.
Yeah, some really, really hard defense from these blockers. Both teams opting for full 4 on defense. So no offense to help these jammers out. And Deal Breaker gets a penalty. Looks like a cut, so this is a power jam for Team Rodeo.
This could be what they were waiting for.
And Thea later is through, taking lead. Thea looking a little bit tired, but the team cheering on, and the crowd going absolutely wild. Some big offense from Davis, but a little bit too early. Thea gets stuck up against the tripod. Haugen now trying to open up a gap.
Thea correcting what could have been a cut there.
And Deal Breaker's penalty is over. So Deal Breaker is now back on the track and hitting the pack, trying to get through, and just barely squeezes by.
And they're both through.
That was Deal Breaker's initial, so no points scored, but Thea did score 4.
Now, is there a lead? I believe there's no lead right now.
That is correct.
And so this should be our last jam.
Yeah, a penalty being called. We'll see who that's for. Looks like
The
Rodeo's
pivot.
pivot. And another penalty, a forearm to another Team Rodeo blocker. They're putting it all out in this jam.
And there is the time. What an amazing game.
So far, our unofficial score, 67 for the Eagle Beavers and 50 for Rodeo.
Very, very close. Great game by both of them.
Yeah, both teams fought really, really hard. We'll wait for the rolling whistle to confirm, but as of right now, the Eagle Beavers are our winners. I see some refs giving some thumbs ups.
Lots of
More
excitement
thumbs up.
from the crowd.
And there's the whistle. So the Eagle Beavers are your Fresh and Furious champions of 2026.
Congratulations, Eagle Beavers.
Rodeo takes second place and Montreal Smash Squad in third. Stay tuned for our medal ceremony right after our two teams do their round of high fives. You can see everyone in the arena standing around the track.
I have never seen a high five line stretch that far.
Yeah, let's see if we can get it to go all the way around.
It just keeps going. Oh my gosh.
I kind of want to join myself, but I think we have to stay here and commentate.
Yeah, I feel like if I ran over, I might flip the whole table with these cables.
Yeah.
So we'll stay here. Keep the nice production value.
Too many
Inside.
cables and expensive equipment around us to run out there.
Lots of excitement in the chat, too. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. As Coco said, there will be more with awards.
Yeah, so we'll be handing out the medals to everyone, and there they are, the beautiful medals made by Bananarchy.
They should make an announcer medal so I can get one.
And the Fresh and Furious trophy, which I don't know if it has a name.
I believe it's called the Sloppy Cup.
The Sloppy Cup?
I think that's what it's
Oh,
called.
I love that. I hope it is.
I think it's like the Stanley Cup, but sloppier. Lots of jumping and dancing from Team Rodeo. Well played, keeping the energy up. Everyone just super psyched to be here.
Yeah, what an exciting 2 days of Derby. It's been such a joy to commentate for this tournament. Always is.
Always so many great things to point out. Nice to highlight the skater skills. And just to get to have front row seats to the action.
Yeah, so there is our third place team, Montreal Smash Squad.
Looking lovely in their bright orange.
Yeah, I do appreciate them for having such a unique color. It makes it easier to tell
Absolutely.
which team is with. Sometimes when we have like white versus black, like I think Eagle Beavers have been in black almost the whole tournament, but this time they were in white.
Just to switch it up for them. Smash Squad getting some photos there with our photographer.
Yeah, shout out to our photographers that we have here today.
So nice to see such high energy from these freshies. This is definitely something they will remember for their entire Derby career.
And now announcing our second place team. It is Team Rodeo.
Congratulations to Rodeo, a combination of Peterborough, Ottawa, OVRD, Kingston, for getting second place?
Yes.
Second place.
They fought really hard and played some amazing Derby.
And kept the vibes up with those cowboy hats.
Yeah, and the jorts.
The jorts.
Gotta shout out the jorts.
Absolutely. Lots of cheers from the crowd. A little yeehaw from the Rodeo team.
Very appropriate. And now I think they're going to line up for their team picture. And finally, our number one place team, it's the Eagle Beavers.
Congratulations, Eagle Beavers, for winning our Fresh and Furious Tournament 2026.
Yeah, amazing to see, especially from a team with only 10 people.
I know, such a short roster.
10 players. I don't want to diminish the contribution of the coaches.
Absolutely.
So there are your 2026 Sloppy Cup champions, the Eagle Beavers. And
you
so
can
much
see-
love from the other teams and the crowd.
Oh, yeah. Lots of camaraderie between these teams.
And the trophy, there it is. Going to their MVP jammer, if I heard that correctly.
That would be number
Crimera.
7, Crimera. We saw some great work from Crimera today, and a lot of love in the chat. And look at that, raising that cup together. What a beautiful moment. So nice to see all the joy at the end of a tournament like this. Everyone's probably so tired, but still has the time to get up and celebrate.
Yep. Love the energy. Thank you all so much for tuning in and contributing in the chat. We'll do another thank you round to all of the people who officiated, all of the people who helped run the booths, entrance, ticket sales, merch, all of our vendors, our tech team.
So much goes into this.
Photographers, Larry Grossman for hosting us here. Us
for announcing.
All of our announcing team, as well as our in-house announcers. So thank you so much to everyone for making this tournament possible and making it so amazing for all of the players and everyone who came to watch.
Thank you, everyone.
We will see you again next year.
Yeah, we will.
Roller derby is like a really fun place where I can hang out with my friends and feel very included